All right. It is December the 16th at 2023 at 1:05 p.m. I'm David Knight, your host of Project JFK CSI Dallas Presents The Journey, our December monthly meeting. I want to appreciate and send out a shout of thanks to you guys showing up. Sorry we had an email issue that was brought to my attention this past week. I actually posted our meeting details and the tickets on the website at projectjfk.com, but I guess by Tuesday we only had 4 people sign up, and I got a lot of kickbacks on the email. So I redid the email list last night. There'll be new emails coming out for next year. Starting in January, we are going to be kicking off another journey meeting. We're going to look at doing at least 12 meetings next year in 2024. And then we're also going to be bringing back the Spotlight series. Now, for those of you that don't know what the Spotlight series is, we'll do a quick recap. The Spotlight series is where we spotlight one researcher, one topic. And it's like going to a conference, except this comes to you into your home. The person will have usually between 2 to 3 hours to present their presentation and then take Q&A. I know for the 2024 year, I'm looking at definitely doing a Spotlight series myself. I know Brian and Casey want to do one. I will be reaching out to fellow researchers. If you think of somebody that either yourself or some other researcher that you'd like to see spotlighted, we're going to try to do 12 of those next year as well. Now I say we're doing 12 and 12. If we happen to be able to fit in an extra one here and there, then we will do that. I also want to let everybody know that we are moving forward with our Kansas City conference. This will be in April. I have 2 tentative dates right now. Of course, I'm working on making sure that we have everything, all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, but we're looking at either the 2nd or 3rd week in April. And that will be in Kansas City, actually just a little bit south of Kansas City, about 20 miles. It'll be at my college that I attend. This will be a student symposium, and it'll be the opportunity to reach out to a student body of about 3,000 students, also the general public. And of course, we will try to have that on Zoom as well. I don't see any problem we wouldn't be able to, but more details of that will be coming out. It'll just be a 2-day conference that we're looking at doing Friday and Saturday. Basically probably about 8 hours each day, 9 if you include lunch, and we'll definitely be doing that. I'll have more details on that as it draws closer. I want to also point out that our YouTube channel, for those of you that have viewed it, it has really exploded over the last 30 days. I'm getting a lot of great spots, new stuff added. I took Thanksgiving. I don't know for those that don't know it yet, but I took Thanksgiving while the turkey was in the oven cooking and the ham was warming up, and I dropped 34 hours of film footage on our website and also on our YouTube channel. Now, for those of you that have not been to our website, I'm just going to do a quick share screen. If you go to projectjfk.com on our first page, there have been a lot of new additions. So if you haven't been on here in a while, please go back and visit. There's new information that we've added on here. Also, of course, we have our donate button. If you would like to help our cause, keeping the lights on, you're more than welcome to make a quick donation through PayPal. It's a secure donation to us. That'll also be used for not only keeping the lights on, our research, but also with doing our conference. If you click on let's just go with gallery real quick. If you'll scroll down on the gallery page at the very bottom, we have the new section of the Alkin 6 high-resolution scans. These were courtesy of Gary Fannin. Now, we had scanned these. I had scanned these at the last conference in 2022, It was one of those things where it was kind of thrown at me. I had no idea we were going to be doing this, but you will see the contact print in 16-bit grayscale, 300 DPI, and then there's also a 1200 and a 3200 image. Now I want to say that this is property of Gary Fannin. I am showing it on the website. For those that would like to take a look at it, it is the closest scan, and I am going to show it in higher detail on Zoom today during the meeting. The one that I scanned in 2022 was a little, had some artifacts on it. I wanted to clean it up and redo another scan. So we have done that. And I'm going to show you in 12,000, I believe it's 12,800 DPI. I'm going to show that here in just a few minutes, and then we can zoom in and see some of the issues on the Alkin 6. I'm hoping that Larry Rivera will be with us today because he's actually already made a GIF image on the windshield hole, the hole in the front windshield on the limo. And hopefully he'll be able to talk about that today. And if not, I will try to go into some detail on that. If you check out our blog section, hey, there's our buddy Larry Snaff. This is his section. I need to get with Larry after the meeting and get some new stuff to add on here. If you have not seen some of this, this is dating back in 2021, 2022. The work that him and Bill Simpage and others are doing on the lawsuit of trying to get our documents released so that we can finally get to the bottom of the story here. We've also added a new audio interviews download section. I don't know if you are familiar with Bruce Sartoris. He's been in our meetings. He's also been a spotlight guest. Casey and myself have been on his show this past year. You can download these MP3s, take them with you, listen at your leisure. And I was also on the Mike Bradley show with Tyler Nixon. I want to send a great big shout out to Tyler and Mike for having me on the 22nd. It was a very enlightening conversation that we had. You can hear that here on the download section. And finally, let's get to the video tab. The video tab, this is where you're going to find all of the videos that were released on Thanksgiving. So it's our gift to the research community. These were originally sold on our store tab. Now they're yours to view and to download for free. The Step Toward the Truth, Part 1, 2, and 3. You're going to find interviews and presentations such as Dr. Robert McClellan, Ed Hoffman. Part 2 is just audio interviews that were done back in '94 when we had Marina Oswald in Olathe, Kansas. And then 1991, we had Tom Tilson, the retired Dallas Police Department officer that was down in Dealey Plaza that day. He was also there when Oswald was being arrested at the Texas Theater. LBJ's mistress, Madeline Brown, is on there. If you have not had the opportunity to travel to Dallas and take part in one of our walking tours of Dealey Plaza, Part 1 of 3 of Keep Seeking the Truth, you're going to have a chance to go and return to the scene of the crime with Brian and Casey as your tour guides. Along the way, we've had Mike Brownlow, Robert Groden, and Jerry Dealey. We go out to Oak Cliff. We also go into the basement of the jail where Oswald was murdered. You'll be able to see that firsthand on the video. After the fact, we have some interviews with Jim Mars, Robert Groden, Mike Brownlow, Robert Rowe, who, for those of you that don't know who Robert Rowe was, I believe actually he might still be around. I'll have to check on that. But he was also a Dallas police officer that was there. He was undercover. He tells his story in Dealey Plaza on the grassy knoll. He was there when Oswald was getting arrested, working undercover. So if you haven't heard his interview, that is also on there. And the first person that talked to the Conleys that got them on record was Robert Reese. He was a magazine writer. He goes into his story as well, meeting them on the in Dealey Plaza at one of the, I think it was the 30th, maybe it was the 20th. I haven't watched it in quite some time, but I know it's a great interview. These are short interviews, so go back and check those out. Also, the Beyond the Fence Line presentation with Casey and Brian. Part 3 has Abraham Bolden and, again, Dr. Rob McClellan. Dr. Rob McClellan has been he was part of several times where we took students down to Dealey Plaza to return to the scene of the crime and give them a chance to see history firsthand instead of just reading it in a book or seeing it on a video. But McClellan was he was one of my favorite guys to sit down and talk with. He was also a big reason why I did my presentation on a new theory, new weapon. And it has progressed now into, well, a life of its own. But great interview with Abraham Bolden. We also have Sherry Feaster. For those of you that have never heard Johnny Brewer in a hour-long presentation and recounting what he did that day, we also had Johnny Brewer on our videos. Still Searching for the Truth has Dr. Tony Glover. She was an eyewitness in Dealey Plaza. She was standing at the corner of Houston and Elm as a little girl, up on the concrete, well, basically right where the fountains were, but she was closer towards the corner of Houston and Elm, and witnessed the shots that she could see President Kennedy's head snap back at the time of the assassination. She's another good one to pay attention to and listen to. Sherry Feaster, Lee Farley from our friends across the pond. He's from the UK. I haven't talked to Lee in quite some time. I don't know if he's still doing this or not. I know I've mentioned him in previous journey meetings. Jim D. Genio's on here. And then also 50 years later, We Can Handle the Truth. Special guests Scott Kaiser, Stu Wexler, Mike Brownlow. If you get into the On the Right Side of History, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is another gem that we've released. Casey Quinlan in lecture, Grave Injustice, Guardians of the Republic. Brian Edwards doing Love Field to Love Field and Beyond the Fence Line. And then we've got our very first, I don't know if I'm proud of this or not, but our age-restricted video on YouTube. It's Films, Frames, and Fabrications, A New Theory, New Weapon. If you have not seen me do my presentation on the gun that could have possibly been used to cause a throat shot on President Kennedy, check that video out. Now, again, this was done in 2018, so 5 years later, that presentation's come a long, long way. It's actually come a little bit longer than, it's come farther away since we've done the Beyond the Fence Line in 2019. And I do want to let you guys know I am starting a new book that will entail more of that story. I've got a lot more information, documents. I don't have any eyewitnesses that say that they saw somebody up there. But then again, we're lacking some eyewitness statements that never got taken down over the last 60 years. Finally, Why It Still Matters Conference 2019 that was done in Merriam, Kansas. There's myself. This is just me, Casey, and Brian doing a one-day 3-man show. Just the Facts, Frontier Justice, Motion Picture Cameras in Dealey Plaza. Again, another age-restricted video. Love Field to Love Field, JFK Medical Evidence, A New Theory, New Weapon, and Beyond the Fence Line. And for those of you that maybe have not seen the new JFK show that Larry Rivera is part of, Jim Fetzer is part of it, and so is Gary Keene. I've been a guest on their program, I think 5 or 6 times. Very good shows. I know they were taken off of YouTube and was on 153 News for a few years. They're back on YouTube. They've got a pretty big subscriber base. But these are videos that you guys should really check out and see what is available. When you come to projectjfk.com, you will find several videos, photographs, where we are doing a new revamp. This was just the first start of it in November. But there'll be more updates coming this month of December and through the new year. So if you guys have a chance, go on there, become a subscriber on the channel, and then also go to the YouTube channel. Give us some feedback on the videos. If you have questions, ask them. We will answer them. Or maybe if we don't have an answer, somebody else that watches the videos, they may have an answer for you. So again, our journey meetings replay again on the YouTube channel the following day. This video will be available tomorrow. So keep our subscriber list going. We only have, we have less than 500. I'd like to have a lot more, but this is one of those niche topics. Unfortunately, we're not getting the reach that I'd like to have, but we are getting reach. So I just want to point those few things out to you guys. I do want to make the comment, we do not stifle free speech here. Everybody is welcome to attend our meetings and to give their point of views and ask their questions. There is not a stupid question. There may be questions that's been asked and answered or debunked from years before, but they're still important to ask. And if you're as a researcher, maybe you're new to this topic, you may not have all the years of experience like some of the people in the room, but this is your opportunity to come here and ask those questions to help set you straight, or at least help you in your research. So I do want to ask everybody to be respectful of each other, and I want to turn it over to I want to bring Larry Snap on in real quick. I do want to let you guys know that Casey and Brian were planning on being here today. Brian's running late, and Casey had an emergency that came up. I don't have any details, but I think it's just something that needs to be taken care of. I don't believe he's in the hospital, so we're good with that. But let's go ahead and bring Larry on. I want to apologize to our people that were at the conference. So we're going to be talking about that here and after Larry's done. I was going to do a video with him the first week of December. And for those of you who know, behind the scenes conference time is one of the worst times to think that you're going to plan something, because before you know it, it all goes to hell. And then, you're rushing to get everything done. So Larry, let me have you take it over and give us updates on what's taken place over the last couple months and what's going on with the lawsuit.
Okay, thank you, David. Actually, there wasn't much to talk about in November, so people didn't really miss anything. This week, we had a bunch of motions filed in our case. The government is trying to dismiss the remaining counts that were remaining counts against the National Archives that the judge allowed to stay in. Just to recall, the government filed a motion to dismiss back in June, and the court granted the motion to dismiss the claims against the president, but kept the claims in against the National Archives, although the judge ruled that even though the National Archives said they were the successor in function to the ARB, in their rulemaking, when they moved the regulations over to the ARB regulations over to their section of the regulations, the judge said that didn't really mean what it meant. So the government filed, we engaged in some negotiations with the archives and the Department of Justice to see if we could agree on some sets of documents that could be released. There is a dispute ongoing about legislative records. The government is arguing, the Department of Justice is arguing, that many of the records that are said to be legislative records are actually executive branch records. The JFK Act only applies to executive branch records, and there's nothing in the statute that would preclude Congress from releasing its documents, and the president, by the same token, cannot postpone legislative records. This is part of the separation of powers. The Congress is separate from the president. So the president can't tell Congress what to do. Congress can't tell the president what to do. So this midweek, the government filed, we knew it was coming. The government filed, we couldn't reach an adequate agreement. So the government filed a motion to dismiss the remaining counts. We have obviously replied to that, but also we have filed our own motions, one which is to ask the court to order the remaining legislative records to be released, and also to address many of the issues that we briefed that the court did not address in its initial order. We are basically creating a record for appeal. We don't think this judge likes this case. He has every opportunity when he's interpreted the statute. It's supposed to be what we call a remedial statute. Remedial statutes are supposed to be interpreted broadly to achieve the acts, the goal of Congress. And instead, he's narrowly interpreting it, adopting the positions of the Department of Justice. So he didn't address all of the issues in our initial motion. So we refiled last night, or actually 2 nights ago, another motion, one to an injunction to try to get the remaining legislative records released, And second, to force him to address the issues that he didn't address, because we're creating a record. We intend to appeal because this judge doesn't like this case. I think we're probably eventually going to get, I suspect much of the case against Nara is going to be ultimately rejected by the court. And then we'll have to go to the Court of Appeals, which is 3 judges. So you don't have to worry about having one judge, the luck of the draw. So there'll be an oral argument. I think it's January 14th, but we may be postponing that, pushing that back, because we have to reply to the government's motion that they filed on Wednesday. We have to file it on the 21st. And they have to respond as well. Since it's the holidays, I suspect we're going to be able to get an extension. It will be an interesting issue if Congress decides that it has a stake in this case, because just like the president can't order the Congress to withhold records, there may be an argument that the court can't order Congress to release the records. And, you know, our founding fathers envisioned the 3 branches of government vigorously representing their powers, protecting their powers. And that was the idea of how everybody would work. But what's happened is the parties have taken over, so that when you have Congress and the president by the same, controlled by the same party, they're not as protective of their rights. The president always is, but Congress is not. And so it'd be interesting to see what happens here. Now, unrelated to the lawsuit, Bobby Kennedy Jr. has a petition up asking for the records to be released. I'm in regular contact with him. I'm working for his campaign, and I'm going to suggest that all of those names, that there's at least 20,000 names. We don't know how many more. It shows the last 20,000. I don't know how many are actually in total. I think we should share all those names with Congress. We are noodling about an approach to hire a lobbyist to try to get a bipartisan, to take this Justice for Kennedy Act and make it a bipartisan act. We have to raise funds to do that because lobbyists are expensive, but we know a couple who could get us actually right into the door of the key players. So that may be something that we're going to try to do in the spring during the election season. But I'm going to talk to Bobby about either urging the people that signed the petition to go ahead and contact their congresspersons, or to actually have the petition names submitted to each representative and each senator, to see that there's, you know, this is the way to recreate what happened with Oliver Stone. It's not millions, but it might be enough to try something. So we're doing a multi-prong. I kind of analogize this to the triad of nuclear defense. We have the land missiles, the planes, and the submarines. So the lawsuit is one leg of the stool. The legislative is the other. And then, of course, there's the PR piece. So again, if any of you have not contacted your congressperson, I urge you to ask them to ask the chairs of the various committees. If you need more information, we can talk offline, to move this bill along. There's a couple of Democrats who obviously have in the past written the president asking him to release the records. And we're going to try to target them to see whether they would be willing to co-sign this bill. Now, the bill has some problems. It has some good features, and it's got some other features. For example, the definition of assassination records is narrower than the definition. But by the same token, if any of you have ideas about what you would like to see in a bill, please let me know, because this is going to be a separate effort that we're going to try to do parallel to the lawsuit. Just, you know, we're running parallel tracks here to try to get some traction. And we're asking, as part of our motion, an order for NARA. There's 2 more things. Order NARA to search for additional records, but also what NARA has been doing, and anyone that has had experience with NARA when you ask for records, please let me know what the response has been. But it's been inconsistent. One of the common response has been that all they do is they look to the index. If the record's not in the index, they then tell the researcher to go use FOIA. Now, The reason Congress passed the statute was because FOIA wasn't working. So we are telling the court that the proper approach should be not to put this burden on the researcher, but when the researcher brings information to NARA that there has reason to believe in the existence of a record that's not in a collection, they are obligated at that point to notify the agency and ask for them to search for that record. And if they don't find it, then they are then to let the researcher know. The researcher, and I'm actually drafting up a petition for rulemaking to sort of codify this. As opposed, we could try it through the court. I'm also going to file a petition, but the process, what NARA is doing undermines the community because FOIA doesn't work. The reason they passed the law because FOIA didn't work. The exemptions under FOIA allow the government to hide all these documents. The JFK Act is very powerful. And we've actually we're forcing the court to rule on Section 12, which says the JFK Act takes superiority over any other law. The judge shirked that issue, and we're actually focusing on that. So I think that's a big picture of where we are. I'd be happy to take any questions. But that's sort of a summary of where we are.
Okay, Larry, I've got a couple of questions for you. Number one, do we have an expected date now on, when originally we've had several dates and those dates have come and passed, and it's for the release of all the documents. I know it was held up by, presidents in the past, especially Trump. Then we get into Biden. He's also, held up on the documents. Do we have a specific date now of when they have to answer for this?
So if you read President Biden's June 2023 order, he said that order that he issued was his final act required by the statute. The system that he has set up is that any future document releases are going to be governed by the quote unquote transparency plans. And each agency that has equities in postponed records put together transparency plans. Some of them would hold records out to the 2040s. And the Department of State, I think it was the Department of State or Department of Defense? One of them said that if there's a record that involves a country that we have a strategic relationship with, that record be postponed until that strategic relationship ends. What is a strategic relationship? NATO. So we are arguing that the transparency plans are invalid because they use criteria that are not in the statute. The president is free to use additional criteria, but they have to be at least as stringent. So for example, the statute says that names of informants and agents of the government, their names can be released unless the government shows that the release of the names would pose an imminent threat to them. What the government is doing is taking the position that they will not release the names until they die, which obviously prevents us from talking to them because we don't know who they are. So that's just one example so we are directly attacking the transparency plans. We're asking the court to say the transparency plans are invalid and they need to be redone to comply with the statute. But to answer your question, the president said he's done. There's going to be no more executive orders. He's actually removed himself from the role, which is what he can't do under the statute. And any future decisions are going to be made by the National Declassification Center, which is a unit within NARA, in consultation with the agency that has equities in that document. Now, the court misunderstood how the transparency plans work. He thought that date that they have in the transparency plan is a date of release. It's not the date of release. It's a date when they will review the document to determine if it can be further released. So there are some documents that have review dates in the next couple of years, but there's some that are going out into the 2040s, and obviously there are some that are going to be forever. So we don't think this is what Congress anticipated or wanted when they wrote the statute, and we're directly attacking these transparency plans.
Well, let me ask you, Larry, you talked to Bobby Kennedy Jr. Obviously, for those that don't know, he is running for president. So, hey, I want to know, does he have a Is he running on a campaign promise? Is he running on something of putting it out there that he wants
Yes.
to get this to finally come to fruition and
Yes.
to release
would
all the
suspect-
documents to the public?
I've maxed out on my donations to him, for the purpose that hopefully, if he does get elected, hopefully I can be in charge of that process. But he definitely wants all the records released.
Well, I mean, it goes to show everybody. I know I was asked the question in Dallas. I was asked that question on the 50th. I was asked that question, not even a month ago in Dallas. We're at the 60th anniversary. Aren't we done with this yet? Well, the answer to that is hell no, we're not done with this. We're not done with this until we get all the answers and we get all the documents. And we will continue waiting. And for anybody that's watching this video on YouTube and replay, we will continue waiting until hell freezes over before we get what we're actually entitled to see.
And this past fall demonstrates the urgency and importance of releasing those names. This past fall, we had Paul Landis come out. Now, whether you believe his story or not, he still had an interesting story to share. And he had not been interviewed by the Warren Commission. There's no testimony. He wrote two memos, and he was interviewed by the HSCA, I think it was, or maybe I don't think he was interviewed by the ARB. But he would never testify. And we just had Morris Wolf, who was an aide to Senator Cooper, who was a member, one of the commissioners of the Warren Commission, and he came out and shared Senator Cooper's doubts about the conclusion. So we're calling our motions the Paul Landis and Morris Wolf motions, because this is what happens when people come out. We get new information, and to hold back these names so we can't talk to them until they die robs history of whatever information they may have.
Absolutely, Larry. And, one of the things that I want to point out here, and it doesn't really need to be pointed out, but maybe for the younger generation, it does. The ones that have been doing this, I've been doing this for 34 years, and I know there's other researchers that have been doing this way longer than I have. We still have first-generation researchers that are heavily involved in the research of this case and to finally get to the truth. But eventually, we're going to, move off of this mortal coil of the earth. It's up to the younger generation to pick up the fight and to continue what we're doing. So I put that call to arms to anybody that is, not a current researcher, or maybe is a current researcher, but they're just getting into it. Keep up the fight, start the fight, join the cause. And the reason why is because this should have been settled decades ago. Yeah. And the fact of them sitting back and hiding the documents and not giving them to us, are we looking for a smoking gun in these documents? Well, we're looking for different puffs of that smoking gun.
Yeah, there's not going to be any memo saying, here's how I'm going to kill Kennedy, but we're going to understand a lot of connections that historians can weave together. But again, if anyone has people like, I don't think Bill Kelly's on today, but there were some people that he was looking for the Pathfinder. But if you have any names of people, if you have any records that you're looking for, please let Bill and I know so we can put them in the queue and give the court examples of records that are not in the collection. Because the perception is that, that everything that was looked for, they looked for everything, they found nothing, and we're just asking the court to go on a fishing expedition, which is not the case.
That's right. Let me ask you, Larry, what is the best way for researchers and people that have this information, what's the best way that they can get in contact with you?
They can email me, Larry at schnapflaw, that's SCHNAPFLAW.com. I don't know if Bill wants to have his email announced. Bill, I know you're on here. Do you want to have people send you an email as well? Maybe he's not.
Bill, you're on. Your microphone is muted. Unmute your microphone. Hold on. Bill, your microphone's muted. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, finally got it done.
There we go. There we go.
I was typing, sorry. So bsimpich at gmail.com.
All right, if you guys would,
You-
if you guys are okay with this, I'd like to, on the Larry Snaff blog section, which is where the people go to see the documents that you supply to us, I will put an actual link right there that you can click that button and it will take you right to an email for Larry and for Bill both. I think it's important for the information to get to them, because if they don't have the information from us and from you, they don't have stuff to go off of. So if you guys are okay with that, I will definitely put the email address links where they can just easily go on to projectjfk.com, go to your section, click on it, and you'll get the information. And also, if you have any new documents that you would like me to upload to your section, please email those to me. If you can this month, that would be great, or any month, that's fine. But I want to start getting some more stuff on the website for people to go to and to get information on this.
And again, if
Larry
you
did a
don't,
good summary. I wanted to add one thing before we move on. If people are trying to do a investigation, getting new records, please don't use FOIA.
Right.
Please write the agency itself and ask for the documents pursuant to the JFK Records Act, and let us know what kind of response you get. That really makes a difference to our, not only our suit, but one of the things we're trying to do is literally obtain a lot more new documents that are not yet in the queue.
All right. Thank you, Bill. And, I want to say thank you to both Larry and Bill and the fellow colleagues that they have for working on this case. I mean, they're doing work that, unless you're an attorney, they're doing things that we can't do. So not only are they helping the research community, but we need to help them as the attorneys of this to continue going forward in the case and to get the government to answer for what we should already have and what we will eventually hopefully get.
We need your help in giving us documents that are missing, your interactions with either NARA or, as Bill said, or the agency. This all helps give us documentation about how the agencies are not handling the record requests in accordance with the statute.
All right, absolutely. And Bob put up Larry's email in the chat log. So like I say, you will definitely have that. I'll have that up on the site within the week.
Okay.
If I can get it done this weekend, I'll have it up there. But yeah, you guys have got to reach out to Bill and Larry both to help this, continue in the fight. So let's see if there's does anybody else have any questions of Larry or Bill? Now would be the time to ask them. So you can either put it in chat or you can unmute and come right on and ask your question. Andrew, do you have a question? I see you pop up.
No, I don't. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Joe Backus, are you still in the audience with me?
Yep.
Okay. Would you like to, I know you're one of my big document guys, and you're in this too with requesting documents and getting answers. Would you like to add anything to this topic that we're on right now?
I don't have anything at this time. I'm still working on a project, but nothing new.
Well,
And
I do want to.
Just generally for you, David, is that bad lighting or do you have a bump on your forehead?
No, that's not bad lighting, unfortunately. No, it's
Pissed off the CIA, they punched him.
No, let's just say this. I busted my ass on my finals and I went to the doctor to ask him, what the hell is this? I mean, he goes, I think it's stress psoriasis. I said, I've never had psoriasis a day in my life. He goes, well, welcome to college, kid.
Oh dear. Oh.
But it's clearing up. It's just taking forever. I wish it could have showed up someplace else, but no, right there where everybody can see it. And I'm not a makeup kind of guy. I don't, yeah. I've only done that a few times on interviews and I don't sit there and pretty myself up. I am who I am and this is what I am. But I do want to say a quick shout out to Joe. One of our last meetings, he had shared a Excel spreadsheet. It's not the first one he's ever done. He's shared these before. And I want to say, Joe, we had a lot of people that had went into watching the video and then wanting to get to be able to see spreadsheet that you've done on the documents. I mean, this is invaluable, and I know it's a lot of hard work. It's time consuming as hell. But if anybody, Joe, if you want to reach out or anything to people that would like to use your Excel spreadsheet on the documents, I know we have a lot of people that pop up in video, and that's another thing for anybody that's on here. In the replay on YouTube, questions are asked, and sometimes those questions are not answered. The sad part about that is the person that they're asking the question to, they may not be able to be here with us live and in person, but they're watching us in replay. So I want to say this to anybody that's attending our meetings. You don't have to go back and rewatch the whole video. Just go back to the video that's posted and look in the comment section and see if anybody asked a question that you can answer. That helps, that's that give and take. I mean, I know you're giving up your time, you're coming to the meeting that we're doing, but if we can't get all those questions answered here, and maybe because somebody's not here in person during the live portion, if you can just take a quick 5 minutes and just go answer their question, maybe they have something that we didn't bring up, and you're the only person that can answer that question, is what I'm saying. So if you can take that 5 minutes, just click on there, go to the comments, and make a reply. I know I would definitely appreciate that, and I'm sure the research community would appreciate that, and the viewers.
Well, again, if there's any questions about Bill and I, if you could, forward them to us, because I don't routinely go to the website. I'm kind of busy right now.
Oh, I get that. What I'll do, if I have something that goes directly to you guys, I will copy and paste it. Okay. And then just, if you have an answer, just kick me back an email and I'll go in there and copy and paste it into the reply for you. Not a problem.
Hey, Joe, I've been curious. Who's that guy that you've been animated about the last couple of days on your Substack?
I don't know his real name.
Oh,
he's a goofball who's on YouTube and makes videos, and a lot of it's just junk, and I'm just going to swing at him.
Okay. They hide behind anonymity.
Yes. Some of you guys may have heard of him. He goes by the moniker No True Flags Here. He's a real jerk.
I think I've come across that on his channel. That's one thing about YouTube. I mean, it's the mashup barrel of everybody that's there. Some are good, some are bad. Some you're going to learn great information from, and some you're going to get steered the wrong direction. That's why I'm glad that, we're kind of doing the show here. I mean, the nice thing about the Journey meeting spotlight as well, you don't have to wait till conference time to, get in touch with, fellow researchers and hear presentations or updates like what Larry and Bill just gave us, or what Joe's working on, what we're working on. You get a chance to, come to us once a month and see what, see what's being said or what's being done. Speaking of what's being said and done, I reached out. I did send an email. It's in the public domain. It's on YouTube. I'm going to show this in just a minute. I want to say we're using new technology and fresh eyes on this case to bring awareness not only to people that don't know, or middle school, high school, college students, but also the general public at large. It's not just the research community that sees stuff on the research of the JFK assassination or RFK, MLK, or any of the political assassinations of the 1960s. But with new technology, at least we're getting, more people to pay attention to what we're doing. I found this clip. I think it's something that would be, well, let's just say this. I'm going to show it. If JFK was alive and well today, I think these answers, now I want to say this is not some type of deep fake. This is AI. AI seems to be taking over a lot of, well, hell, everything in our day-to-day lives. There's AI being used in the research on the JFK assassination. But this is one video that I clicked on. It's only like 7 minutes. I'm just going to show a small portion of it. I want to give full credit to the channel. They also have other ones on there too. RFK, MLK, some other key historical figures. I just want you to watch it, and I just want you to see what's being said by AI and give me your opinion on it. I mean, it's like I say, this is not groundbreaking as far as this is going to solve the case, but it's things like this that get the younger generation involved.
Gears now to another pivotal but tragic moment in Americans' history, your assassination. It was a moment that shocked the world and left an incredible mark on the American psyche. It's a topic that's been surrounded by speculation and conspiracy theories for decades. Let's dive into that if you're ready.
Well, as you can imagine, it's a bit strange for me to discuss my own assassination. But I understand the historical significance and the many questions that surround it. The truth is, I don't have any more information than anyone else. I can only say that it's important to seek the truth no matter where it leads.
Absolutely, Mr. President. The search for truth is indeed crucial. Over the years, there have been numerous investigations and theories. Some suggest a second shooter, others point to possible involvement by organized crime or even elements within the government. It's a mystery that continues to this day. Is there anything that you would like to say about that, about your assassination?
I should note that I cannot provide first-hand information or opinions about events that happened after my death, including my assassination. However, based on what we know about my values and beliefs, we can infer some sentiments that may align with my thinking. To someone who dedicated his life to public service and the principles of justice, truth, and democracy, I would urge that any investigations or inquiries related to my assassination be conducted with the utmost integrity, thoroughness, and respect for the rule of law. Questions persist. They must be explored and addressed for the sake of historical truth and public confidence in our democratic institutions. Furthermore, I'd express a desire that my death not be exploited for political ends or to sow division, but rather serve as a reminder of the risks public servants take on for their nations and the importance of peaceful discourse and resolution of conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your sacrifice, and thank you for being on here today. There's so many things I'd like to ask you, but or anything that you would want to tell the world.
In these tumultuous times, I believe it is important to remember the shared destiny and interconnectedness of all nations and peoples. We must understand that our differences are not to be feared but celebrated, and our common humanity should unite us more than our national or ideological divide separated. I would like to remind everyone of the power of service to others and to one's country. The spirit of selflessness and the willingness to work for the greater good, as embodied by the Peace Corps and other service organizations, is the key to building a brighter future. In a world that seems increasingly divided, I would encourage all to remember the power of dialogue and diplomacy in resolving conflicts. As demonstrated during the Cuban Missile Crisis, even the most seemingly insurmountable challenges can be navigated through careful diplomacy and a commitment to peace. Lastly, I would urge everyone to continue striving for progress. As a society, we must always move forward, pushing the boundaries of what is possible in science and social justice and peace and in prosperity. The spirit of ambition, exploration, and perseverance should guide us in all our endeavors. Let us continue to dream, to strive,
Can we end this
for a better future.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, and thank you for being on here today.
Okay, I understand there's some comments on here that states, you know, it's stupid, it's a computer program, or it's a cartoon. What I want to explain, and the reason why I showed this, and if you go to Echoes of Ages on YouTube, they're using something of AI. Now, some of you may not know what the hell AI is, and I'm going to explain it real quick because it's what I'm doing right now in computers and earning a degree in this. What they do is they take and go through, AI goes through all of his speeches. Do we have a Boston accent? No. Is it truly what he says? No. But what it is AI bases this, and in order to reach the younger generation and get kids involved in this, this doesn't cheapen what we're doing. What this does is it's actually getting younger students, younger kids, to maybe pick up the gauntlet. We have to reach them on their level. If we came at them with just documents and talk like we're doing now, let's face it, we find this interesting. They would probably find this boring as hell. They'd want to watch something on TikTok or on YouTube or on Netflix or one of the other shows. They need something to give them that catapult to get them to actually start paying attention to what's going on with this. So it's not a deep fake, it's AI. Is there a place for AI to be involved in? Yeah, there is. Because we need to, pay attention to what's being used in technology. It's not something we're ever going to get away from. The trend that we're going on right now, AI is heavily involved into it. So I'm going to get off my soapbox about AI. Do I personally make AI? Hell no. Do I know what it is and do I respect it? Yes, I do. So for those of you, I know you got some comments, and hey, free speech, not a problem. But there's a reason why we do what we do. So if you guys want to see that, it's one of those things where some kids aren't going to go back and look at God forbid they look at a black and white speech of JFK. But if they see something in color and it's, question back and forth like what we just showed, that may spark an interest. And again, maybe it won't, but it's worth a shot to get anything to get, the younger generation to pay attention to just what the hell is going on. Because if they can't understand what took place in 1963 or the 1960s as a whole, they have no idea what the hell is going on today in our world. And unfortunately, history has become a lost art. It's not being taught in schools. What we're doing here is trust me, go to a public school, go to the library and ask them for the books on the JFK assassination. I guarantee you're probably going to find 2. You're going to find the report on the Warren Commission. You're probably going to find case closed. That's what these kids see. That's all they're accustomed to. The teachers in the classroom, this is too far out of the curriculum. They can't teach this. But at Project JFK CSI Dallas, the JFK Historical Group, Kappa, any other group that's out there, the reason why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to know the damn truth. It's our truth. We should know it. And number 2, it's not just us, guys. It's not just the ones from, 40 and above. I mean, I'm damn near 50. When I was in high school, I at least had a teacher that give a damn enough to actually teach me something that wasn't part of the history book. Go look at a history book today. Go to the assassination of JFK. If it's even in there, it will say Lee Harvey Oswald, possibly was the assassin. They hunted up his ass. I mean, he's in the history book at the high schools and high schools and junior highs. Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK, 3 shots, case closed. Don't look any farther. But that doesn't tell the story.
That also,
that's not why we're here.
I was talking to some cousins who have kids in high school and grade school, and they actually stop around 1950 because they have to devote part of the course to African history and other histories. So in terms of American history, they actually barely get to the Cold War. And,
yeah.
And so they don't even get to the Kennedy assassination if they do,
Well, and that's a good point. I mean, hell, I had 3 kids, 1 that's already graduated and 2 that's in middle school and high school now. When I asked them, and of course my sons, they were both in Dallas with me, and are they JFK conspiracy nuts like me? I'm not a conspiracy nut. I know I've gotten called that many times. I'm a truth seeker, and I want to know what the truth is in this case, and not just this, but other cases that are involved in my research. But my kids, I asked them, I said, what do you guys learn about the Constitution? Hell, my daughter graduated high school and didn't even know what the Second Amendment of the Constitution was. She couldn't give me a good answer. I went to her teachers at the high school and I said, I'm kind of curious. Do you guys even teach the Constitution of the United States anymore? And she goes, well, they spent about 2 weeks on that between elementary school and junior high or middle school. I said, are we talking 5th, 6th grade? What? Yeah, around 5th or 6th grade. I said, you guys don't touch on that at the high school level anymore? Well, there's so much more stuff we have to teach. And that's not important. And at that point, I lost my shit and I had to walk out because I was going to go off on her. So, you know, that's why we do what we do. We take kids to Dallas on buses. We've done that in the past. We have them come to the conferences. We had a great turnout at the Dallas conference where we had middle school, high school, and college kids there. So we had at least representation of those 3 groups. And, you know, that's saying something, you know, to actually have them there and taking part in this. The reason why we're doing the student symposium in Kansas City in the spring, it's to get those kids to come to, one, it's already on the college campus, so it's going to be able to get the college kids in, but I'm going out to the high schools and the middle schools to say, hey, plan a field trip, come see a presentation by one of our, you know, excellent speakers. Maybe you guys can't teach this, but, you know, you can do a field trip. Hell, tell them that, you know, they're going to the college to see maybe where they're going to go after school ends. So, you know, it's anything that we can do, we got to do it. I don't care if it's an app, if it's a video, we've got to do something to reach the younger generation. Let's see here. Give me just a second. Okay. Coming up on the 2 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and do a quick pause for station identification of the channel. This is Project JFK CSI Dallas presents The Journey, December 16th, 2023. And if you guys haven't been to our website, it's projectjfk.com. You can also email us at projectjfk@yahoo.com. If you have any personal questions that you want to ask me directly, you can give me a phone call or you can send me an email. My direct number is 913-980-JFK1. That's 913-980-5351. If I don't answer right away, leave me a voicemail and I'll get back to you. Let's see here. Is Bart still in the room? Bart! I'm going to call on you next, buddy. For those of you that have not read Bart's new book, I want to give Bart a few minutes here to give us a rendition on his book. You guys got to read it. I know I've been reading a digital copy of it. I'd love to have print, but hey, I don't have any places extra for books at the moment, but I will be getting a print copy. Because one of these days, Bart, I'm going to meet up with you and you're going to sign that sumbitch. But Bart, give me the lowdown on the book, how it's doing. For those of you that don't know it, give me the title and where they can get it at.
Oh, it's called Prayer Man, More Than a Fuzzy Picture. And it's on Amazon. It's on Barnes and Noble as well, in case you're not enamored of dealing with Amazon. I've been selling copies every day. So far, so good. I can't complain. Reviews have been good. I think it's drawing 4.6 out of 5. 38 reviews, I think. I looked yesterday. Yeah, it's been beyond what I expected. It sells every day. Anything between 1 and, I don't know, 8 copies. Christmas, of course. But also in November, it was good. In October, I can't complain. Every time I do a promo thing, that helps. I found out. But I wanted December, this month, I wanted time off. But I couldn't just sit on my ass and do nothing. So I've started to work on book 2 and book 3. So
I'm going to do a quick share screen here real fast. One, you can definitely go directly to Bart's website. You can also go to the affiliated website link on projectjfk.com. And this is kind of the yellow pages, for the research community. just click on Perman's tab, and this will take you right to Bart's site. If you guys haven't been on Bart's site, it is phenomenal. I really like the work that he does on here. You're going to see things that you're not going to see anyplace else.
No.
You can also click on the links that Bart was just talking about for ordering the book. Definitely, if you haven't picked it up, please support Bart in his research in the book itself. He put blood, sweat, and tears into this damn book. And anytime that a book comes out, I mean, that's the author, the researcher, giving you they're giving you a piece of their life that you get to share in those pages. Bart's an excellent researcher. He's got an excellent website. Visit him. You've got a way for people to contact you on here, Bart?
People could just contact me through the website or email me at meetthelonegunman@gmail.com. Other than that, yeah, you know what? I'm not really on Twitter or X anymore. I mean, I'm there, but I'm not really there. I check that maybe once a month. On Facebook as well, Prayer Man. You can find me there. I've been a bit quiet now for the last 30 days because I did the podcast and I did the presentation for Lancer. The presentation for Lancer is on YouTube at my Lone Gunman YouTube channel. It's about an hour long, just over an hour. And I did a really long one, but that one isn't online for DPUK about, I think it was end of September. That was almost 4 hours long. I was bending everyone's ear, and which felt great at the time. But they had to come to an end, all this stuff. And I don't know if I'm going to start going the TikTok route or something like that, just to keep interest going about the book and try to reach out to people. TikTok is a total different crowd than what us old timers are, etc., etc. So, that for me is interesting, just developing new markets, because the whole Amazon thing was completely new for me as well. I had to learn it all myself, and it's quite frustrating. And during the summer in July and August, but I got it done. But it took much longer than I thought of it was going to take. And learn a lesson for the next book. But I don't know. I mean, there's going to be, like I said this last time already, there's going to be a special edition at some point, but that will be after I've been to the States and I've done interviews and this, that, and the other, and I got considerable amount of material to add on as such. But I don't see that happening for at least a year, if not more. So, and the books that I'm working on now, well, it's going to take years because of the amount of material that I've just managed to gather and just put into folders. And I know that book 2 is going to be about 10 to 12 different photographs or movies from the assassination or related to it that have, how do I say that? Documentation about it. I mean, it's the vibe of the first book is going to be continued in the second and in the third. The only reason why I'm doing book 2 and book 3 is because I've got my hands on material that no one else has. And that's because I went through the whole Blunt archives, and he got things that are not online or no one else ever got their hands on before, and so forth. So, and I've got loads of stuff on the Nix film. I've got stuff on the autopsy. I got stuff on Zapruder and so forth. And it's just the only thing that's holding me back is the sheer volume of it all, and trying to make sense of it and trying to put it in something coherent for everybody to understand. So,
are these in the collection? Are these documents in the JFK collection?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, they're in the collection, but they're not online. Right. They're not available. Okay. That's what it is.
And another good website is what Bart just mentioned, DPUK, Dealey Plaza UK. They're also on our affiliated website link. It's it's not this, as you can tell, this is not just a United States type of thing. This is a world research community.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we've got people that come over from the UK, Japan, New Zealand, Austria. I mean, it goes everywhere. So we're constantly in the battle for what the hell happened on November 22nd, 1963. You know, it's not just a regional aspect of where we're at and who's researching this. It's everybody. Or at least there's key people, researchers, all over the globe that pay attention to what's going on. And I know that I've spoken to several people that's, from out of state, out of the United States, that is. And they all asked the same question. They said, this would have happened where we're at. The information would have came out by now. I can't believe that this is how the research and the case has been handled. But then again, we're all different countries, and things are handled differently in each place across the globe. So, it's important that even though we've hit that 60-year milestone of, since that fateful day in Dallas, that we continue doing what we're doing.
Yeah. I mean,
and
Dealey Plaza
researchers like
UK,
Bart.
Dealey Plaza UK has basically been quite active since Ian Griggs started it in 95, I think.
Yeah.
And they sadly passed away 4 years ago. And, it's about 45, 50 people at this point that are members there. We've got people from Scandinavia and the continent, the European continent as well, that are members. And we have 2 conferences a year, mostly like around April and October. And I think we're now moving into that. We're going to do it in a different UK city every time. Canterbury was the bastion for a long, long time. I don't know if that's going to continue. I think the last one they did was this year in October, I think. And and then during the spring months, we either go, most of the time we go up north, like Leeds, or even now this time I think they're talking about Scotland. So it's pretty active, and we've got our own Zoom meetings and interviews and talks as such as well. So it's pretty full on. It's about the same as what you guys do. It's slightly smaller. I think we get about 15 to 20 people on a Zoom call, and it's always good fun. So
one of these days where I would love to do, not to throw a mashup like how they do in Hollywood, but it'd be great if sometime we could actually bring Project JFK and Dealey Plaza UK together and do a Zoom meeting where we can, I don't want to say join forces, but bring everybody together in a group on a Zoom chat.
Yeah.
It would be great.
A good idea.
Yeah, I think if we can plan that for the new year, I'd love to do that. I think
I'll tell Neil. Yeah.
I was gonna say I only got a chance to talk to Neil for a small amount of time because I was busy running cameras and obviously Zoom at the conference. I was gonna have a beer with him, but hell, my time was tied up doing the stuff behind the camera and getting my speeches ready for the conference. But you guys, that are out there, definitely check out the Dealey Plaza UK website. Definitely check out Prayer Man. If you haven't bought Bart's book, it's available in different formats. And again, it's in formats that, the younger kids are paying attention to. When they do read, it's not usually an actual text on a book in their hand, a physical item. They're usually holding their physical device, such as a phone, a tablet, or a laptop. So, it's great that, it's released in different forms. So that way people can, everybody can, pick their medium that they're going to use.
I'm gonna work on an audiobook. Just for the fun of it, I'm gonna do that.
Audiobooks are great. I know that I do audiobooks myself, voiceovers for people, and I'm working on a narrative for the JFK Horseman, the Larry Rivera book. That's one of my new projects for the year. I'm hoping to have that done before conference next year. But I mean, that's it. It's one of those things where it's another medium, Bart, that can get that information out there. They may not be able to see the photographs, but you can paint the photograph with what you choose to use as your descriptions.
Yeah.
And then they can buy the book to find out what the hell they missed in the audiobook. So that again, or if you have a spot on the website that you can go, okay, this is page such and such for your book. I'm just throwing this idea out to you. For those that buy the audiobook, you could have a little spot on your website to where all the photographs are lined up, and as they're listening, they can see it. But sometimes they may think that's too much trouble. They just buy the damn book too. So that's another bonus for you, Bart.
Yeah, I know that certain people buy and the ebook and the print book.
Yeah.
And the ebook is, I don't know why they get that. Maybe because they're traveling, but you know, the print book as well refers to my website, to one page that covers all the links in the book, because there are over 1,220 sources. And if you go to the miscellaneous section and it's called the book, then you have the 4 pages there that basically deal with the 3 chapters and also with the sources. And it's the same clickable stuff that is actually in the Kindle, because that's one thing I did with the Kindle, is made every link clickable. So there's 1,200 links you can click on while you're going through your Kindle as such. So,
well, perfect. And speaking of, I am going to I'm going to go ahead and show the we're gonna switch course, and we are going to go to some photographs. I want to go ahead and knock out the Alkin 6 scan real quick. We're going to show everything from a 300 DPI contact print all the way to 12,800 DPI. And you can see the quality as it changes. Plus we can zoom in and see some things, and we'll do maybe a 15-20 minute discussion on the photograph. So let me bring this up, and then let's talk about it. All right, can everybody see the contact print on the screen?
yeah.
Okay. Let me move my bar out of the way here so I can have a little bit more ability here. Well, we can't obviously raise that up any. So basically, this scan was done by the Alkin 6 photograph or negative. Do we know it's the actual negative that has been shown in other books and on the web? Yeah, we can match it up by the sprocket holes, and we can also match it up by what's missing out of those sprocket holes. So we know we have we know that we actually have the Alkin 6 negative. This is, I want to go back. Okay, this is 600 DPI. This is 16-bit grayscale. This is, you know, the lowest of the low that we could get, other than the 300 on the scanner. As you kind of see in this, you can pretty well, you know, scroll in, kind of see the, you can kind of see some of the detail. You got Clint Hill on the running board there, the Secret Service agent follow-up car, and the X-100. And you can already see that in this photograph, we've got JFK reacting to the throat shot. I'm gonna go in, as you can, I'm just gonna click through these. This is 600 DPI, 1200 DPI.
Sorry, David, I'm only just seeing your desktop screen. I'm not actually seeing your actual pictures. I don't know if that's the case with everyone else.
Yeah,
I can double that.
Let me click stop share. We'll go back to it again. Let me just a sec. How about now? Can you see it now?
Yeah,
Yes.
now it's good.
Okay. This is 1200 DPI. I guess I'm gonna have to stop share each time before we go into it. So there's 1200. This is 3200. Once we get to 12.8, then we'll actually zoom in and see some more of the high details.
Now, this is done just by scanning the negative?
This is actually, yeah, I've got a Canon scanner that scans directly from the negative.
How does it go from a negative to a picture?
Well, on the scanner, it scans the actual film. It's got a light on the top of the platter, and it's got the bed scanner light, and then the light shines through. With the software, it makes it go from a negative to a positive print.
Wow. Okay.
This is setting at 6400, and now I'm going to go ahead and pull up the 12.8, 12,800 DPI, which for those that don't know, that's 1200 DPI. That's dots per square inch. This is the highest scan that we have.
What does a picture normally have?
What is a picture? Well, it depends on what your
what the original source material is.
Yeah, and obviously this is, a 35 millimeter print. Damn it, pull this up.
But when you look at a normal picture from a 35 millimeter, is it?
I would offer, David, I'm not in any way being argumentative, but there are a lot of moving parts here in the sense that the negative itself was, I think it was black and white Kodak pan film, has a grain that you can't resolve any more than the grain itself. And then each of our monitors is only, probably 1,000 pixels. So what is reproduced to us may be a little bit different. And then your scanner also does pixel resolving. So I'm sure there are improvements, but all these factors, I think, come into play during the analysis phase. Would you,
right.
You have a comment about that?
I will agree with that, Bob. The monitor that I'm using this on, obviously, with the type of work that I do, it's probably better than what most of you have at home. The other aspect of it is we're showing this through Zoom. The 12,800 DPI was so damn big of a file, I couldn't even put it on the website because there's limitations on what you can actually, size-wise of the photograph. I am going to talk with Gary Fannin and see if he will let me make these as a download image.
Bob, are you saying that each one of us has probably seen this a little differently based on our monitor?
That's very possible, but the difference is, I don't want to take away anything from what he's trying to present to us, but the differences are only going to be seen to the degree that your most highly resolved device is in the loop. Okay. So from starting with the negative itself, and then I guess you have a flatbed scanner. The highest resolution scanners are actually what they call flying spot scanners, which put an electron beam back and forth like an old TV. And then all of these phases, and even, this massive file that David has collected by scanning at 12,800 dots per inch, that doesn't guarantee that the photograph actually represents 12,800 dots per inch, because if it's less, it's going to interpolate those dots from the original into the 1208. But again, I'm sorry for disrupting your train, David, because I know what you want to do is share things with us here, and there you are. So,
well, yeah, and hey, Bob made some very good points on that, and I know when I showed this on the projection screen, did I have a 4K projector in Dallas? No, I did not. We were actually using one that David Denton had brought in from the college. It's a little older, but it works. Once I got this home and I actually ran it through the computer onto the 4K projector and was able to see this image 300 inches on the screen, I saw way more than what I've seen just here on my computer screen. Computer screen is only 15.6. Is it high def? Is it a 4K monitor? Yeah, it is. But you see more detail, depending on what you're watching it on.
So if I watch this on if I was able to watch this on my 4K TV, I'd see a lot more than what I'm seeing on my computer here.
You're going to see, you're going to see a lot better detail, obviously. Yeah. Okay. But what I want to do is I want to scroll in. I mean, you're looking at a little 35 millimeter print, okay, about that big. You can't see a whole hell of a lot of detail like you can when you scan the negative in, and then be able to blow it up on the screen. The
David,
details.
can you
that,
zoom into the door opening, please?
Yeah, I no problem, Bart. I'm gonna get there in just a second. We're basically just gonna kind of do a panoramic zoom in,
Okay.
so that way people can see everything. When I originally did this last year, there was a lot of artifacts on the negative. It's one of those things where I'm like I say, I was kind of caught off guard. I didn't have all of my archival equipment with me. When I go in to do a photograph, a negative, documents, whatever it may be, I go prepared. Well, I wasn't prepared in 2022. I knew I was going to be scanning the Roscoe White green book. And for that, I at least had my gloves, but I didn't have all my other stuff because I wasn't planning on working on negatives when I was on the road.
David, I have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead, Larry.
Which police officer is that?
Let's see. This one here is it's
I think that's Martin.
Martin?
I can't remember.
Well, because one of them said on the right-hand side, this has been a dispute amongst the Hoke, the Paul Hoke listserv, that he said that he was looking right at the president and he was hit in the front of the head. And because you can see he's looking right there at, well, where David had it. He was looking right.
Cheney. It's Cheney.
Cheney,
Cheney.
right? Yes, Cheney. Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes, thank you.
yes. So, I mean, he's looking directly at the president. I mean, the idea that he could not see when the president gets hit in the head is unbelievable.
Well, at the throat shot, Cheney is right beside the limo.
Right.
At the head shot, Cheney is not directly where he's not as close as he is right now. He was actually let's see, Cheney was goddamn was Cheney would have been behind the limo at the headshot. But at the throat shot here, he is I mean, he's looking right at JFK knowing that he got hit.
Yep.
What I want to point out here is as we go through, you want to talk about computer problems. My mouse died last night and I have not had time to go back and to Micro Center and pick me up a new one or Walmart. But as we can see in the photograph, there are, let me see here. Oh, okay. There's the doorway. Let me go ahead and concentrate on the doorway first for Bart. What I want to say though is there alterations and adulterations that's been done to this photo, to this negative? Yeah, there has. And we'll see those in just a minute. Did you want me to zoom in farther, Bart?
Yeah, can you get in a bit closer? Yeah, there's an artifact there. You see that thing, the whitish thing, right next to Lovelady and yeah, that's Shelley over there, right next to Shelley. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean it looks
A weird artifact.
What I want to say is it almost looks like a spot has been I don't want to say airbrushed, but blocked out of the negative. I mean, when you look at the negative in that
probably
area,
a reflection on the glass door of the light that's above that you can't really see in this photo.
Well, I'm
If you
just
were to
wondering,
go straight up in the building, there's a light.
That's kind of what I was saying. Is it a reflection of, because there's actually a light.
Yeah, I know there's a light there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a light there on this, and then I don't know if there's
you can see it right
light
there
up in here, but
hanging down.
that could be a reflection from this spot here onto the glass.
So, David, I have a thought. When you zoomed in, and you were seeing high contrast areas, for example, the arms that you see in the lower center there against the black background, there was a lot of resolution artifact. And so I would be interested, if you had some time, basically a frame of 35 millimeter black and white pan film has a maximum resolution of about 3K by 6K. And I would be interested to see whether, if you scanned it more towards 6K, whether you would actually get better results. versus scanning, overscanning it at 12K, because at 12K, it's adding artifacts that may not be there.
Yeah.
And that might help all the researchers like Bart and others who are looking, and you for looking at possible adulteration of this negative. It may actually be more precise at a lower resolution.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why I scanned this in 5 different variations. I started out at 600, went all the way to 12.8.
Yeah, I think 3 by 6K, about that 3.5 by 6K is the sweet spot, which will capture the grain of the film. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not in disagreement with that at all. I mean, I'm showing the 12.8 because I don't want to go into every version of zooming in to look at things. I basically kind of went in this to, just to kind of show what, like, again, using new technology to be able to go in and see different things in the negative that, we've had. I mean, if you go online, you can see different scans that have been done, or they may be grainy. Somebody went in and cleaned up the grain, the noise in the photograph. This is just laying it on the flatbed and scanning it. I didn't use any digital ice technology. The scanner has that. But what this does is it actually brings out what, and I think it's the clearest that we've got compared to what you're going to find online from other sources. I think this is, they probably took a photograph, tried to clean it up, but this is not from an actual positive print. This is a black and white negative that has been turned into a positive scan. So I want to point that out, that this is not, God damn it. Let me go back.
What was the negative made from? This is not Alkin's roll of film, right?
No, this would have been this is one of the big things. This is the print that was entered into evidence. This was the photograph. This was the negative that was, that what they used when they made prints for newspaper or books. Not all of them, obviously, because sometimes it's a print of a print or a scan of a scan. But this is the, oh, good, Larry's coming. This is the contact print negative that we see in, I want to say, let's see, was it HSCA or was it ARB? I think this is HSCA. Larry can give me more information on this.
So that adds another gear in the machine, which means
right,
that you got Alkin's original negative, which has the most primary data, and then if this was an internegative made from that negative, or a print in which a negative was made from it, that adds more artifact and so on and so forth down the chain. So we work with what we got.
Not just that, but this negative here has already, I mean, we can tell from what the original would have been to what this is. There's already been alterations made in this negative. I mean, it was made in the original, and then it's kind of like if you would have, think of it on a way of, the backyard photograph. Backyard photograph was taken. Was it Lee Harvey Oswald? No. Was it Roscoe White? Probably so. But what this does is this was made after they made the alterations. I mean, is that coming through on my explanation?
Where are the alterations?
Let's see here.
So this could have been actually alterations made by touching up a print.
Yes.
And then making another negative of that print, and then printing that negative, which is what you're seeing here, is what I think you're getting to.
Right.
And that makes sense from a sort of a chain of custody kind of thinking.
Let's see here. Okay, let me point out something. Has anybody seen the Alkin 6 online, where the windshield at the very top is, well, I mean, it's almost right to where the rearview mirror is. This whole area is darkened out. Has anybody seen this photograph? I'm going to call it a photograph, a print online where sometimes you'll see this image and it appears like you can't see any of half the windshield is opaqued out. In this, you can actually see more of what's going on inside the car.
I agree. There's especially what's his name, Kellerman. You can actually see his facial expression, which is inside the so in front of Connolly. Yeah, that's Kellerman. You can actually see Kellerman's face. You can't see that in any other copies.
Yeah,
exactly.
I've just checked it.
I don't know what he's looking at.
But when you get a chance to go back to, original, when you get a chance to go back to original or as close to original as we can, like I say, we've already discussed the fact that, this is, hell, when we look at the hole in the windshield, and I know I've showed other photographs, where it looks like there's a huge crack running along the windshield compared to a perfect round hole. We know that alterations have been done to this negative before, it became what Gary Fannin has now.
How do we know that?
How do we know what, Larry?
That there was an alteration done to this.
Larry Rivera, he just popped in the room. Larry, you with me? Hello, Larry. Mr. Rivera?
Well, there are people who think there are alterations, and there are people who think we're not. So it's in dispute.
Well, yeah, it's
just trying to find where is the evidence? What looks like an alteration? I'm just trying to find out. I'm just looking at it from a evidentiary standpoint. What do we see here that looks different than from what we know?
Well, we know that between the original scan to what's on the internet, what's been printed in books before, we already know that there has to be either, and I want to discuss this. There's two terms I want to throw out: a alteration and adulteration.
Okay.
Now, the difference between in film speak, in photographic speak, between alteration and adulteration. Alteration is where you alter the photograph, such as, kind of like this. I took a scan and made it. Have I altered this photograph or this negative? To an extent, I have, because I have increased the DPI, the scan, compared to what the original negative would show if you took and just made a photographic print off of it. So have I officially altered this photograph? In that extent, I have. The moment that you take the negative and make a positive print off of it, you've altered the negative. Now you've made a positive print. If we look at the Z film, I'm just going to throw this out there. If we look at the Z film and we go with, are there cuts? Are there splices? Okay. The film itself is intact, but I want to point this out. Had there been alterations? Had there been adulterations to that film? I believe there has. Several researchers believe there have. Believe that there's missing frames. Believe that there could be different plates that were used. Those are considered an adulteration. An alteration would be cutting the film, putting it back together, and then making a new print of it. So you can alter a photograph or film, and you can adulterate. I'm sorry, what was that, Larry?
The last thing you just said about cutting the film and putting it back together, are you calling that an alteration or adulteration?
By cutting the film and putting it back together, you've at that point you've adulterated that film.
Okay.
Now you can alter it by changing making it go from a 8mm to say a 4K scan. Now that is an alteration. Adulteration means you've adulterated that film. You have cut it, you have spliced it, you have changed what was in the original media. Okay. That would be considered an adulteration.
Saying that this was adulterated or just altered?
The Alkin 6 itself?
Yeah.
The Alkin 6 would be considered I have altered it by doing the scan.
Right.
Adulteration would be going in and taking out or changing what is, actually in the print itself.
Right, like removing
blacking out somebody's face or removing a camera that may be in somebody's hand.
Like
that would be
removing
considered an
evidence of
adulteration.
a bullet hole in the window, in the windshield. That would be alteration.
That would be an adulteration.
Alteration, right?
Yes. So a lot of people they coin the term's been coined. The film's been altered. Well, has it been altered or has it been adulterated? And that's one of the key aspects you have to ask yourself when you're looking at photographic evidence. Which is it? You know, are we all? It becomes a source of frame of reference. A frame of reference. If you have the frame of reference and a researcher says, well, the film's been altered, and another researcher comes in and goes, well, no, actually the film's been adulterated. Well, first off, if they don't understand what both of those terminologies mean and what their definitions are,
right,
they're going to be arguing back and forth over something that neither one of them is going to want to give up on. But if they both could agree on the fact that you can alter a film or a photograph, and you can create an adulteration of that film or photograph. When you do that and you both come from the same frame of reference, if I came out and said, hey, the sky's blue, well, the sky's light blue. Well, the frame of reference is, where the hell are you at? I'm in Kansas. Bart's over in the UK. He may tell me that it's a different color than what I'm telling you as. Is that an alteration or adulteration? Well, it's not that either one. It's a frame of reference. And when you're looking at the photographic evidence and the film evidence, it's a frame of reference. When you make the claim that a film has been altered, but is it an alteration or is it an adulteration? And I have fought this for 34 years. Because when I originally got in this and before I got into film and photographing, I said, okay, I'm dealing with an alteration because the film's been cut, or there's frames missing, or there's a splice here or a splice there. I didn't know the term adulteration until I got more into, photographing, archiving, and picking that shit out of pepper. But what we have here is adulterations to the negative. The alteration I made was by, scanning it into a higher resolution than what it was designed for. The computer program itself, when you scan it in, like what Bob was talking about, that automatically made an alteration because the program is, maybe putting in more contrast here, or remove some of the grain here. Let me just
So they've already been all the alterations have already been baked in.
Yeah. Now, and I'm gonna get to that in just a second, Larry. I want to show this what Bob was just talking about. This is 12,800.
Are you using a Canon V700 or equivalent?
It's a V600.
V600. Okay, that automatically interpolates. So if you scan at 6400, it actually downscans for the medium.
Okay, I'm gonna go with. Let me see here. Where did I have it? Give me just a sec. I'm going to go in at, say, 32. I'm going to go with 3,200. I'm going to go with 3,200. And then you can see a difference between 3,200 and the 12.8 that I was just showing. Okay, this is 3,200. Okay, now between 12.8 and 32. Okay, we zoom in again. Do you see there's more grain in this photograph compared to what we saw a while ago in 12.8?
But my point is that grain, in fact, may be original.
Exactly.
That's the hard thing to sort of ferret out of all these layers.
When we looked at 12.8 a while ago, I mean, Clint Hill's suit is all black. All the white spots have become more contrasted, and the tint has been brought into, or basically the contrast in the tint has been brought into where the program makes it all black.
But the original photograph that this was, that if there was a print, let's say an 8x10 or 11x14 print that a negative was made from, and then you scanned that negative, it could have been on that original print too.
Exactly.
Right.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to think it through in parallel with your explanation, David.
Yeah.
So I'm again not trying to be argumentative in any way.
No. I mean, here's the thing: we're having a discussion about it, and everybody has key points that needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, I know when you just take the negative and hold it up at the light or put it on a light box on a light bed, and even look at it with a magnifying glass. One thing I will tell you is another fellow researcher was on at the he was at the conference, and he made photographs of a digital microscope. Now, did he do every single little quadrant on the negative? No, he picked and chose what he wanted to see. I have not looked at those images yet. I do want to see what it looks like from a digital microscope, which goes in way farther than my Alkin 6 scan without having to sit here on my computer and zoom in, zoom out. I want to take a look at those.
Craig Buzoff did Craig Buzoff not make microscopic scans?
Yeah, Craig did it with his digital microscope. And like I say, I know I gave him the scans off my flatbed that night in Dallas. He was going to process and put all the images so I can see them. And then I was hoping Craig would be here today where he could have shared screen with me. Let me make one more check just to find out if he's in the room.
He was here earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see him right now, but I know he signed up for a ticket. If he could come on, if maybe not today, but in January when we do our next journey meeting, I would love to see a comparison between what the scans were that I did on the V600 scanner, the flatbed scanner, to what he did with his digital microscope. It was cool being able to look at it, but of course, I didn't have the time right then to see every little detail. But he spent about probably an hour and a half on that negative, picking out and making images.
Yeah.
Larry, I'm gonna bring you in now that you're in front of your camera, in front of your camera. Their question a while ago was, what are the significant areas on the Alkin 6 that have been adulterated?
Oh, there's more than a dozen, actually. In fact, everybody who had a camera that they did not want the film to be seen was eliminated. All right, and
I'm gonna bring it up here on the screen, Larry.
Yeah, go to the left hand side where you have it's either Maggie or the other girl, Ann Donaldson. We're not sure which one of the two, but they were both they worked for the Dallas Morning News, and that group right there to the left. Keep going. Yeah, right there. If you look at her hand, that's a strap. That's a camera strap, and you can see the airbrushing all the way around there. And then if you go further left,
and real quick, while I want to show this, okay, if you look here at the airbrushing, I'm hoping that people on Zoom can see this. You've got a camera strap on her hand,
right?
But when you look at the airbrushing that Larry's talking about, it's not just where they took and just kind of popped a little bit of air onto it and paint. It's like a box. I mean, it's 90-degree.
Yeah, you can notice the halo. There's like a halo when you do these airbrushing operations. It leaves a sort of halo all the time. If you go through all the
think of overspray. If you're painting something with a spray paint can, you have overspray. It causes a halo.
You're saying that someone blocked out the fact that she had a camera that she was taking a picture.
That's right. That's right. And the girls actually acknowledged that they did, and they had to turn their cameras into their supervisors there at the Dallas Morning News. If you go further left, there's even more. There's one that's even bigger than that right there. More, right above. That's Aurelia, that Mexican woman there. But right above her, keep going. You got to right there to the left. You see, there's a big also artifact right there below right there. All the way around. If you look at in comparison to Z film, that area of where those women were standing, you don't see any of this, in comparison. Then you go over to the other side.
You don't see any of this. You don't see these people.
you see the people, but you don't see those big blotches of ink. You know, if you go to the escape stairway there at the where the African American man is, you can see that big triangle there right below his feet. Yeah, that guy. Keep going. Yeah, right there. And then in the window, there's also one. You see that in the window? There's, see, they've right there. There's some there, and then I mean, it's all over the place. Keep going. Keep going.
Wait. So it looks like his. So you're saying that is not an image of his leg? You know, I can see his knee and his leg. You're saying that's blocked out?
Oh yeah. That's blocking the structure there of the fire escape. It's pretty obvious. If you go to Alterations 5, which is the one right before that, and you make comparisons, there's nothing of the sort. Nothing, you know, of that artifact does not exist. And you can you can see a very good image of him.
So why would someone want to do that at that spot?
Well, obviously, if they're shooting from right below him and he's in some kind of shock, you know, from the report, you know, and he's sort of falling down the stairs, you know, and you know, why would they retouch that area? Maybe somebody was also visible there, you know, right to his immediate left, and so you know, it just comes out in a much better definition when you look at the high definition scans that David has been able to obtain.
One thing I want to point out: if we look at the African American on the stairway, I mean, I can see the backside coming down here. Yeah. Right. There's his ass right there, and the legs come out, and kind of, you know, I'm looking at shoes here.
Yeah.
It just, to me, it looks like his leg, it looks like his knee comes out. I mean, I don't know how tall this guy was, but it looks like his knee comes out pretty damn far in the photograph. I mean, more than what it should.
And have you compared that, Larry, to see how far his knee goes out in the prior?
Yeah, and Alterations 5, if you have a copy of the Alterations 5 there.
I don't have the Alterations 5 immediately available.
I'll see if I can dig. I'll see
if you can dig it up there, Larry.
You're saying that second rail, his leg is clearly going beyond, almost to the first rail, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw it and I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I could see where his leg would come out here. This would be more like where the knee is at, and then to scope down, but it looks like a triangle. And then what Larry was talking about on the halo effect, I mean, it's not to us, it's not where it's, you know, it looks like an adulteration to the photograph. It comes out, and then if this is his knee, what the hell is this? And then when it comes down, it's all jagged out, like, you know, like an overspray.
Right.
And then when you finally do get down to where his feet are at, I mean, yeah, I can kind of see where this may be a cuff, but it just looks like it's to me and Larry, it looks like it's too much too far.
Okay.
From where it should be.
What you were thinking. Okay.
Larry, you want to point out another one?
Yeah, go down to the crowd there. People lining up. Okay, right there. Yeah, right there. A little to the left. No, to the left. Move to the left. More. Okay, right there. You see this person? See that person with the sunglasses right there? Right there?
Yeah.
That guy. Right? See, there's one right there in between. Somebody they did not want. As you can even see how the airbrush bleeds onto the face of the person with the sunglasses. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, right. And then on the other side, the same thing. The other person to the right of that, right there, you can see the airbrushing bleeding into the face of the other person. So here's a big one right here, and you can also detect that halo there. All right, somebody was there that wasn't supposed to be there that got caught. You know.
All right, but look, Larry, look to the man's on our left, the man's right. Part of his face is kind of like right. And so I wonder if that's a shadow. And
good question. But
so the other guy, how much of that is a shadow from that other guy? Curious.
Well,
I got to point this out as I don't want to joke about it, but it's almost, I mean, these look like it almost looks like a damn alien face with the way the eyeglasses are shaped.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of the very
Really?
first things that when I went to, and I'm going through, I mean,
wouldn't
I
be
was scanning left to right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they painted those sunglasses in. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I mean, I'm going left and right. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
it's weird as shit because when you look at this eyeglass lens, it's going horizontal. This one here seems to go here,
Yeah.
but then it kind of goes up
Yeah.
at like almost a 45
And
or
then
30 degree
the next
angle.
one you can show there is Emery Roberts, you know, the one covering his mouth. You know, he's talking into a radio, obviously.
Give me the key point where we're at here.
Back out, and okay, go to the Queen Mary right there. Emery Roberts right there. No, keep going right there. Zoom in there. Yeah, that's obvious right there. You know, Emery Roberts, the one on the left.
Yeah.
Okay, covering his mouth because he's got a radio microphone, and he's talking. He's probably setting up the shooters, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you can see what Larry's talking about. I mean, it looks like an airbrush part right here where instead of a good crisp clean collar to shoulder like we have on this side here, it looks like overspray covering part of the mouth and then covering part of the.
I found a picture of Queen Mary on the when they're on Main, and it's the exact same angle, and he doesn't have anything to his mouth.
His suit has two different shades.
Yeah.
Closer to his shoulder, it's a lighter shade, and then as you get closer to his face,
there's one right there. And if you go into the follow-up car of JFK, the JFK is the Secret Service agents. Look at all of their faces have been darkened out. I don't know why, because we know who they were. But Yeah, Beverly Brunson was all over this, back in the day in 68, 69, 67.
And I do want to point this out. There's been speculation, was Alkins standing on the curb? Was he standing on the grass, or was he standing in the street?
He's standing in the street.
You can't tell me that he's over here where these people are at, unless he had a really long, like 10-foot selfie stick attached to his camera, which they didn't have those, back in 1963, at least that I'm aware of. He has to be standing directly in this lane, taking the photograph before jumping back on the curb. There's no way in hell, even with the way that and the street, as we know, the street curves and then, comes down, farther back. He was standing right in the middle of the damn lane as the car is coming towards them. And photographers that work for, news organizations, I've taken photographs when, things are kind of coming at your video. I mean, hell, look at one of the videos I did that's on the website of Ed Hoffman's perspective. Photographers and videographers will put themselves kind of in harm's way, so to speak. Because a lot of people are like, well, why the hell would he be standing in the middle of the street and he's got motorcycles and cars coming right at him? When you need that perfect shot, or that perfect photograph, I won't use the word shot. You want that perfect photograph? You put yourself.
You gotta go get it. Yeah, you gotta go get it, and that's how slow that motorcade was traveling.
Yeah, I mean, he had enough time to come out here.
Okay, I have our guy. I have our guy here. I'll just drop this in the chat there. How's that? All right.
All right.
So everybody can. The African American guy.
Oh, is this the Alkins 5?
Yeah.
Okay. But key point is, have there been alterations and adulterations to the negative of the from what it was originally of Alkins, the negative that came out of Alkins' camera to the contact print we have now? Is there adulterations done to that negative? Yes, there has to be.
Now, I just want to point out real quick, because I put it there on the chat. Okay, now there's another one here that I want to do. Here we go. I'll just put both of them. If you can get them out of there, whatever. Okay, there's a close up there. There you go. Now, you see where I put the red outline there, the box?
Yeah.
It looks like somebody looking out, from that same level, that window there. Okay, so he's right at the level. So that would be the reason, to block out from the other side, from the other angle of the Alterations 6. All right, there's a smaller version of that, if that I just posted there. But that would be, as far as I'm concerned, the reason to make that, yeah.
Here'd be like your shoulder, here's your neckline,
Yeah.
here's part of the head.
Yeah.
And then there's like a hat that he's got on. I mean, it looks like somebody's actually leaning out that window.
Yeah.
But we don't see that in the Alkin 6.
No, because that area has been airbrushed.
And I mean, obviously we're looking at a, forward facing photograph.
Yeah.
Can we tell how far his knees come out? No, you can't in this photograph, but it sure as hell looks like they come out way farther than what they should in the Alkin 6.
Well, he's up, his feet are on the next step. He's only occupying two steps.
Right.
So he can't, I mean, he's probably virtually almost like perpendicular. I mean,
yeah.
Right.
Take a look at the other one, the smaller one there, the other one that I put there, because it's from,
you put another one in chat, Larry?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. No, I just have one photograph in chat.
Oops.
Did you hit send?
Okay, yeah, there it is. Sorry. There it is.
Okay, let me pull this one up.
And guess what? We don't even know who this guy was, He was like, boom. History just gobbled him up.
Really?
Yeah.
No one ever interviewed him.
No one. In fact, none of the and this is something I've been harping on for years. None of the African Americans that were lining the parade route there on Elm Street on the north curb, the ones that are seen in the Alterations, that are seen in the Croft, none of those people ever were interviewed. They do not exist. Period.
And to back that up, what Larry's talking about, I know that whether I think Mike Brownlow was a hell of a researcher. I know some people believe the fact that, they question whether he would, and Mike's not here to defend himself. I'm just going by, and you can go back and there's a nice thing about the videos that are on our webpage and on our YouTube channel. Every time that a photograph is taken, every time that a video is made, it becomes part of the historical record. Okay. In particular, Mike Brownlow, he's on there several times. I want you to pay attention. A lot of people are like, well, he's on one video, he's on 3 more. I only need to see it once. No, here's the thing. Go back and listen to each time he tells his story. His story doesn't change. And they're taking years and years apart.
So I have a question, Larry.
When I asked Mike Brownlow the question that Larry just posed, I said, okay, you say you're an eyewitness down here, and we see in the photographs there's several African-American people that men and women and children that are down here. Where's their interviews? Where's their testimony?
I have an answer for that.
Goes, well,
Larry, what is that parallel? What is that white parallel pipe or something next to there's like one long one, and there's that little one where the guy's head might be. What is that?
Yeah, it's all part of the fire escape structure. Yeah. Yeah. Now I wanna address what David just said, because I spent a lot of time with Roy Lewis, and I visited his house, and we went out for dinner, and then I brought him to one of the conferences, and he spoke, and he told me that they did not want to talk to African Americans, period. In fact, he lived in this building, this apartment building. And he says at one time, what he thought might have been FBI agents came to talk to him. And the neighbors said, we don't know anything about him, and the FBI agents did not insist, okay, well, is there any more information? No, they just, okay, well, fine. And then they just left,
Well,
So,
the three men on the fifth floor and you.
oh yeah, of course. Yeah, right.
When they were interviewed by Jerry Ford and Dulles, I think it was, they were all asked, have you ever been in
Burnside Rare Books.
trouble with the law before?
Mhm.
And that was not asked of white people.
I wouldn't be well. When they went to Washington, Larry, they had a chaperone with them, and it was Roy Truly. He did not let them out of his sight. All right, and they put new clothes on them and everything, and they pampered them and whatever.
You're saying that when they did interview the black witnesses, they did a form of intimidation.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I don't want to stop what we're doing with Alkin 6, but I do want to move on. I will tell you this. I will reach out to Gary Fannin. I don't think he'll have a problem with me, making the downloads available on the website. But again, it's not my property. I do not own it. The rightful owner needs to give that say of whether I can make these scans available. I can show them. He doesn't have a problem with me showing the negatives. I did put the lower resolution scans on our website. They're not clickable downloads. So I will check with him. If he allows me to make those available, then obviously, that section where I have the photographs in the gallery, I will definitely, if he gives me the go ahead, then I will definitely put those out there. One thing I do want to touch base, we were talking about the Z film a while ago, alterations, adulterations. Something that came out, there was a researcher in 2004, in 2014, around the 50th anniversary, 51 years, something that came to light, and I have questions. I know I talked to Larry and I said, man, I tell you what, and I've talked to Brian and Casey about it. I said, I don't want to get into the argument of the Babushka lady today. I don't want to talk about, okay, was it Barry Oliver? Was it somebody else? The question I have is when I go back and I'm looking at new evidence, or I'm looking at old evidence with fresh eyes and new technology, I pick out things that I thought for 34 years, hey man, I've seen this. I don't need to look at it again. Well, that's bullshit. And the reason why that is because every time you see something, you may see something that you've never paid attention to. In the Z film, I know every time I was looking at the car coming by, I was looking at the car. I was looking at JFK. I was like, okay, frame 313 is getting ready to come up. Here comes the headshot. I didn't give a damn about what else was going on. I mean, I did, but that's not what I was concentrating on.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I harp on this, and I've been told I harp on it, and I don't give a shit. I harp on it. That's fine. New eyes, new technology, looking at this case. I'm going to show part of the Z film, and I'm going to slow it down to 0.25. And I want to ask the audience's, idea here.
What version? Which copy of the Z film you're talking about?
Well, here's the nice thing. Thanks for asking that, Larry. You can see this in all of the Z films. I don't give a shit which one.
Oh yes, I know what you're going. And that is incredible stuff you're going to talk about now. Yeah.
I don't care which one that you look at. It's in every single film. And let's go ahead and get this geared up and show it. Hold on just a second. I'm buying me a new mouse today. God damn it. I'm tired of this touchpad. Hold on just a second. I'm a mouse man. I like mice. Okay, here we go. I'm queuing it up, so give me just a second, guys. Now, I'm going to show you an alterated film. And when I say this, what I mean alterated is it's been pumped up to 4K. We know damn good and well that the Z film was not part of a 4K film. That's not what we're asking here. The question I'm asking is when I go back and look at films of the assassination, I want to know, do we see any assassins? Do we see any spotters? Do we see something that would be a person or a thing, kind of like the Umbrella Man? You know, was that a signaling device? Now, the Babushka lady's person could be male, could be female, could be Beverly Oliver, could be somebody else. Right now, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the device that this person is holding. Explain to me why lights come on seconds before the headshot happens. Let's go ahead and roll the clip. Okay. Can you guys see the, I'm not playing the clip. Can you see it on the screen?
You can see TEAT.
Okay, good. Now pay attention. We may run this a couple times. This is slowed down. This is pumped up to 4K resolution. You can find this on YouTube. If you look at the very top where it says restored 4K 1963 John F. Kennedy, JFK John F. Kennedy Zapruder film, MKV. If you type this in without the MKV part, you will find it on YouTube. It's there. Let's play it and watch. And pay close attention when you see the Babushka lady person, whoever it may be. When you see it come into the frame, I want you to look and tell me when you see the lights. We're going to watch it a couple times.
Give us a clue where to look.
We're going to be looking as soon as the car comes around the corner. Let me just zip it up here just a little bit. Okay. Car's coming down the street. I want you to look behind the limo. Do not, I repeat, do not concentrate on JFK's headshot. Look at the Babushka lady in the frame. Now, JFK's already been hit in the throat. The Babushka lady, Charles Brim, they're going to be coming into frame. Now, I'm going to pause it. Up here, Charles Brim and his son, this is a Babushka lady. Do you see any lights on a camera right now? The answer to that is no. Keep watching. How about now? The lights come on, and if you look, JFK has not been hit in the head. What I think this is this is a signaling person in Dealey Plaza. Now, have I asked Beverly Oliver if she had a light on her camera? No, I haven't, because I didn't find this out until after I came back from the conference. But there's a light that comes on. You did not see that light prior to right here. JFK has not been hit in the head.
I think she's turning her camera a bit and it catches a reflection of the sunlight.
I agree.
No, and I'll show you why. There's two lights. They're horizontal, side by side. That is not a reflection, guys. Then the headshot happens. Now, she's out of the frame, but let's go back again. You want to say it's a reflection from the light. I'm not disagreeing at the moment, but let's take a look.
He's turning. Boom.
All of a sudden, we're going to have light come off and be that. A reflection is not going to be that bright. There's no way in hell that's a
well,
reflection.
you don't know that. And also, that's a really low sun as well. You know, it's a November sun. So, and the
It's
fact that
12:30 in
she's
the afternoon.
turning, the fact
The
that
sun
she's
is right
turning
above.
and it turns and it lights up like that is reflection.
Bart, I like you. I love you, man, but I got to disagree. I don't think it's a reflection.
No.
And let's go ahead and take a look at the camera itself. And then you tell me if that looks like a reflection. I'm going to show you what camera that person had. And I know it's not a Yashica.
So you can close up, you can do a close up on that camera?
I'm going to show you what the camera looks like. And we're going to get into that photograph here in just a minute. A reflection is not going to be that big. It's not going to have two individual lights side by side. There's no way in hell. Let's go ahead and pull up those photographs. Give me just a sec. Give me just a second. Pictures. I've got so much shit on my computer. Give me just a second.
Join the club.
It's amazing when you go, okay, I know it's here. Let me look in my downloads folder. All right, I'm just going to go to Google. Give me just a sec. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. Okay, here's where I'm going with my photograph set. In this photograph, we see the Babushka lady walking across the street. Everybody can see that?
Yep.
There's the coat that the person's wearing. They're walking across the street. Looks like the head cover is partly down now. Now, let's zoom in. Babushka lady is holding the camera. I'm going to show you a better shot here in just a second. Let me zoom this down.
And she's never been identified, right?
Well, she's never been identified. No. I mean, Beverly Oliver came to light. Give me just a second. I have the photograph of the camera. Give me just a minute. If I had to, I can always go back to email because I know. Oh, here we go. Okay. Can you see it? Okay. Now, Beverly Oliver has said that she was carrying a Yashica movie camera. I'm not denying, I'm not attacking her. I'm not denying that part of it. But the camera that is being held by the Babushka lady in this photograph, it's not a movie camera. It's not a brownie camera. People thought for years, and I heard the term, oh, it's a brownie box camera. It's not a brownie box camera. If you look at what's known as a Sears tower camera, the camera's being held with the lens facing towards her. There's no lights on it. There is the shutter button on the top. I don't see any lights. I don't see any lights on the Yashica.
Well, there's a light, but what's that light? That white circle? No. On the picture, there's the picture of the camera. There's a white circle. Yeah,
right here.
Yep.
That's not. There's no light there. That may be a reflection off of the sun.
Right. Okay.
This could be a reflection off the sun, yes. But I see one dot. I don't
Yeah.
see two. You want the URL to this photograph? Let me put that in the chat. Just a
But
second.
if you're saying that the photograph at the time of the headshot, right before the headshot, had three
It has
circles,
two.
two,
It has two.
right? And so what are you saying, that she had a different device?
No, I think, well, okay, here's the thing. What I think it is, let me click stop share and we'll go back to it. I think this is a signaling device to let the shooters know on that side of the street, he's still alive. Take your shot. He's not dead. He's still alive. But when we see that light go through, I mean, and I can look at this. I'm not seeing. Well, here, let me just do a snapshot. Take that snapshot. Let's go back a couple frames.
Did you say this instance of the Z film is on YouTube, or
Yeah.
is this an MKV that you have?
No, these all the videos that I'm showing you, they're on YouTube. They're in the public domain. They're not mine. I haven't altered any of these. These are what I saw.
Can you go
Okay,
back a little bit? I want to see her turning.
Yeah, that's the URL I was interested in, was the YouTube of this video, of this instance of the Z film.
I mean, panning with the camera, I could see her panning, but panning where you're going to get a reflection that comes on and it looks like two individual lights. I mean, I don't see that as an explanation.
But you're saying that Beverly Oliver claims she's that person, right?
That's what Beverly Oliver claims. She claims that is her.
Can I point?
Whenever asked her about that?
Yeah, I've questioned her whether she was whether or not she was the Babushka lady.
No. Have you asked her about? Have you showed that
the lights on the camera? No, I haven't, because I didn't find out about this until I got back from Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so don't advance this. Okay, I just wanted you to look at that intersprocket.
Well, okay, this I'm gonna slow this down. This is before, and we were just talking about this, cleaning up and making this, a different resolution. Let me see here. I'm going to go to playback and I'm going to slow the speed down.
I'd love to see that frame that you showed just before you changed this with what you're claiming to be two lights. I'd just like to bring your attention to something.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I just took snapshots. We're gonna share those in just a second.
Okay.
Okay. Now I slowed the speed down.
Before restoration? What does that mean?
And let me see if I can hit the pause button just at the right time to see it. Again.
But the
two
color
lights on the camera.
restoration is just a 4K scan.
Yeah. So let's take a look now at the snapshots I just took off that film. Give me just a sec. Because when I say, I mean, you can fall down many rabbit holes when you're doing research. And like I say, this was brought up to my attention. I said, okay, I got to know what the hell this guy's talking about. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up.
There's also something that looks like a reflection or a flare on Charles Brem's face, on his chin.
Okay, on this frame here, David, I bring to your attention the fact that this is the okay, now go over to the left. This is the intersprocket location of the film. And
Right.
that film movement, do you notice that you see double images on everything there?
Yeah, let me go back and pull it back out without being in the sprocket holes.
Not with respect to the lights themselves, question
But
about.
I see the double. Yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about, Bob. Let me go back here and see if I've got one without being in the sprocket hole. Hold on just a sec.
My point is that independent of whether it was a light source or a reflection, that white spot that you see in a position that might have been where that person was holding a camera or some
Right.
device. I'm suggesting that the fact that two of them there are a photographic artifact that's consistent with everything else in that intersprocket location. There are two images of both of the humans that are standing there. And so that may explain the double instance of that white dot. But we can still explore your premise that that is a source of light, not a reflection of light.
Okay. Let me see if I can get a little bit. I've got the light on before the sprocket hole. I'm pulling it here so I can pull it up. Give me just a sec.
Thanks, Frank, for sharing the YouTube link. There are so many instances of this film on YouTube, it's hard to find them.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm gonna pull it up. And we're gonna do it live. I don't mean this in a bad way. We're kind of doing the Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it. We're gonna do it live.
Live television, right?
All right. Let's see if we can. Let me see if I can catch it because it goes by quick.
Stop. Yep.
I mean, that's before a double image, and I know that's a streak, so it possibly could just be one light. But
It's
again,
a reflection.
I can't see it as I can't.
And you know
personally
what? I'll tell you what. You have to look at this as the bigger picture because the black guy on the other side of the road who raises his fist. Now, if you want to talk about warnings, yeah, about the guy who gets shot. I mean, Kennedy gets shot in the throat, but he's still not dead yet.
Right.
You have to take into consideration that the black guy raises his fist the second that basically Kennedy isn't dead yet, because that's what they hoped for, one headshot. The limo went a little bit too slow. So therefore, had the limo gone maybe 1 mile faster, Kennedy would have been hit full face frontal right there. But because he wasn't dead, the fist was raised up. Now, that's my speculation, but I don't see the point of having that light. And I say that light is a reflection because of the way she's just moving towards that area where the sunlight catches it as such. And it's also the angle the angle where Zapruder catches the Babushka lady. Yeah, is also the angle of the sunlight coming in. And that's what's happening at the point that she turns the camera at that point like that.
Here's what let me think about this, and I want to bounce this off you, Bart. Okay, if we're talking about a reflection, we're talking 12:30, high noon, the sun's right above.
Hey, stop right there, David. Just look at the shadows of all the people in this frame or the frames before it. This is a low sun angle in November in the southern part of the United States. So I mean, I'm not sure that it's like the top of the head down. If you let it go, right, you'll see some angles of other people, that need to be taken into account with the idea of a sun angle argument.
What I'm curious about is, are we thinking that the sun is more behind everybody off to the side? Because I mean, I'm looking here. I mean, obviously you've got more sun on this side than you do over here.
It's like 11 o'clock from the limo. That's roughly what it is.
Sun is to the right or overhead.
Yeah, it's from the west. It's from the west, as you would expect. Yeah. But let the film go a little bit farther, and you'll see clear shadows reflected on. Look at the shadows there in the back.
Yeah. You can go online, and it will show you exactly what the position of the sun was in November 22nd, 1963 at that time.
Yeah.
Well, if it is a reflection, that's a hell of a reflection. I mean, because it lights up. I mean, I can understand if you know, as like I say, I mean, I never paid attention to it until I was shown the shot or the still shot of it.
But wait, the woman that was in the red, there was some, you see that her hand is lit up also. Is she taking a photograph? Right there.
No, that's Gene Hill. in
Okay.
red.
Gene Hill's not got a photograph.
Now, right there, the one next to her, she's taking a photograph, right?
Yeah, that's
Mormon,
Mary
that's the
Norman.
same
Mormon.
thing. Look at Mormon. Look at Mormon and the camera. Go back a few
Go back,
frames.
yeah.
You see, there's a light blinging up.
And look,
the
and
second that
look
Mormon
behind.
takes the
Okay,
shot.
and you also even saw a reflection behind Hargis's helmet in that
Look
frame.
at that. Look at Mormon. Bing.
Yep, there's a little light there. Yep.
Right
there.
now, keep going, and look at when Hargis comes into the frame. Keep well, he
Yeah,
I see
keep
it
going.
over here
No,
on
I
this
mean
side.
even more than that. There's a reflection off the front of his
Yeah.
helmet,
Yeah.
and now look at that artifact.
Yeah.
That's off of the windshield.
Well, there's another bike right here. That's another windshield to the other bike.
Right.
But the whole point is, I think where Bart is going, if I may, Bart, I don't mean to be speaking from you, but the sun angle, granted, these are facing west, but a lens is a convex glass item like the windshields are. So your premise, David, I think is an interesting one to explore, but as you have discovered, there are so many different factors that can be used in this sort of scientific method to bring it into reality or bring it into rejection.
Well, I mean, that's and Bob, that's the reason why I brought this to the group, because, you know, here's the thing. I can look at it, Bart can look at it, we can all look at it and go, okay, it's this, it's that, it's, you know, it's a signaling device, it's a reflection. But this is what's nice about what we do. We have a chance to come together and share ideas, share expertise, and going, okay, well, it's probably this, or here's an idea. I'm not saying it's not a reflection. I'm not saying, I mean, I can understand the reflection argument. I can understand the signaling argument because it happens right before the assassination, or right before the headshot. But when it's brought to me and I'm like, you know what? I can't answer for 100% certainty what the hell that is.
Right. And I
And that's why I
don't
brought it to you
disagree with
guys.
I don't disagree with you, because I've been intrigued by your Armalite argument from the overpass. I've been sort of exploring that, although there's a profound lack of information on that related to the assassination. But that AR-5 premise is an interesting sidelight. But to you, I think you made the point, David, about the opportunity to go down rabbit holes where, and there's nothing wrong with it, where you focus on this one, not you, but we focus on this one minute thing. It has its place, and the bigger picture has its place, and then the whole spectrum in between. And sometimes it's one little rabbit hole that's the proverbial or literal smoking gun. So
I totally agree. I think it's good to throw it into the group and get some discussion and find out things. You know,
Well,
only
I mean,
one way
if
to
you
find out.
Yeah,
but
and here's the
I'd
thing,
rather
Bart. I mean,
say-
I told the guy that brought it to me, I said, you know what? I said, when we get together, the 20, 30 of us together, you add up all the years of research that we've done. This is a great topic to bring into going, okay, what is everybody's viewpoint on this? You know, it's not something that, you know, I'm putting out going, oh, hey, guess what? It's this. Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. But then again, with the reflection idea, I like that idea as well. I mean, but the point is, unless we discuss things, you know, that's how
I'll tell you
false
what's more
information gets out there.
suspicious. The dark patch on the back of JFK's head is the most suspicious element of the entire Zapruder film. Whatever people see in all the other stuff, there's one thing that just cannot be explained, and that's that silly dark patch in the back of the head of JFK just before he gets shot and just after. It's just unexplainable. If you take that image and you increase the brightness of that image, right? Everything goes brighter except
for
that
that
patch and the black blobs on the back of Kellerman and Greer, because it's basically been painted in as a shape of uniformity, basically, to not just have that stupid black blob on the back of the head, but also on the other people's faces. If you know that Jackie's hair was darker than JFK's in tones, so that already contradicts that. And then all of a sudden you have this stupid black patch on the back of the head that nobody can explain. And at the same time, I also saw it in the Much More film. There's a image of the Much More film at the Robin Unger website. And there's like a little black streak of paint on that as well, just to darken it and just to show that there wasn't a second headshot. Because, I mean, you know, it's more than evident.
Let me throw this out there, Bart. We have an explanation. I'll be the asshole here. We have an explanation. The explanation is it's a shadow, or it's because of how the sun shines off of his head. Now, do I believe that? Hell no. Do I believe that somebody went in there and actually altered? No, I'm sorry, caused an adulteration on the Z film? 100%. I mean, you can't look at it and not, and especially like you just said, when you take it and you lighten it up and adjust the contrast and the tint of it, you can see it. I mean, it's almost like looking at an X-ray.
Yeah.
Of a photo of a negative, or of a film. I
increased it in Photoshop 3 times, and you start to see the brush marks on the black area. That's what's happening.
you showed that to me, and then I went back and did it the same way with Photoshop.
Yeah, and there's no other explanation for it.
Yeah,
the only thing I don't have an explanation for is that the Hollywood 7, who originally came up with this whole thing like 10 or so years ago, they didn't come out with their research and say, yeah, this is what it's at. I think one of the cogs in the wheel didn't line up as such, and there for them to make a clear case because there was something about the duplication and the processing or something like that.
Whitehead? You mean Whitehead? The people that did that?
Yeah, Gottlieb, or what's the name of those people there?
Well, Whitehead is one of them.
Well, Doug Horn was the one who basically kept telling people that this was going to come out and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. And this was around.
And they did quite a disservice. And they did quite a disservice by just sitting on that and not doing anything about it, especially now that we know about the second agent in the limo.
Well, and that's
Wilkinson, right? That's someone in the chat room, in the chat said it. Yeah,
and here's a thing that kind of pisses me off. I mean, not in a bad way, but you know what pisses me off is I come out of Dallas every year of going down doing the conferences, and then I come back and I realize, particularly on Dealey Plaza itself, I now have to go back to Dealey Plaza. I have to go back to where these particular spots are at and try to recreate what I'm seeing in a piece of film or photograph to go, okay, can I get an explanation of this? One of the things about the New Theory, New Weapon presentation I did on the AR-5, AR-7, it was going back going, okay, I have to recreate this photograph, the Dillard photo, and can I make any heads or tails on what the hell that angle is, or what that person is, or what that object is in the photograph, and then test the theories. Okay, was it a hand grip, holding a rifle barrel? Did the reflection of that off the skin tone, did that cause a abnormality in the film or in the photograph? So again, these are more things that I get added to my list of going, okay, when I'm going to Dallas, I'm going to be spending 4 hours in Dealey Plaza different times of the day to figure out, is something a reflection? Is it an abnormality? What the hell is this? So
welcome to the fun.
Oh, I know. Shit. I've been to Dealey. I first went there in 91, and I've only missed going to Dealey Plaza, I think, 3 years. So I've been down there every year since. I think there's 3 years that I missed going to Dealey in Dallas. At least in November. There were other times where when I was a truck driver, I was always going through Dallas, Texas. I'd end up parking my rig someplace and walking over a few blocks and either take videos or photographs while I was already down there, because hell, it saved me the extra 9-hour drive from Kansas City down to Dallas. So, I mean, here's the thing though, it kind of goes back to it. Why we do what we do. We're trying to get the information. We're trying to put all the pieces together. We get the pieces of information to make the larger story from documents, photographs, video, testimony. And we get some of the pieces put together by people that were never even questioned by the official commission. If you go back to the to the Mike Brownlow portion, the African Americans. There's a reason why they weren't questioned. And at that time, during the civil rights movement, you know, were they looked upon the fact that these guys, you know, these people, men, women, were they not trustworthy? Did their opinion not count? Everybody's opinion counts. And, you know, quote an old famous movie line, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, you know, but these opinions, these stories, these accounts should have all been accounted for. I mean, you have all these eyewitnesses, you have all these ear witnesses, and I don't believe the bullshit idea of, well, we didn't have enough time. Well, we didn't have enough people to interview. You close off the section. You don't let them leave until they give a statement. When you get their name, you get their statements, you have their name, you have their address. As long as they tell you that's who they actually are. Maybe a phone number. And then you go out and you interview these people and you find out just what the hell they saw. You want to talk about Mark Lane rush to judgment? Yeah, the Warrant Commission was a rush to judgment. Look at the time that they spent, 8 or 9 months compared to what the HSCA did. Look at what the investigation was in 1963 with how an investigation would be ran today. At least they learned something of their fucking stupidity of going, okay, well, we just rushed to put it together to give an answer. Their answer, their idea, but either way, they gave an answer to it. Was it the right answer? No. Was it what was going to stop the questions later on? Obviously not. We're still asking questions 60 years later. Now we're going on 61 years, guys. So, you know, our job is not done. I'm going to step off my soapbox. It's 3:41 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's December the 16th, 2023. I'm David Knight, your host. I'm one of the co-directors of Project JFK CSI Dallas. You can find us at projectjfk.com. You can also email us at projectjfk@yahoo.com. You can contact me at 913-980-5351. That's 913-980-JFK1. Okay. I want to open this up now to what you guys want to talk about. So now's the time to ask questions. If you have something you want to speak about, a piece of your research, hey, you want to bring something to the group and pass it out there to go, hey, what are your guys' opinions on this? What are your ideas? Now's the time to do it. So,
well, since we're on the Z film, you know, why don't you go to my blog and show us some of the stuff on the second agent in the limo?
Okay,
and
let me.
Want to get radical? I mean, want to get, you know.
Give me just a second, Larry. We're going to let Larry talk first. Let me pull up Larry's website. You can also find Larry's website through ours at projectjfk.com, the affiliated website page. Give me just a second, Larry. I am going to share the screen. You tell me what one that I'm looking for, please.
The first one.
Okay.
First one.
Give me just a second. Sorry, I'm dealing without a mouse. It takes me a minute. All right. Z Film Discoveries.
Yeah. What this all in Dallas last month. My main presentation was revisiting the Newcomb tapes, which I considered to be of great importance, which it was the basis of my first book.
Hey, hang on just a second, Larry. Hold on. Let me just interject here real quick. Yes, the conference that we just had in November with the JFK Historical Group, it was filmed. Those videos will become available for purchase as a USB flash drive or a digital download. The Memphis conference we had earlier this year, those videos are almost done. I am at the last minute putting those together, finishing those up. Excellent presentations. Please keep checking the website. I will send out an email on our email list. I will send out an email when those become available for purchase. And real quick, Larry's book, the digital edition of the JFK Horseman, the new edition for 2023, it is available They are available on flash drive. They are also going to be available on a Google Drive download link. The price for the digital download link is $30. If you want it on a flash drive, it's $35 plus shipping and handling. Hey, save yourself the shipping cost and just order the download link and save it to your own flash drive. But those are available. They'll be going up on the website in the store tab. The new chapter 21 that we put together, Larry wrote, we helped out a little bit on the Ed Hoffman section. You guys have got to see this. If we have time at the end, I will pull up the PDF version and show you the quality. It is a digital book. It's not a print book. It's digital. But what's nice about it, the photographs, the ability to be able to zoom in and scan in, or zoom in to see the photographs and make them full screen on your device. Hands down, this is the way that the new books should be going. I am pushing like hell to get as many of these done in digital format quality and form as quick as I can get them done. Just wanted to break in real quick on that. Larry, go ahead and take it back over.
No, this one version of the Z film that's floating around is the one that we use. And what we're doing here is we're not addressing the film as frames, frame 1 through 448 or whatever, whatever it is that is established in the community, and the ones that have been worked on by Costella and so many others. Rather, convert it into a data stream, and within that data stream, looking at the point of demarcation of each and every frame. Okay, so when you slow it down, when you slow down the timeline the way that we have in this, and David, if you can just scroll down a little bit, just to give an idea, and then you're able to find exactly where each frame differs and changes from one to the other. Okay, like I said, and now we're dealing with snapshots. We're not dealing with frames.
Yeah,
so
let me throw this in real quick, Larry. We have as a researcher and research community, we have always gone back to the Z film as saying this is our timeline. This is what we have to go off of with our research. What we have to understand about is this: if the film has been adulterated, then that throws out the whole aspect of, are we looking at frame 313? Are we looking at frame 380? Are we looking at frame 290? We're not worried about, we're not concerned anymore and be limited to, okay, we can only look at frame 297 to frame 313. By looking at it as a stream instead of individual frames, you're able to see the Z film in a different light, in a different way of research than what we've come to, than what we've seen in the past. And that's what me and Larry are working on now. It's not just looking at it going, okay, frame 1, 2, 3. We're throwing that to the wind. It hasn't worked for us in the past. If we were to take a Z film and go back to the witness testimony and the statements of the car stopped, the car didn't stop. Here's the problem with that. We would have a counter at the end with just white frames with, okay, we're missing this minute, how many frames per second the film is, how many seconds this is taking. The eyewitness didn't say at 11 or at 12:09 the limo stopped. We have no idea as far as the time of this. And we've been burdened with the fact of going, okay, the Z film is our timeline. The Z film is not the timeline. It's a snapshot as to what happened, but it's not our timeline. So we're now using a stream version of looking at the Z film. It's just
and in doing so, we've even been able to detect a frame reversal, which is what we're going to look at now. But the first thing I wanted to point out here, because this all has to do with following up on the Newcomb tapes and that second agent in the limo. All right. And the first thing we got to look at is what JFK was wearing and what John Connolly was wearing. JFK was wearing a gray suit. John Connolly was wearing a black suit. All right. So go ahead and scroll on this here. As you can see here, there's an actual image of what John Connolly wore that day. If you look closely at the shirt, and I have a close-up coming up now, you can see the shot, that exited below his right nipple. All right. right there. Okay, so go ahead and scroll down, put it back on normal size. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through this real quick. Go ahead, scroll down. There. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about by breaking it down. Okay, as you can see here, this first one is looking at the 16 between 16 and 1610. We're talking about the timeline is stretched out so much where we are able to just keep zooming in on those specific areas of the Z film. Now, these are three snapshots: 289, 290, and 291. Go ahead. And the third one, 291. Keep going at the 1820 mark. Okay, and Jackie is lifting her hand. Now, what happens is, go ahead and play the animation here. You're gonna go 280. Scroll down. Okay, right here. Look at this animation. Okay, first, there's 289. Go to 290. There's 290, and now 291 lurches back. All right, and I went over this about 10 times, and this is correct. And I went into other versions of the Z film. Okay, this one in particular is misplaced. All right, so if you keep going, you'll see the animation. Keep going. This is how finely tuned there. Okay, now that's the last frame. There's 1, 2, and 3. Look, 1, 2, and 3. You see that? That's 289. There's 291. 289, 290, 291. You get this? So keep going, because we're going to look at the airbrushing, just like in the A6. Now, this is too much. You went too much. No, scroll up. Okay, right here. Now, a baseline for this study, you show, I need to see the entire image there. The yellow roses that are carrying, no, down. I need to see that image complete. Right there. Stay there. Okay, and look at the yellow, the bouquet of yellow roses Nellie is carrying. Nothing really out of the ordinary, very simple. And Jackie, obviously the red roses. Again, you see the suits, the color of the suits, okay? And those are very important markers here. Keep going. Now, there. Now, as then all of a sudden, we're getting all of these, scroll up a little bit so I can see what, okay, yeah. In the Z film, it explodes into a green haze, that's attempting to mask or obliterate things that are going on there. And all of a sudden, if you think that's John Connolly, then why is he wearing a gray suit? All right, right there. And then you have all these artifacts populating, areas that we're not really looking at, where everybody's looking at JFK and Jackie, but you're not, nobody's looking at these other areas. Keep going. Okay, because that is the second agent in the limo, just as Davis Ellis and Barbie Harges said in the Newcomb tapes. Okay, and we have this shocking array of amorphous, non-related figures, and they happen to be strategically and critically placed to mask what's going on with that second agent that Harges and Ellis talked about. And even in the back of JFK, go ahead, keep going. It appears, keep scrolling now. That
and I want to point out, this is considered adulterations to the film. Alterations, no, adulterations. That's what this is. That's what putting artifacts into the airbrushing, the blackouts. That's considered an adulteration. And
it's all over the place. Look at this one. If you look at this one, Jackie's face has been covered completely here. You don't see her face. All right, keep going. And it's the same in other. The Franzen boy, he was 6 years old. In fact, I found an article that when he was interviewed for the 50th anniversary, and he talked about Douglas Jackson crashing his motorcycle right in front of him. And if you look at the Nix, that's exactly where those people are looking at, in that direction, where and look at the boy's face, and look at the what's going on here. His father looks like the trunk of an elephant has him by the head there, I mean, look at, you can stay on the boy there. I mean, you have enough definition to see his belt and his buckle there, but you don't have enough definition to see not a single feature. All right, go ahead. All right, so
again, you guys can check this out too at Larry's website, which again, murdis.com, but you can also go directly to our website and click right on Larry's face and it'll take you right to the website.
Yeah, so then we want to talk about John Connolly. All right, and here he's not shot. Keep going, and the next one he is. Remember, you can see his face is puffed and everything. Keep going. He's 46 years old. And wait. And down. I need to go back up. No. Up. Yeah, right. Too much. Okay. I need to read that. I need to be able to see that. Okay. A medical legal investigation of you can scroll. Right. Okay, they're talking about a perforated lung. Okay, I don't know about any of you, but I have seen somebody with a perforated lung, and it's no joke. All right, you think you're going to die because you can't even breathe. All right, and keep going. And this is, where John Connolly was hit. Obviously, the one that went through his back, and it says it clearly here. I mean, I never thought I was going to use the single bullet theory image, to explain something, but here it is. Keep going. Okay. Perforated lung is known as pneumothorax. Okay. And these are the symptoms: sharp stabbing chest pain that worsens when you try to breathe in, shortness of breath, bluish skin caused by lack of oxygen, fatigue, rapid breathing, heartbreak, dry hacking cough. I just happened to find this image here, and it's the exact same location where John Connolly was shot through the chest. Keep going. See right here? And that's what they do. They have to put these tubes, which are even more painful than the collapsed lung, because they have to put them in between the ribs in order to, mitigate, the swelling and the edema and the water and everything. And that's the treatment for this type of injury. All right. Again, you can see in the close-up here the avulsed point of exit of John Connolly. Okay, now keep going. Now here, right before, this is 280, 312, right before the head explodes, they've also, painted over his mouth. Keep going. I mean, I can see the eyes, but I can't see the mouth. Come on. Okay, there's 313, which is our 281. Keep going. All right. And we start to see Connolly falling back into the arms of Nellie. Okay. And this is important. Stop, because he's falling backwards. He's falling completely backwards, and he's on his way to the floorboards. Trust me. And there's just no way this guy with those type of injuries is going to get up and do what we see the second agent do in the limo. Go ahead.
Can I make a comment here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Tim Nicholson. Is David?
No. I'm not going to participate. Just to go ahead and take it off. I'm not going to answer any of his questions.
Can I make a comment? Hello.
Yeah, you can make a comment. That's fine, Tim.
Yeah. I purchased the images of the film from the library, the museum, paid several $100s for them. And so I looked at frame 314 under high magnification, and I noticed that the hair on the back of JFK's head is missing in that frame. It looks as if somebody took a barber's shop razor and just took a divot out of the hair on the back of his head. And the reason why that rear head wound wasn't covered up in that particular frame is because his head was right in juxtaposition with the black curb, the grass. You see that the black section of the just right above the street there. Well, his head was right in line with that, so it was very difficult to see that wound. But I can anybody who wants to receive the image from me, and you can see that there clearly. So I believe that he was hit in the back of the head or the front by two shots that were almost simultaneous. Okay.
Okay, so let me ask you, Tim, are you saying that there's no blackout here on the back of the head? Is that what you're saying?
There was no blackout on until after 314. They didn't black out 314 because they didn't see it clearly. They didn't see the gaping wound because of this background that it was right in line with. You'll have to go back to 314. I don't know if you have it there to see it, but I'd be happy to send it to anybody.
Well, yeah, anything that you have, I'd like to see if you could send that to me. Let me see here.
What is your email address?
You can send it to projectjfk@yahoo.com.
That's all one word?
Yeah, projectjfk@yahoo.com.
Okay, let me just.
I mean, there's been several researchers. I know we had Bart Kemp in here a while ago, and you know, him and I have both done the fact of he and I have both done work on the photograph, or take a still shot and look at it and see that everything else lightens up but that one dark spot. So
well, they obviously blackened the back of his head, but only after 314. As I've been at Sidney Wilkinson's house in LA, and we went over the frames there. And the other thing you got to notice, you have to understand, is that if you look in Hosea Thompson's book, it plots the motion of JFK's head. Has anybody seen that diagram of 6 seconds in Dallas?
Yeah.
You've seen that, where his head goes forward and then it goes backward.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that, and we've had,
Okay.
there's been discussion for years that, a shot came from the back, threw it forward, and then, brought the head back as the car was, moving.
It's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Well, I'm just throwing out the layman's term, what I'm saying though is, how you even had Dan Rather back in the day goes, his head went violently forward.
That's right.
I don't know what version of the Z film he was looking at, but I don't see it going violently forward. I see the shot coming in and going back and to the left.
Yeah, it goes about.
Does it move a little bit forward? Yeah, I'm not going to disagree and say it doesn't move forward at all.
It goes about 4 or 5 centimeters forward, and then it accelerates backward.
Yeah,
that's clearly obvious when you see look at the shape of that curve. It's definitely an accelerating object, and that was what I believe was caused by brain matter coming out of his temporal bone had been blown open, and the brain matter came out and coated the side of the door on the limousine and the back of the driver's seat, and Connolly's hair. That brain matter came out of his head at a rather high speed.
Well, Tim, I mean, this is the first time I've seen you in one of our meetings. Welcome. Everybody's welcome here. We all have difference of opinions, and we all have different areas of research.
I happen to have studied electrical engineering at Stanford, so I'm familiar with physics and all that. So,
well, let me ask you: do you feel that the headshot? I'm just going to lay it out there point blank. Do you think the headshot came from the front or the back?
I think there were two shots from the back. The first one was an AR-15 round, or a disintegrating bullet, and the second bullet came from a third floor window directly below the Oswald window, and it went through his head, coming out above his right eye, right at the hairline. It went through the windshield, right through the middle of the windshield, about 9 inches above the glass. It hit the street 30 to 40 feet in front of the limousine on the left side, and then ended up about a couple of feet in front of a storm drain on the left side of the road. All of those points, there are 6 points of contact on that trajectory, and they all line up perfectly. And that, I believe that that bullet was a .45 caliber slug.
Now, let me ask you something real quick, Tim. You just said that it was from the 3rd floor. Are we talking 3 floors down from the 6th floor? Or are we talking like the actual 3rd floor of the building?
It looked like the 2nd floor to the witness, who saw the gun withdrawn. This person said, it's in volume 23. It's in the Dallas police log.
Well, what I'm trying to decipher here is, you're saying directly below the Oswald window, and you're saying the 2nd floor or the 3rd. I want to make sure I get this correct. Are you saying from the bottom? Are you saying the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor?
It would be the 3rd floor, but you can't. There are no windows on the 1st floor.
Well, but here's the problem. That window's not open.
Well, I mean,
the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, or 1st floor. 1st floor is down here. There's no windows. There's a 2nd floor. There's a 3rd floor. Here's the 4th floor.
I'd be willing to bet that the windows were closed immediately after the shot.
So the car is just now, as we see in this film, the car is just now getting ready to go and turn left on the Elm Street from Houston. Are you saying they had enough time to open that window, take a shot, close the window? I mean, if you're a sniper, you're not going to be trying to open a window, close a window, and not have your eye on your target. I don't see that happen.
All I'm telling you, David, is that a witness told the police that they saw a gun withdrawn from that window.
Well, I mean, I've read testimony of where they said that they saw a gun from the 6th floor of the Texas School Depository building being withdrawn, back and, brought back into the building, but never have I heard anything about the 2nd or 3rd floor. And
that was pointed out.
I look at the video. I mean, of course, I'm big into video and photographs, and I look at the video evidence. This is as the car is, I mean, you can see where the car is at. The Queen Mary is right here. The limousine is right here. And the car is, I mean, I don't think that they had many blinds in that building. A shade, yes. Mini blind, no.
No.
So how they were going to look through, unless they were just, I mean, you got a sniper or a person that's sitting there looking through the edge of the thing going, okay, the car's coming. And you're gonna throw the window up and you're gonna take a shot without training on your target. And I'm a shooter. I've shot many weapons in my day, and I would never if I was in this aspect, I would never take that opportunity to go from a closed window.
That's probably 20. The picture you're showing me was probably taken 20 seconds before the fatal shots.
Yeah. And playing through this, I mean, I don't see the window being raised up. I mean, the car is making the corner. Let's just go ahead and look and see if we can't see at that point whether that window got raised or lowered. But
the point I'm making is I've surveyed Daley Plaza. I have a very accurate map of Daley Plaza. I've surveyed it 4 times. And what I'm saying is that I know the exact elevations throughout the plaza, and the angle, the path of that bullet to JFK's head, what happened, I believe, is what happened is that this AR-15 round disintegrated in the middle of his head, and when that happens, you're converting the kinetic energy of the bullet into both heat and pressure. Anybody, you could just standard thermodynamics, and if you just dissipate, if you explode some gasoline in the middle of somebody's head, there's going to be a big increase in pressure if you were to have such. Well, that was what the bullet was doing. It was converting its kinetic energy into pressure, and I estimated that the bullet had a kinetic energy of about 1,700 joules, and 850 went into pressure, or about 0 to 90 psi in about 105 microseconds. And what that did to his skull is it caused multiple overlapping fractures of the skull from the very front of the head all the way to the back, and 2 skull fragments were blown out the front of his head at about 25 meters per second, and one was picked up by a Dallas policeman in the curb, next to the curb, and the other fragment was about 115 feet in front of JFK's head, picked up by Billy Harper. I'm sure you've heard of that Billy Harper fragment, haven't you?
Well, yeah, I've actually 3D printed the Harper fragment and brought it into reality instead of just a photograph with Larry's help.
Yeah, well, there are disputes about whether this came out from the occipital bone or I think it came out of the frontal bone, the front of his head, because I'm sure you've looked at high contrast images of 313 done by iTech Corporation. Have you?
Well, yeah, and I can say without a doubt the Harper fragment, it definitely came out of the rear of the skull. I mean, obviously we can agree and disagree, but the Harper fragment itself, I went to Dr. David Mantic, Dr. Michael Chesser.
Yes, I
asked Dr. Rob McClellan about it, and I said, the Harper fragment, and this is before I even had a 3D version of it, where it's actually a physical piece that you can hold.
Okay, well then how did that fragment end up on the grass 115 feet in front of JFK's head?
Well, again, that's one of our great mysteries of how the hell it got there. But
I'm saying the reason it was a high pressure, a sudden increase in pressure that blew that fragment in, and the temporal bone is the thinnest bone on the skull. It's right above the ear. It's the thinnest bone, and if the injury was being caused by an increase in pressure, that is the first bone that would fail. And if you know anything about mechanical engineering, the amount of deflection is inversely proportional to the cube of the thickness. Okay, so if you have the temporal bone is about 5.9 to 6 millimeters thick, the frontal bone is about 6.5 millimeters. So there's going to be maybe a 30% more deflection in the temporal bone than the frontal bone, and in the occipital bone is anywhere from 8 to 13 or 14 millimeters thick. So it's the thickest bone on the skull, the back of the head, and I just don't I don't think that skull fragment came out of the back of his head. Yeah.
Mr. Nicholson, I'm just curious, have you aggregated your observations and your theories along with citing the witnesses that you claim have made the observation about the south side of the school book depository and your scientific work as an engineer? Have you written any of that up, or is it available to look at, or is it available for consumption so that people can have a conversation about it? Because
Yes,
a lot of the things that you said I'm unfamiliar with, and it surprises me after all these decades. So I'm curious about, seeing whether there's something new there.
Well, let me say I got into this study because my son's grandfather knew JFK personally, and also Lyndon Johnson, and he was president of CBS News right after the assassination. His name is Fred Friendly, and he was a partner of Edward R. Murrow at CBS in 1951. So Fred Friendly told me in 1981, one of the first things he said to me when I met him at his place in Riverdale, New York, was he thought that Lyndon Johnson knew about the assassination in advance. That was back in 1981. I never asked him why he held that opinion, but I believe he was absolutely right.
Okay, but besides that, I'm not sure, maybe you didn't hear my question. I'm asking about the last 15 minutes that you shared with us, your viewpoints on very specific things based on science, mechanics, other elements of the natural world, ballistics, the way that you feel things happen with certain types of bullets, the skull fragment going the distance it did. I'm just asking whether there's a way where we can look at the material that you have cited and your conclusions based on that to have a more valuable conversation about it.
I have a lot of my documents on the website called academia.edu. Have you heard of that?
I probably encountered it at some point or another, but
it's a popular website for the free distribution of research papers. It's all most of my documents are on that website, and I've given two presentations on my research. One in 2013 at Cyril Weck's conference, and another with David Denton's conference in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay, well, I've gone there and it says there are 47 million documents on this website. So, okay,
but you just type Tim Nicholson Stanford,
okay,
and you find it. You'll find everything. Tim Nicholson and Stanford. You'll see my website. I was a track athlete at Stanford also.
Okay, well, I first have to subscribe, I guess, so before I can get there.
I would say that I have somewhat of a pedigree. My father worked on the camera for the U-2 spy plane back in 1951, and he was working with some very famous physicists also. The most famous one was Isidore Rabi from Columbia University, who happened to be a very close friend of Robert Oppenheimer.
Okay, well, citations of people in your life aside, for instance, just the brief conversation about a lower floor on the school book depository building, that has been out there for discussion since 1964. And to David's point, I have not, I haven't seen any credible evidence of a lower floor. However, when you look at paths, just the geometry of Dealey Plaza and so forth, there certainly can be an argument for it. But then you couple it with what might have been the reality, which can only be observed through films and photographs that were taken. To David's point, there's not a lot of evidence to support that notion. So I'm not asking you to justify that anymore in this conversation, other than, you know, trying to find the evidence that that individuals here and other places can look at and satisfy themselves that your theory has been interesting.
But sir, let's say that there was no evidence for that window. Okay, if you look at all the other points on this trajectory, they all line up perfectly, and I've measured this very carefully. I mean, I can position Kennedy's head within a box about 10 inches on a side. It's you know, I have Photoshop and all that, and I have a very accurate map, and I have pictures of where this bullet had burrowed into the grass, and they had a couple of policemen down there in the photograph that I found at the conference of this storm drain there on the left side of the street. So it lines up. There was a hole in the windshield that was witnessed by Stavis Ellis, a policeman, and several people saw a bullet hole in the windshield. And there was a witness standing on the overpass. Is Royce Skelton and his friend Austin Miller, and you can read their testimony. Royce Skelton said that he thought he saw a bullet hit the street in front of the president's car, and if you just line everything up with Kennedy's head and the windshield, it all lines up perfectly. It's extremely. I don't see how anybody could contradict all that evidence.
Why would somebody trying to kill a president shoot through a windshield instead of getting a clean shot? That seems like a very risky place to shoot. And have you identified whether there's any people in the way? Have you done a trajectory analysis?
I've done all kinds of trajectory analysis. I said the bullet came from the book depository, and after going through Kennedy's head and coming out right above his right eye, it then proceeded to go through the windshield. And if the guy had shot from any other window, it would have never made it all the way out to the storm drain out there. It would have either gone much further down Daly Plaza, or it would have ended up going into the hood of the car. So there was a very little margin for deviation from this trajectory here.
All right. Well, hey, I want to make sure we have everybody a chance to talk. Tim, I appreciate you sharing your insight and your research with us today. I'm going to go ahead and move on to who else wants to share. The floor is now open. Would anybody like to come in and talk about something else, or do you have something that you'd like to reiterate on something that we've talked about today? I do want to say that, and anybody can, comment in. Again, like I say, I mean, we all come from, different years of research. We all come from different areas of expertise. I know that when I go back and I look, the very first thing I do is I go back and look at photographs and videos. I'm one of those visual kind of people. But the other thing I look at is what has the eyewitnesses that were interviewed had to say. I know a lot of my presentation I've worked on since 2016. That goes back to the throat shot in particular. Everybody was talking about the headshot, or they were talking about the Z film or this and that, and I wanted to know the initial wound that started it all goes back to the throat shot. Obviously, I have a lot of people that ask me. I've either get emailed, phone called, or I get asked at the conferences, you know, how many shots do you think took place? I said, well, hell, you're looking between 8 and 9 shots. And when I tell that to somebody, they immediately go, well, yeah, but it's only 3 shots. I don't see how, you know, there could be 8 or 9. And I said, well, how about we break it down? I said, because we're going to go with the eyewitness testimony. We're going to go with the physical evidence. I said, shot number 1 misses the car, hits the curb, the chunk of the curb hits Tague in the cheek. I said, shot number 2, there's your throat shot into JFK's throat. I said, which is immobilizing him, sets him up in his seat. He's wearing a back brace. He sure as shit can't fall over. Hey, everybody, you might have heard that yet. I said, we look at shot 3. I said, shot 3 comes in and you've got John Conley being hit. I said, but then I get asked a question, well, yeah, but there's one single bullet that counts for all this. I said, no, there's not. I said, when you go back and look at the video evidence and the photographic evidence, I said, JFK is hit at a different time than John Conley.
That's the question is, well, I mean, you're right about 8 shots. There were probably at least 7. And this bullet that hit Conley, I think, came from the grassy knoll, and it hit his radius bone about 3 centimeters above the wrist joint, and it caused a commutated fracture, which is just a multiple pieces of bone fragments on the radius bone, which is on the it's the inside bone of your front arm, and it proceeded to then fracture 2 of his ribs, his 5th and 6th ribs, which is visible on the X-ray. And in the process of breaking those ribs, it drives the right side of his body against the jump seat. So it looks, so by frame, well, that hit him about maybe frame 233. And by frame 240, he is facing sideways, looking to his right after his body has been driven by the impact of this bullet. And you can estimate if you know the type of bullet and how much momentum it had, whether it could cause his body to rotate that fast. And I studied that from studying books in physics by Richard Feynman. So that's what I think happened with that shot from the grassy knoll. It's interesting that Agent Paul Landis also said that he believed that that shot came from the right front. It's in his testimony.
Well, and I appreciate that information, Tim. Let me kind of get back here real quick. So we've got, let's see, we got the missed shot, we got the throat shot, we've got the third shot that was, you know, Conley getting hit. We look at, obviously there was a 4th shot that took JFK's head off, but I think it's a simultaneous shot. So 4 and 5, and these are not in order. I'm just pointing out the shots, the different, you know, rounds that would have been blown out that day from the weapons. There has to be 2 for the headshot, 4 and 5. I think they hit simultaneously. Then you've got, what about the Stemmons Freeway sign with the bullet hole in that? There's a 6th shot. You got the shot that hits the top of the limousine. That's another, I think, missed shot. So there's your 7th shot. I mean, we can go on and on about the different shots that we have that could, obviously, we know damn good and well it was not. We know damn good and well it wasn't just, you know, 3 shots, 1 rifle, and Oswald did it.
Well, what about, you're talking about that dent in the at the top of the windshield?
Yeah. Well, the top of it was not the actual windshield itself. It was the in the frame of the.
It was dented right near the rearview mirror. Well,
Yeah.
Well, that might have been caused by that bullet fragment that was found in the front. There are two bullet fragments found in the front of the car, and that these bullet fragments were so mangled that they had to have hit something metal in order for the bullet to have been broken up so drastically. And I think
and speaking of, I'm not gonna. I don't want to. I mean, I know people that have come to me, and I know you mentioned Landis. I'm not going to attack an eyewitness to the assassination because everybody has their frame of reference, which we spoke about earlier. They all have their vision and remembrance and memories of what they said that they saw or what they recalled later on. I think, and of course, if you haven't listened to the Who Killed JFK podcast with Reiner, definitely listen to it. I know it's 10 episodes. There's a lot of great information in there. I know they spoke about Landis. I think it was episode 4 or 5. The thing that kind of gets me is I run into the fact of Landis being a Secret Service agent, finds a bullet under Jackie's ass, and then winds up being shoved into the room at Parkland and lays the bullet on the stretcher. I mean, that's chain of custody right there. Calls into question, I don't want to say motive, but I want to say sloppy ass work on his part. Yeah, I'll say that. Well,
there may be something credible about that because didn't the doctors observe some non-penetrating wound at the level of the third thoracic vertebrae?
There's a wound that was in the back that was not a through and through wound, not a very deep one.
They probed the wound and it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, they probed it with a sound, and it was, I mean, they could put their pinky finger in there and it stopped before the first joint of the bend of the finger.
Okay. So isn't it possible that his back brace stopped that bullet from penetrating?
If his back brace was Kevlar, I could see it, possibly.
What about a steel rib back brace?
Well, so if we trust the autopsy photographs, we see a damn near perfect round hole in the back. So it either missed the stay on the back brace or it was deflected off the back brace metal.
Whatever happened to that back brace, by the way?
Hey, David. Hey, David.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just I want to interrupt here for a second. Just check. Because to get back to Larry's, what he was talking about, and studying the inside of the limo and what was actually possible. Let's look at some of the previous film or photos of JFK sitting in the limo. The back part of the seat goes almost to his neck. So the hitting his back brace, unless he was completely, when he was on the seat after he slumped over, is impossible. Just if you want to bring up one of the pictures, there's no way a bullet early on could have hit him anywhere lower than the neck, because that where he was sitting goes all the way up to basically his shoulder.
Mike, I've got Larry's blog pulled up. Which photograph do you want me to show?
Well, anything. Even just if you want to go previous. Well, I guess right after he comes out of the behind the stem sign, and you just see where that seat goes up all the way to his back, all the way to his neck. Yeah. So anything that's lower would have to be like when he's slumped over, and from from a higher level. And at that point, I guess the Daltex building would be, the main line of sight of what we're talking about. And then I know myself, and also Brian Edwards and Casey Quinlan. Brian has done a really great rendition of the 5 C's of Dealey Plaza. And as a matter of fact, I think it's for free on the website. You can look at the video. It was also part of our study for Blueprint for Murder, the book we brought out in 2019. Putting a shooter
on a lower level of the school book depository building, that's not where Brian lines it up at or lines up with, with a shot. Now, on the lower level of, say, the second story, the second floor of the Dow Tex building, makes more sense. And again, when you look at the evidence of the forensics of the wounds to Kennedy, to Conley, to the forensic evidence and ballistics of the limousine, Dealey Plaza as a whole, and all the shots that took place, we're talking about not one guy. No matter what way you look at it, one guy in the sixth floor window. When Larry's brought out, I would consider irrefutable evidence that Oswald wasn't even on the sixth floor that day. Am I saying Oswald did not have anything to do with the assassination? Hell no. I think Oswald knew the assassination was going to take place. I think he was a pawn in the assassination. He was the scapegoat. He was the patsy. He named it. He called himself the patsy, and he was. What I see about the fact is it can't just be one guy in a window with a rifle. It has to be a triangular crossfire. You've got shots coming from the front. I've not only with, and I know we talked about the limousine earlier and the hole in the windshield. When you go back and look at the testimony of the eyewitnesses at Parkland that saw the hole in the window firsthand before the Secret Service was able to take that car, destroy, I'm talking, they fucking destroyed that window. Destroyed the evidence that should have been kept. It's kind of like the piece of concrete that they cut out of Dealey Plaza. It wound up the FBI building, and then all of a sudden, well, we need room, so we can't have this small little section, housed in our archives. That's bullshit. That's a cover-up is what that is. But it boils back to the fact that, we have the official story that was told, Oswald did it, 3 shots, 2 hits, 1 miss. When you look at everything and why this is still going on for 60 years, nobody believed their bullshit in 1964. Nobody believes their bullshit today. And that's what it is. It's quite frankly bullshit. We have to continue looking for what actually happened. Are we going to ever have the names of every shooter or part of the team that was there? No, we're not. Are they going to be in the documents? No, they're not. But when you realize and you bring yourself to the opinion that the JFK assassination did not take place as the official story points it out, as the Warren Commission stated it happened, and, God love him or hate him, Arlen Specter, coming up with the idea that the single bullet theory was even plausible. It goes back to what Garrison said. You can say that what was it? An
elephant hanging over a cliff by a daisy.
Yeah. I mean, because you can prove it in a lab or in a theory doesn't make it fact. I know when I took physics, that one of the very first things I did when I was in physics in high school, I said, I'm big into the JFK assassination. Show me that one bullet caused all these wounds, and I'll shut the hell up about it. And we went through different tests. Obviously, the computers in the 1990s was not what we have today. It couldn't be proved to me back then, and it sure as hell can't be proved to me now. So we have to continue doing what we're doing, and to keep asking questions, demand the answers, seek the truth. Otherwise, this is, as Garrison said, this is a generational thing. Unfortunately, the generation that we're in now, of the people that are in this room, virtual room, our generation is asking the questions. We're demanding the answers. The generation that comes after us, here's the bad part. They kind of see the JFK assassination as ancient history. And it's not ancient history. It's 60 years ago. That's not ancient. Give me the pyramids, give me Christ. Okay, yeah, that's ancient history. Does that mean that it shouldn't still be studied? No, you should study everything in history. That way you know where you came from. And I get told, history repeats itself. No, history doesn't repeat itself. It echoes. It doesn't come back as an exact repeat as what happened before. It comes back as an echo of what took place in the past. And we're doomed to repeat we are doomed to repeat our history if we don't teach it, if we don't research it, and we don't, ask the questions and get the answers so we understand what took place on one of the darkest days in the history of not the United States, but the world. So
is
Yeah,
anybody,
absolutely. And just to go back to what a really important point, and this has been the focus of my investigation, is that yeah, there's some things that are obvious bullshit. And just because when like a criminal, you can tell a lot and learn about how and what that person is lying about and how big that lie is. And they cut out and especially with the Zapruder film, they cut out the whole first turn. Why did they do that? Because, and again, we can get into it in more detail, but that was where the initial kill zone was. And that was my point about the shot, you know, right above the neck, is because they cut that out because, again, I met and talked with Mike Brownell a lot. He knew that guy that was up on that fire escape, and he said the shots came from right under my ass. So,
yeah,
so
thank you for bringing that up, because I remember Mike stating that on several occasions that there was a shot that came from the Dow Tex building right underneath the African-American gentleman sitting on the fire escape.
Yeah, and we went over in the Towner film where that whole area should be seen, but and that was blurred out because you can't. And if you was the turn on with the Zapruder film, you couldn't show that because that would be so difficult to hide. You would have to. That's not something you could just black out a guy reacting like that. And there's all a bunch of other reasons why they blacked out that turn onto Elm Street. But my point is that we got
Mike.
Yeah.
I was going to say, when Zapruder was asked, and I would have to go back and look, but I know in later interviews, I don't know if it was part of his official testimony. I know in later interviews, he stated the fact that, you know, he turned on his camera and started shooting. I don't remember him ever saying that, you know, he, you know, hit the pause button. You know, so you would.
Yeah, why would you even do that? Well, there was no point for doing that. Why would you? And also the people who have said they've seen the unedited film and said that the whole turn was shown, and Dino Brugioni with the Horn interview, Doug Horn interview, said, you know, that's another thing. You see, you look at something like that, someone who you can't take it 100%. But when a person who has no reason to lie says something, and then they're blacking out in the Nix film, why didn't we see, you know, the first? You think Nix just started filming right after the headshot? You know, there are all these other films that have been. We don't see what the Willis film, you know, where he said when he got back his film, it was different from when they gave it to the government. So you had to like reverse engineer what happened and even things that on the first day we were going back, Larry and I were talking about it was the couple, not the Brems, the with the two kids on the side right above.
Oh, you're talking about son of a bitch. You're talking about
I know I get them mixed up.
Yeah, the name will come to me in a second.
Yeah. Well, the couple that you see,
yes,
Newmans, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, they were interviewed twice that day, and then went out live, and they said things that later on it was changed. So again, we could, if anyone else wants to, you know, add things that were like the Mauser changing into the Carcano. So again, I just wanted to kind of, I didn't want to come out and have a monologue here, but the point is that there are things that, especially in the Zapruder film, that they're occulting, that they're hiding, and obviously more shots. And if you kind of, as more and more we piece this together, like this what Larry was talking about, the second agent that jumps in the limo, you know, you see the Zapruder film, you go, oh, God, how could they fake that? We can get into that, David. I would actually like to talk to you about that later on or at another time. But once you Larry brings some of this evidence of that, then you look back and you see that, you know, why would the cop Ellis say, you know, why would he lie about this kind of stuff? So then that's when you have to reverse engineer and go, oh wow, yeah, that must mean they were hiding the stop even more. And again, just to comment one last thing real quick is, when you're debating about the people in the background, that had to be altered. And, even well, God, there's so many different film aspects of what they had to do. They had to alter the background. What would you call it? Adulterated the background to have the illusion that car never stopped. Do you have you see that? Yeah,
Mike, to comment on that about I think it's known as plating. For those that don't know that term when it comes to film, it's called plating. The film plating means that you have a foreground, you have a background, and then you have your center. If you look at the Z film, it looks like it's been plated. It looks like the back. It looks like the background, the foreground, and the center, they all are not matched up in time correctly.
Exactly. And that
they
plate,
they got as close as they could. I'll give the sons of bitches credit for this. They got it as close as they could. But that's an adulteration. It's plating the film.
Right. And it's easier to hide. Remember when in all these other photos that have been doctored, we saw them in newspapers and magazines and have really darkened and all these scratches in especially the Towner film. Why would a pristine film have all these scratches like it's been around for 20 years? They're darkening it up. So
well, I'll give you the answer to that. The reason why it looks like that is because they ran that summit through the film projector so many times.
Well, yeah.
What they need to pull out and what they need to cover up, what adulterations they need to make. That I guarantee you, it's kind of like the very first time I ever got a VHS copy of the Zapruder film from this, from the Assassination Information Center, back in it was back in '91. I had to get a hold of Larry Howard and have another copy sent to me because I wasn't smart enough at that point to think about, hey, make a duplicate copy. I burned up 2 VCRs and a video cassette tape, going back and forth over the films of the Z film, trying to see this. So I can only imagine, you're talking about something with, heat, light going through the film. Of course, it's going to degrade. The emulsion alone is going to degrade by running it through the machine that many times. So that would be, I just want to throw that in there. That'd be my explanation of why it looks so shitty compared to what a pristine copy should look like.
Well, again, yeah, exactly. But going back to what Larry and I were talking about is that, and when Jackie all of a sudden you don't see any definition on her face, is because they are manipulating where people are looking, and they can't make it perfect because and again, I'll tell you where that plating is, and it's very obvious, is that between the curb and the grass, there's a thick black just line. And you do, you just take a piece of paper or cardboard or whatever and just black out that background. And again, one quick little thing too. Look at that grass. It's not grass. It's one color of green. And I'll just one quick thing that, to illustrate what I'm talking about. Go to the end of the very end of the Zapruder film, when there's no reason to alter anything else. And when the limo has gone through the tunnel, and you see all these beautiful detail of leaves in the trees, and you see the fence, you can see the grain in the wood. How can you see all this detail in the trees at the very end, when they're, and you can't, when it's only across the street from where Zapruder film is, you can't even see any definition of the grass. It's because they had to block, first of all, main thing, they had to block out that stop. And to do that, you can't show the background stationary. And to go back to what you're saying about plating, we see it every day in TV and film, where someone's driving in a car, and it's very expensive to put an actor in a car and put it back on the truck. But what they do is they put people in the car in a sound stage, and they fabricate the car still, and they fabricate the background, which has been filmed, and they take, it's one of the first things I saw when I came out here on a movie set, is they have these street lights. It's on to fabricate going past street lights. It's like a windmill kind of a thing, and they tilt it And so you could see lights and going past, and it makes the car sitting still. And that's essentially what they were doing to hide that stop.
And that technology you're talking about, Mike, that's been around long before the Kennedy assassination. I mean, we didn't have CGI in 1963. But I mean, you can go back and look at how the old films were made, or see that the car is definitely not moving. The actors are sitting in there in the background, and the side are going around them. I mean, today we would do green screen with that. But back then, or we do, completely CGI in the computer. But back then, I mean, that's exactly how plating was done. I mean, they did plating in Hollywood movies, and it looks to me like they did plating in the Z film.
Well, they separated the background and the limo, and then they manipulated each and made it look. That's why no one in the background moves, and there's no definition, and it's very blurry when it should be. In all of the films, you see some kind of definition. And I'll tell you again, to get off the technical thing, one other thing, I want to bring it up as a topic of conversation, because then people can start looking, because I never looked at the Connollys before, this new pristine, copy of the Zapruder film came out. And I also recommend, if you have a decent sized TV, watch it on a big screen TV, because then you could see so many other things when watching it on your phone or even a laptop. But everyone said that Jackie got out of the car and went on the trunk and then got back in. Now, they can't hide that. And that happened during the stop. And I always said, if she was, I've been on a hood of a car filming something, and wasn't going that fast, and tell you there's nothing to grab onto. If you don't have anything to grab onto and something's moving, just have people think about being on the back of a big limo, in that limo with a lot of horsepower taking off. She would have went right off that edge, the back of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And and again, this is why I started looking at how deep was that seat. There's nowhere for her legs to plant herself. Now, again, I want to state something. I have what I believe, but I was have people look, if you want to look at Jackie, especially in Larry's blog there, and then hopefully he can or you can put out more of those frames so people look and take a quick look at just look at what Jackie is doing and what is plausible, and look at the collar around her dress, or around her neck. Look at it at Love Field, and there is a black collar. But as you go through, Jackie getting on that trunk, which again would have happened at the stop after the actual headshot, but what they're showing, they had to recreate that as it's going away. So it's actually not that hard to do. It just takes a lot of time. But look at Jackie's head, and look, like Larry was saying, look at her face, and look at the collar. The collar will get twice as big as it actually is, which is an impossibility.
Yeah, it gets way wider. It starts to swallow the top of her dress, of the suit.
Yeah, because they had to take with something that actually happened and put it somewhere else, because anything that happened when that car stopped, they can't show it that way. And I think the actual headshot would actually kill JFK is not shown at all. I think they took that. This is another thing to talk about. But they could not show that because it was be too much to adulterate, I guess would be the I think what they did is as he's getting close to, as we're getting close to in this Zapruder film 313, it's an obvious paint job, and that they're looking at that as the kill shot. And then at that point, that's when that limo stopped. That's when everything, and this is I know this is a big thing, but that's when they had to hide everything, because if another secret, and I didn't believe this until later, I thought the Secret Service agent jumped in after they went through the tunnel there, the underpass. But now looking at everything, if he jumped in, let's just say if someone else jumped in they can't show any of that. And I could go back to what on Larry's blog, he has the link there of the motorcycle cop that says Clint Hill pushed Jackie in and then get on the back, and then another guy, and I've been finding this as well as saying a second or a Secret Service agent hurled himself or threw himself in over JFK, which is what they were trained to do. But so now we got to reverse engineer and go, all right, what would they have to do to hide that? And this is where Larry was talking about, like, you have to hide over where the actual second agent is. You have to hide JFK on, in Conley. And so when you look at these frames that Larry was talking about, and you go, yeah, that none of this makes sense. It's because they had to hide. They had to hide everything. From going through something as small as the back of the blowout in JFK's head, and they just take a marker or whatever and black it out. Anyway, if anyone, I know and I've worked in film and I've cut film, so I know what happens frame by frame. So I don't want to just spout just this kind of thing. And this is something I wasn't even thinking about until Larry sent me this new crystal clear images. If anyone has any questions, or David, if you want to, go into something else.
Let me interject on something here too, Mike. What we need to understand, I know when we brought out Larry's book, I had a few people that go, a second agent in the car. What the hell could you? I mean, it's almost like I killed their dog. And I said, yeah, I said, they were under the impression that, Clint Hill was on, JFK's detail. I said, well, he was on JFK's detail, but he was the Secret Service agent assigned to Jackie Kennedy. I said, he wasn't JFK's directly, all the Secret Service are, the ones on the presidential detail are supposed to be taking care of the presidential family, but they have breakdowns on who covers who. And Clint Hill was not to cover JFK. It was another agent that was supposed to cover Kennedy. Clint Hill was to cover and protect Jackie Kennedy. Every time you see him, I mean, look at this way here. Go back to the Queen Mary. He's on Jackie's side. When he jumps on the limousine as it's coming down through the streets of Dallas, he's hanging on the back of that sumbitch. He's not on Kennedy's side, on JFK's side. He's on Jackie's side.
Right. On the turn onto Houston.
Exactly. So, the thing is okay, the second agent would have been somebody on JFK's detail. Now, I would like to know, and I'm at the moment, I'll have to go back and look again. And I know it's in Larry's book, but it tells you in the follow-up car where every agent is in that car. Larry thinks it's Bennett. Bennett is, and then Landis is behind him. So, and actually, I was just going over, trying to find, backup for this. And David Lifton, this is on YouTube. I can't remember the exact channel, but if you look at it, you can find it. It's he said he's saying the same thing. He said the agent was named Reddy, Ready, but either whoever it was, but he backs up all this stuff that we're coming to the same conclusions with much 20 years later better more definition film that we can see, and so much more technology. So yeah, it's Bennett, Bennett. Glenn Bennett.
Yeah, and then again we're going into a little bit further, and you see just like they didn't interview any of the horsemen, the police motorcycle cops, or like Charles Brem or the Newmans, or all these people that were right there. They didn't interview any of those people. We see this guy kind of dissipate into nothing after JFK's death, whereas before and all the other he's everywhere. So I just want to put it out there. Look, people, just check out this yourself. I don't want to. I'm not writing a book. I'm not selling anything. But once something like this comes up, man, all of a sudden you got to go back and look at some other things that you kind of, jumped over because it didn't seem plausible. But yeah, go and, oh, that's the thing I was thinking of, especially in the Knicks film. Go look at Clint Hill and you got to go frame by frame because or still by still, because it's goes by too quick and it's done really well. Just go look at Clint Hill, and it's not that many frames of him jumping on the back of that limo as it's pulling away, which is impossible. Of him, like, he's kind of sidestepping, and his hands are on the handle there, which is, it's not really running. But just look at it frame by frame, and look. And at one point, there's this complete. He looks like Batman. There's a cape over him. It's because it's been fabricated. He jumped on the back while the limo was stopped. Everyone saw that, but they could never show the limo stopping, so they had to recreate that. Something that happened, but they had to recreate it as the limo was going away because they just almost like a time jump. They had to jump over the stop. So just check out the Knicks film, and even with some of these frames, you see, I'll just say, we found another agent heading towards the limo, right as he's in the sprocket holes, as he's passing one of the motorcycle cops. And what they did, I don't have the exact frame because it's not Zapruder frames, it's Larry's snapshot frames. But at one point they took the head of Clint Hill and because they can only show one agent going towards the car, and you could see that from the shoulder up, it's Clint Hill. You gotta go, like I said, you gotta go the stills. You'll never see it going by because it's 1/24th of a second. But I'm just letting people.
It's not just in the still shot, Mike. This is in chapter 21 of the JFK Horseman. It shows Bennett as a second agent, actually on the car. I was looking at the comments a while ago. Is Clint Hill's foot hanging out? It is Clint Hill's foot hanging out. He's actually in the car covering JFK. The agent that's on the back of the limo going down Stemmons to Parkland is Glenn Bennett.
Oh, see, yeah, that's something that could very well have been too. And another, I think that I just learned again from David Lifton interview, that the foot sticking out of the car is what they call the Miller photograph.
Yes, the Miller photograph is correct.
And the Miller photograph never went through the government. That guy, evidently, David Lifton said he took that photo and he processed it. He developed it himself and then sent it to the newspaper the next day or whatever, and that was when it was printed. So yes, that definitely could have been, either one. It actually doesn't really matter that much, but the fact that there were two agents in there, and you can even go into, I won't go into it. You can if you want to, but when I was always fascinated with Ed Hoffman's testimony and what he saw, and then again he saw when they were getting on to the Stemmons Freeway, and which would have been slower, and he said he saw an agent sprawled out over JFK. You could see the back of JFK's head, but I won't go into it. But just go check out what Ed Hoffman said. He that was something when I heard his testimony, like, wow, what does that mean? And anyway, so that's another thing too. Ed Hoffman saw the same thing. So
yeah, and here's one of the things, going back to making movies and stuff. A lot of people said, well, Hoffman couldn't have been, Hoffman couldn't have been where he was at. He couldn't have seen behind the picket fence. He couldn't see the limo coming out from underneath the underneath the Stemmons on-way free ramp. And of course, I went back and recreated it. One of the things I do when I go back to Dealey is going, okay, where can I film at, or where can I take a photograph from? And I went back and filmed the same location where Ed Hoffman was where he was standing at on Stemmons Freeway. Officer Brown, I believe his name is. Sorry, we've been going for 4 hours, so I'm getting kind of there.
Oh, no problem.
but Brown comes off and says, he saw the limousine that it, I mean, he claims in his testimony, it should have been like immediate, you know, the car's coming underneath the on-ramp, right in Hoffman's view. And then, Officer Brown, says that there's like a 30-second delay. That's like the car went underneath the bridge, made a second stop because the first stop was on Elm. The second stop was underneath the on-ramp. And that's where you've got Bennett and Hill ranging bodies in the car.
Yeah.
I would love to, I know Ed is, you know, passed away. I would love to ask Ed. I would love to ask him, did you see another agent in the car? I mean, he was able to look right down in the limousine.
Well, I remember him said he saw someone sprawled out over.
Yeah.
So I remember, again, you're not looking for agents. So one, you know, it's the kind of very secondary details, you know, you're gonna be looking at, especially when he said he saw the back of JFK's head, you know, and then he actually saw the shooter. So he's, you know, that's not the kind of a memory, you know, it's like thinking of a football game and you remembering you know, a punt or something like that. You know, it's not, it's, you're thinking of the big or blockers, you know, you're thinking of the main where the ball is, and everyone's was looking at JFK. So, but you know, I remember, yeah, he really, when he was, things that he said did not make sense. And that's when I said, well, there must have been a stop, another stop. And then also seeing the Daniel film, the Jack Daniel film, as the limo is coming out of the triple underpass, that's been blacked out. So you can't see what's inside the limo. I was like, well, why would they do that then? And I'll let people go look at that. I think Larry included that in his blog, but if they're gonna hide things well after the limo is coming out of the other end of the triple underpass, then there's a reason for that. So,
well, and
yeah.
I'm showing the video right now on the screen for everybody to look. This was Ed Hoffman's viewpoint. This is his perspective of seeing the car come from underneath. I mean, the car appears from underneath the on-ramp. He can look, you can't tell me he can't look right down into the car. There is no zoom on this. This is wide angle. There's no zoom on this. This is standing from, you know, his viewpoint. This is where I damn near lost my life, because I was sitting originally on the piece of the concrete right there, and you can see from the yellow line how close the cars and the traffic is. I damn near got sucked onto the highway by a semi coming by, and my buddy Jason had to jump out, grab a hold of me because I wouldn't let go of the camera. I mean, I had one shot at this. This was the end of the day when we were doing reenactments, and almost got sucked into the highway and got ran over by a semi. But you cannot tell me Ed Hoffman could not look down that limousine and see the horror and the carnage that he said he saw. He had to have seen it.
Yeah, and one other thing too, the car that you're seeing is not a limo. There's a whole other, you know.
Oh yeah, there's another piece to it. I mean, this is Robin Brown's car. This only holds 5 people. 5 people in the tour guide. This is not the actual. I mean, this is the closest to the limo that I had. It was an opportunity that I had to go around and, you know, film inside and outside the car. This does not have the jump seats. It's not a stretched X100 limo. You know, this is the closest I could get to without paying, you know, $5,000 to have, you know, another car come down. If you haven't seen the video, it's on the website. It's in the video section. I did a split screen where you can see the car coming by, and then I'm up on the hill on the left, filming from Zapruder's position, and then I'm in the car in the JFK seat, showing what it would look like going through Dealey Plaza. But I wanted you brought up Ed Hoffman. I just wanted to show that, you know, he could have easily have seen the agent on the back of the car, and he would have seen an agent in the car. You know, obviously, you know, he's seen the hole in the back of JFK's head, and you can see how fast it goes by. I mean, I think he probably would have locked in on the blood, the head wound. I don't know if he would have given a shit, if he would have even known. I mean, he would not have had any idea to know that there would not have been a second agent in the car. So I think even if I had the opportunity to ask him, hey, how many Secret Service agents did you see in the car? Would he have known that the two in the front were Secret Service agents? You know, I don't know. And that's something that, you know, there's some people that you'll ask an eyewitness, you know, you'll ask them a question. Did you see this? If they weren't looking for that, if they weren't, you know, zoned in on their, you know, perspective, they can't tell you what they don't see, because they weren't looking there. You know, you can ask, I mean, you can go back and look at the testimony of everybody that they interviewed in Dealey Plaza. You know, did you see a gunman on the 6th floor? Did you see a description of Lee Harvey Oswald? Was this the man? If they weren't looking in that direction, say they were concentrating on the grassy knoll, say they're concentrating on the limo and everything else was secondary to them. Eyewitnesses are good to get the story from, but eyewitnesses inherently have been proved wrong because, you know, it becomes that frame of perspective. What exactly, I mean, you've got two people standing side by side. Those two people can see the exact same thing happen from two total different perspectives. For instance, you want to go and look up a Hollywood film, look up Vantage Point with Dennis Quaid.
Yeah.
That is probably one of the best films. I know I gave a JFK presentation and I showed that film. I showed clips of it. And I said, now look, I said, it's probably one of the most difficult films to watch because it feels like you're actually rewinding the film yourself. And for those that haven't seen it, I'll give a quick rundown. They show the assassination happen, you know, the explosion, and then it rewinds and it goes from all different vantage points. That's how they got the title. Different vantage points of, you know, what each person saw or didn't see. And then the question is, well, you were standing right next to him. How could you have not seen this? Well, their frame of reference, they were zoomed in and looking at something, you know, zoomed in, I'm talking, they were focused on something that was, you know, all the same thing happened. Okay. There was not like, you know, one explosion to 20 explosions. Only one explosion happened. But there was all these different vantage points and all these different eyewitnesses that saw all different things. And when you look at the Kennedy assassination, that's what we have going on with what happened in Dealey Plaza that day. You have all these different eyewitnesses. Some people may think, well, I wasn't an eyewitness to the assassination. Yeah, you were. If you were down there that day, you have your own recollection of what took place. But unfortunately, especially when it comes to the African Americans that were there that day, and there was a lot of them, they didn't bother to ask the questions of what did you see? Why not? So it kind of goes back to the fact of what you were talking about a while ago with Ed Hoffman. And did you see a Secret Service agent in the car? Did we see it in the Zapruder film? I know there was a question that came up a while ago. Are we talking plating on an 8mm film? Well, we know the 8mm film was altered. I want to throw that out there. It was altered from its original format and made into a 35mm print because it would be easier to look at, you know, and to research and study. Did the plating happen when it was an 8mm film, or did the plating
no.
35?
No. They could have blown it up to the size of each frame was the size of a piece of paper. Remember that they're using it the same lab where, you know, planes flying over Cuba from God knows how high up, they're finding hidden camouflaged missiles and all and soldiers and all this kind of stuff. You know, they're using stuff that, you know, NASA, you know, kind of lenses and all this kind of stuff because they had to have the best, like Stanley Kubrick. I
wanted to answer Bob's question. You know, he asked about plating of the 8mm film. I can't tell you whether it was if the alterations was done while it was an 8mm film or if the alterations was done as a 35mm film. I don't know that. Do I think?
Let me just say, just knowing the way film, you know, works, which, you know, they don't work in film at all. No, they would have taken 8mm, probably blown it up to a 16 first because they don't really have have unless it was a completely different technology that they're using, which they would have blown it up to 35. It probably would have first been to 16 and then up to 35. And then they could have blown it, they even showed movies, they say in 70 millimeter, which
exactly.
is, double 35.
70 millimeter is way more of a wider frame. They could have, that's the thing. The film could have been altered into any of the available film formats at that time. They could have been individual, images, and then they filmed it, frame by frame by frame. And a lot of people are like, well, that's a whole hell of a lot of work. Well, they had a hell of a lot of shit to cover up,
Yeah, and they had all the time, they reprinted just the single frames, but they had, was 13, 14 years before it was actually, before it was even smuggled out. It's not like they presented it.
Exactly. That's the thing. What people think is this wasn't like something that was, filmed and then immediately put out for distribution. It happened in 63 and it was 75, I believe it was, 1975, when it was shown on Goodnight America. So they had over a decade to get their shit straight, make their alterations and adulterations. They had a decade to get this done, and I'm sure I'm sure that the first person that looked at this after they made, adulterations of the film go, hey, you missed this spot, you missed that spot. I'm sure that's probably what took place. And then, how many generations of, new versions of that film has been made, we'll never know. But we do know that there's things that should be in the Z film that are missing. I know when I go out and film something, hell, anybody goes out and films things. I know my dad, granted, he's dead and gone now, but he was born in 1936. He handled, photography equipment, video cameras. I asked him one time when I first got in this, I said, hey, I got a question. The most important event probably in your lifetime is getting a chance to film the president driving by you right in front of you. When would you turn on your camera? He goes, well, I would have turned it on, when I first probably saw the car at the corner, and I wouldn't have stopped filming until the car went out of my frame. And I said, so you wouldn't have started filming the motorcycles coming up Houston and making the turn on Elm, and then all of a sudden the limo appears and you decided to re-hit the damn record button. I said, I understand battery issues. Well, yeah, I don't want to miss it, so I'll save my battery. You can make arguments about anything, but I think that the fact that, the film shows an obvious deal where the limo is there or limo is not there, and then all of a sudden it's there.
Well, that's good. That's what I challenge people to go look at this for yourself. But everyone says, well, why didn't Oswald shoot, when he was coming up Houston and right when it was slowing down for the turn? Why wouldn't the CIA have known that too? I think Oswald was supposed to be up there to be framed in the 6th floor. He didn't go because people like, and again, this is a little deeper, but people like Richard Case Nagel warned him what was going on because it happened in Chicago. It happened or it was aborted in Chicago. It was supposed to happen in Miami and Tampa on the 18th, 4 days earlier. And so that's why it got screwed up on that turn from Houston onto Elm. That's why the Towner film has been altered and adulterated. It's because one, maybe that wide turn screwed up the shooters, and I even heard, that silencers. It's this is 1963. Not everyone had a silencer, and that could have screwed up. They could have been panicking because the Patsy was not up in the 6th floor. And here's another thing too: is like, well, why would they if they were going to shoot from the back and shoot from the front? And I know they had a plan to alter the wounds, which they did, but they must have known if JFK is shot from the front and the back, that's going to cause a lot of questions. And that's anyway. The point is I think the point I was trying to make is that he was supposed to be shot at that turn onto Elm, and that's what we don't see in the Zapruder film. And once we see that the limo appear in the Zapruder film, I don't want to overload people. And David, this is something we could talk about and then bring up later, because I know you've been going for so long and bringing so much other stuff. But JFK is conveniently waving when we first see the limo in the Zapruder film, and his hand stays in front of his face for a very long time. Go and I'm not, selling anything here, but go look again, more frame by frame or still by still is even better, and go look at JFK. You can't see his face, and he's waving, and you can't. His hand is in front of his face. The Zapruder film, you can't see it. Now, all right, well, that's not that big of a deal, but other people have said during that time, right after they made the turn, and I don't have the memory, flash memory is like someone was Larry, all the people who said it, but so many people have said it right after the turn. That's when they heard the shots, and obviously not all of them hit. I think what they were hiding is JFK reacting to that. And then right almost before he gets to the Stems Freeway, someone said he had jumped up in the seat. And I think that's where one of the first shots that actually hit him that did some damage happened. And then, of course,
there are other photos showing him not reacting to a bullet right before the first, before what, 225 or something, or 210. I don't know.
Larry, I know what you're talking about, where it's almost like he kind of stops waving, like he hears something, and then right after that is when the throat shot hits him.
Right, and there's also real quick. There's also a real convenient splice in the film that you miss. Yeah. So, and actually,
but if nothing happened,
go ahead.
Around the turn, then why would they cut that out?
I'm sorry. Say again.
If nothing happened around the turn, then why would they cut that out? If he wasn't,
he was reacting to misses. He said
but there are later photos where he's still waving as if he's not. Then was it the cropped photo?
I think what Larry's trying to say is, if the shots hadn't hit JFK at the corner of Houston and Elm, then why would they feel the need to cut that section of the film out?
Right.
Well, that's where we were going earlier. Is that guy who you could see? Well, you would have seen the guy on the fire escape right above the Daltex window reacting, and people said there was shots that hit the street, and you would have
think if they were going to alter the film, they would do it in a way that would change the way the film. When you look at the film, it looks pretty obvious he was shot from the front in the headshot. If they were going to change anything, they would try to change that. Why would they change something that is not dispositive about where a shot came from?
Well, they can only show 2 shots hitting him, and it had to be spaced
but
out.
The head goes back. Wouldn't they have altered it so that it didn't look like the head went back? If you're really trying to change the Z film to coincide to align with one gunman from the 6th floor. If they were going to do anything to the film, wouldn't they have tried to reverse that?
Well, there's only so much they can do. They have to use actual frames of JFK, and then they could take his arm if his arm was like. I think that the throat shot happened much earlier, and go look at the throat shot as seen in the Zapruder film. They're taking his hand. That's one of the most fake things that I think it looks the most fake in the Zapruder film is him covering his throat. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm saying that they had to show that happening later on because they couldn't show multiple hits happening one after the other. So I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Well, we'll get to the cross photo right after this. But what I'm saying is that there were limited of what they could do, or else it would have looked really fake. So, but during the headshot, that's what I'm saying. Okay. That the headshot, what they used as the headshot was him, like kind of slumped over. And you can debate about how many shots were in him at that point. But before his head explodes, that's what they were using, and then they painted in the so-called headshot, and then cut. That's when the limo was stopped. They can't show any of that, but they could use some frames to kind of ask me questions if I'm not completely, because it's so hard to. Again, it's so hard to articulate because there's so many things had to happen. So please, like I said, blast away with questions. If you want to go to the Croft after that, I'll be glad to do that as well.
Wait, Larry, let me point this out real quick. Larry, imagine, for just shits and giggles, Larry, imagine if they showed the entire Z film with all the splices and there's just blank space. I mean, we would know right then. One, it would make our job a whole hell of a lot easier going, okay, they made a cut here, they made a cut there, but imagine, when you look at this, I mean, it's like taking and recording something and you're like, okay, I got to cut the commercials out at the beginning and the end. So that way I just have strictly the show that I want to keep. They didn't just do that. I mean, they had to cut the beginning, the end, and in the middle. I mean, they cut the whole, they made adulterations to the entire film. And is it intact? Oh yeah, the film's intact. I mean, it's not intact means it's not in a bunch of pieces that you got to sit there and scotch tape together. It's one piece of film, but that one piece of film has had several adulterations done to it that now it went from a really long piece of film to a lot shorter piece of film because of what they took out of it and we don't see. But we have the eyewitnesses that state things that counteract what the Z film shows. And for the longest time, I know I started going off first generation researchers going, okay, the Z film is the ultimate idea of what the timeline is. And then you hear, reenactments done. Well, Oswald got the shots off in such and such time because that's what we see in the Z film. In all reality, if the shooter was Oswald on the window and we were taking out that many frames, guess what? He had a longer time to cycle that rifle and get his shots off.
Hey, you want to talk about the Croft photo real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
All right. This is something found a while ago. Look at the Croft photo and look at Jackie first, and it's a pretty kind of not a natural way of imagine yourself in the limo and she's almost looking like 90 degrees, maybe more. But then look to her, well not to her left, to the photo's right. And you get a good copy of that. And there's a little extra painted in, if you ask me, little bushel of her hair. And it's conveniently covering JFK's face. And I think that was there to hide JFK's expression. And also, if I remember correctly, there's a woman, again, in all the background, we were talking before about the African-American, a bunch of African-Americans that were there on Elm. There is one almost all the way to the right, and then there's almost I can't remember exactly, but a blacked out X, and they're hiding something there. I'm not sure what. And then there's also some other. Just look at some other people in the background, things that you wouldn't normally look at. But again, go back to the Jackie's hair. It's completely different than this other. Again, we're looking at Jackie to our right, and that's the part of this hair that's covering up JFK's face. I think he might have been just hitting the back, or just kind of use your imagination. I'm not selling anything here, but just look at JFK's expression. It's not, and he's also, I don't think he's waving in the Croft either. But just there's a little hint of what.
David, I just sent you a link to the photo if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now. I just got the link.
Yeah, so Mike.
There we go. Yeah, there's the Croft photo right there.
So he's clearly not, his hands aren't at his throat. He's not reacting to any bullet yet. But I do see what you say. Her hair, I don't know. Does her hair look that unnatural that it?
Just the right part. Just this other little like a football oval part that's covering up JFK's face. And you got to get a good copy. and you kind of like zoom in, just look at the color of the rest of her hair, which was very black, and it's conveniently, I just didn't say, it's conveniently covering up JFK's face. And if he's shown some kind of discomfort in his face, or even concern if something that a bullet missed him. And remember, JFK was in World War II. That cross photo happens really early. It does not match up with JFK getting hit, the first shots of or the first shot, in according to the Zapruder film, him getting hit.
Where the limo is right now with these people doesn't match up on the Zapruder film?
No, that's something a lot of people say. They say, the Zapruder film, and then recently the Weigman just came out with really clear copy of that. And yeah, I don't, that's something I haven't really gone into it as much, but yeah, look into that. I mean, the people in this, Larry was just talking about this too. They're moving people around. It does not match up.
Well, here's another one to throw out, guys. Here's 13 African-American eyewitnesses that they could have interviewed. 13 in just this photograph frame alone.
Yeah.
And we don't, like they didn't give a shit to find out what they saw.
Have they ever been identified, these people?
Well, we obviously identify them as people.
No. Do we know who these people are? Have they ever been?
If we go to the Craig Chacon map, which has all the eyewitnesses that were in Dealey Plaza, I gotta get a hold of Craig and ask him, hey, because that's a very good point to make. I understand we've got all these witnesses along the motorcade in Dealey Plaza, off to the side. Do we have every human accounted for? And that's white, black, Asian, Hispanic, whatever. Do we have them all accounted for?
I've never heard of any that. I haven't heard any of the names. And again, they would have. Let me just go back to the Newmans again. And there was, if you guys want to, find this out, they were interviewed that a couple minutes, 20 minutes after they brought into the TV station. They were interviewed twice, and they said, and again,
once when Bill Newman was standing, and once when he was seated down at the table. There's two different interviews. I think the first one he's standing, and then they get a table open for him to sit down and talk with the news anchor.
But the point was the point was that again, that was that day twice, and he said as it was coming down, he kind of sat up in his seat, which you don't see in the Zapruder film. And again, a lot of other people. My point being is that if and those people during the first shots, which would have been shots before what the Warren Commission, what the Zapruder film is showing as being the first shot, these people could have said there were shots or multiple shots, misses, hit him in the back or whatever, way before they showed it in the Zapruder film. And to even add that, it's another convenient edit right before he goes behind the Simmons Freeway sign, and then the Simmons Freeway sign has obviously been enlarged. So they're hiding a whole bunch of stuff that these people in the cross photo would have been right in front of, just like the Newmans were right in front of the end. So yeah, I think they scared those people off because all those people would have been right in front of all this happening, all the stuff that what is happening that they don't want you to know about, which is previous shots of probably coming from Daltex and what other other points. Yeah,
people have said that this Robert Croft photo is equivalent to frame 161.
Whoa. Well, they said the Altons is equivalent to, I think, was 155, but you can't take anything for.
Just curious.
I just everyone take a look at it for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, and then you got the Altons as well. And I want to take a closer look at what you were showing before. I took some screenshots, and there's some things you can see in that version of the Altons that could add up to where some people were, or where people don't match up. So I'll let
think the
else.
HSCA may have, I'm going from memory, but I think the HSCA may have said this was the equivalent of 161. But again, you have to look at those people in the photograph and look at 161 and see if it's the same people,
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that were right there that we know about that didn't call. So,
because 161 is pretty early. I mean, I think didn't the HSCA say the earliest shot could have been around 190? So this is before even then.
That's pretty late. That's pretty late. That's right before the Stemmen sign.
What's always bothered me, guys, is the Z film is like, to researchers, to me especially when I first got into this, and this goes to the new generation that may be taking this up, take it up. The Z film is like what the end all of films. The very first assassination film I saw was the Z film.
Right.
But when you look at the Z film compared to the other photographs that we have, the other films that we have, what's always came up and my two sons asked me this: how can there be people along the sidewalk in a photograph, but they can't be there in a film, or vice versa? And I said, you mean like you think they took them completely out of the frame? He goes, well, here's the thing. It looks like there's all these people, crunched together. But when you look across at the same time, they're gapped apart. And I said, well, part of it's perspective. The other part of it is I said, yeah. I said, is that another adulteration to the film? Or is that adulteration to a photograph? So when we look at this, we can't just strictly concentrate on the Z film. That's where we put a lot of our heavy research into. But it comes back to, we have to look at all of it. We have to look at the Willis, we have to look at Willis. We have to look at Nick's Z film, much more. We got to look at everything, and not just strictly. Yes, for this discussion, we're strictly talking on the Z film, but there's all the other films that we have to look at, and then we have to make comparisons, and try to line everything up to what's already out there. And was JFK reacting the same way at the same time in these other pieces of film or photos? And if there isn't, then obviously something's changed. Something's been adulterated.
David, let me, and again, I'm not gonna, I'm not selling something here, but go look at when you first see JFK and him waving, and it's conveniently his hand is in front of his head, face, so we can't see it in the Zapruder film. And I went back and looked at other things. JFK, when he waves, his elbow is on the car there, and he just kind of waves. And where they should be hiding something, that's why I was looking at it. And you don't see him waving in the Willis 5. And again, in the Croft, you guys, like I said, I don't have a presentation or whatever, but that doesn't seem to jive as well. So I take some more, and I really like David, we get together one time, and there's some things I want to talk about. I can't really, it'd be too much not to have the certain frames of the Zapruder film, which is also in question why they would have changed it. But just check out that JFK when you first see him. Well, and all the way to when he comes out behind the Stemmen sign. And the more you look at it, especially frame by frame with stills, the more you can understand that doesn't make sense. That we should see definition in his face. We should see more things happening, and people can make their own conclusions when you start seeing. Look at the other films like Nick's and especially some of the other stills, and some of the people who there's cameras throughout that Dealey Plaza, and where are those photos? So, anyway, it's you have to kind of reverse engineer what's going on, what people saw, earlier shots, and why they would have altered or adulterated the films to hide that.
David, Lana has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Lana.
I know we've been going long, but I just think this goes back to the original point that you're making at the very, very beginning of this, David, just about kind of the AI epistemological issues or whatever, and trying to get, the next generations involved in this whole study. And everything you're talking about, Mike, and just all the talking about the Zapruder film and obviously all the other cameras, that was one of the most photographed, videotaped moment in history at that point. And the way you get the next generation interested in this is them understanding that this is living history. We've all gone through the past couple of decades and being able to see cops shooting people or whatever because of everyone's cell phone cameras and stuff, and everybody understanding that they have an active role to play in history. And that, to me, this is how you get the next generation interested. They're not interested in reading documents and all that kind of stuff. It's dodgy, it's boring, it's confusing of this person, that person, but them understanding that we have so many cameras sitting around a three-dimensional space, and and that there are things that are altered. We all get deep fakes in the 21st century. We all get that, stuff is, what you see in front of you, or having JFK beyond the grave telling you through AI chat, GPT, whatever, what's happening. Kids understand that. And I think that this is the way you get the next generation excited about this. We're talking about the granularity of it. But I think just them understanding that, hey, there is still more research to be done. We have all this footage, but we need the next set of people to sit down and compare all of these things side by side and figure out what's going on, I think is a way of getting kids interested in the case.
And actually, it's not just a static event. There are things that are still happening in this country today that, for example, the Secret Service destroyed the travel records after they were asked by the ARB to preserve them. And what happens on January 6th? The Secret Service destroys their emails. So people weren't punished in those days, and they learned they can get away with it. So it isn't like, this is not purely a historical event, that there are still things happening in this country today.
Oh, of course. I'm saying, like, there's no question that that history doesn't stop. That's continuous. I'm just saying, in terms of getting people to be interested in this case, I think when, you're talking to kids, obviously, we all know this with kids and the glazing of their eyes over when they hit 13, 14 years old, that that it's like, oh yeah, but why does this matter to me? I mean, I'm a Black American. The Lincoln assassination matters to me. It still matters and resonates to me. But why does this matter, right? Like, 60 years later, it's not just because, like you said, not people being punished, that we don't live in a country with democracy. It's also just the idea of, hey, history is a real thing, just like archaeology is a real thing. Go digging in your backyard, you might find something interesting. Likewise, it's kind of like, hey, look at these videos, look at these photos, put them side by side, notice things that are different. See that guy with the glasses? See how there's something blotted out next to it? What does that mean? It becomes an interesting exercise. But thank you guys, and thank you for going so long, David. I really appreciate it.
Almost
well,
like
Lana, I want to say thank you again. That very good comments. Exactly what I've been saying. We've got to reach. We're researchers on one level or multiple levels, but we have to reach the younger generation of researchers on their level. And if we don't do that, then they're the ones that inherited this. They're going to be the ones that inherit what we're doing and where we're going. And if we, God forbid, let it die with us because we don't do whatever we have to do to get them involved, that's what we have to do. We can't just, rest on our laurels of going, okay, hey, we've done everything we can. And, if they want to pick it up, they can pick it up. You have to make them interested in this. And the only way to make them interested is, present the information as true to fact as you possibly can. But also, unfortunately, with the younger generation, you got to dumb it down a little bit for them to at least get their interest and their brains wet enough to go, okay, what do you want to talk about? And why is this important to me? Like what you just said, we have to actually make it important to them. And when I go out and talk to, high school and college, some middle school, I put that out there and I explained to him, I said, if you can't understand what took place on this day in history, an important day in history because the world changed, then how are you going to understand what took place yesterday, 10 years ago, or what's going to take place tomorrow?
And we have a best 10 years because I think this was the last great media attention, the 60th. I don't think there'll be anything near this in the 70th. I would suspect that any witnesses that are alive now are going to be gone in 2033. I think a lot of the researchers, many of them are going to pass along. So we actually are facing a critical time period to get another generation interested in carrying on the work, because, you know, the next decade's going to see a lot of losses.
We need another Oliver Stone's JFK from 30 years ago. That's what got me into it. I didn't have any of this before that film. Everything that was really put out was garbage. And you really well, I'm not talking about was talking about on TV. You know, before, when you're younger, before I was introduced to where you get your hands on some of the books.
Mike, how old?
I'm sorry?
How old are you?
52.
52. So you weren't born when the president was killed. So
No.
the Stone movie is what got you first interested in it?
Well, I was always interested, but 3 hours of all this exposition,
right,
of which still holds up. You know, everything holds up. And if I came out of that movie when I was in college, and well, even 5 minutes was only 5 minutes were true, then it's a travesty that people aren't talking about it.
So do you think that Rob Reiner has, he has his wonderful series, but it's on, by the way, Jeff Morley and I interviewed him. He was supposed to have this series on Netflix. It was going to be a televised series. And the guy that was shepherding the project for Netflix got fired. And
Yep.
Yeah, and that
Go figure.
very similar to what happened with Alec Baldwin for the 2013, his 50th program. And then they lost their funding. Netflix wasn't interested. And unfortunately, I think like the Parkland Doctors movie is very effective because it's visual. And as good as Rob Reiner's podcasts are, it's not visual. Look what it did to Mike, right? There's something about visual. And it's really unfortunate that Rob Reiner's series never ended up on TV. I know that the kids listen to podcasts now, but there's a different impact seeing something. When we saw this, the Zapruder film on Good Night America, I think that's the name of it. I always knew about the Zapruder film, but so many people hadn't seen it before, and that left such a dramatic impact, and that led to the HSCA being formed. And it's really unfortunate that this series didn't get aired. Has anyone seen the Four Who Tried, or I think that's the Libby Hardrose's movie, documentary?
Four died trying, I think it
right,
was.
Four died trying, yes. And
no,
again,
yeah.
The problem with that is you have to pay. Like you could watch the Parkland Doctors if you have a cable and you're able to get Paramount as part of your service. You can see it without having to pay separately. But this one you do. So I'm not sure how many people have actually watched it at this point.
Your observations are very intriguing, and I think I've addressed this a little bit in the past, so I will not belabor it. But David has talked about the education process, the multi-generational sharing of information in order for a particular area of interest or cause to go on, to live beyond the expected lifetimes of the principals. And all you have to do is just study the story about what led to the creation of the HSCA and what led to Oliver Stone's interest in making the movie. And, those of us in Gen 1.
You're 1.5.
1.5, whatever. I mean, every time I talk with you, whatever time I talk with you guys, I get a different thing. But they've relabeled to have people like Penn Jones and Harold Weisberg and so forth being Gen 0. So in any event, I started showing the Grodin version of the Zapruder film in 1973. So it was 10 years before it even got that amount of traction. And then it was 2 more years before it got onto television. And I told you that story, Larry, about, how tricky that was. And that was only because comedian Dick Gregory had considerable respect and visibility in the entertainment field that he was able to leverage getting the film shown. And so since then, I mean, David, you were talking about how you talk to young people, and I've been thinking of the same thing because I've been doing it since 70, and I'm actually scheduled to do a whole day in April now. And I've sort of relabeled that as to like JFK 101, JFK assassination 101, because it's tricky. You don't want to like tell somebody that you're talking down to them, but you want to be able to share things with them when they come at it with zero knowledge that they're able to pick up. And the two things that are against that are you have no idea how knowledgeable your audience is, independent of them accepting your premise. That you don't even equate. But, do you talk to them like they're 3rd graders or 10th graders or adults? And you realize age has no factor because people can be all over the map on that. So it's an interesting experiment and experience to try to right size the content and the context of a presentation that's not done at an assassination symposium, where the people are there because they want to be there, regardless of their level of interest. So I'm experimenting with that right now. I have to rework something I've been doing for my whole life to a lay audience of unknown interest and ability to pick up on this. So I may want to talk with you, David, offline about what you've done when you go to a middle school or a college or a high school or any venue and learn how to do it. And I think that's valuable for everybody who's talking about it from their own point of view. Know your audience. I think that is really, really important.
In fact, what's really interesting, Bob, and for those who don't, Jeff and I have a Thursday night podcast every Thursday night. And what's remarkable to me is the number of older people who are suddenly turning their attention to the assassination for the first time. So I was expecting to see a lot younger people doing this, but now we have people that either lived through the assassination or, like Mike or, weren't alive, but are, adults. And I guess they just went on with their adult lives. And then suddenly later on in life, they suddenly now are focusing on it. And it's the same, what Bob, same thing. It's you have older people who have the same level of lack of knowledge as young people who never, weren't around at the time. So it's a fascinating, I always ask people, the reason I asked Mike, I always wonder why someone who lived through the event was not curious about it. Given the
I was a high school student and, and I got interested immediately.
Yeah.
But
we all, and it's really hard for people today to appreciate. We had 3 TV stations essentially. And for those 4 days, America just was experiencing the same thing at the same time. Nowadays, we're all in our little bubbles, our silos, whatever you want to call them, and we don't have a shared national experience. But for those 4 days, we all felt we were seeing the same thing. And I just remarkable to me how we come across these people who are 60 years old and just now starting to get interested in the assassination. It's like, how did you
Where the hell have you been?
Yeah. I mean, now Mike, Mike is 52, so he wasn't alive then, but the movie got him. But these people, they lived through the event, and then they had the Oliver Stone movie, and only now they're getting interested. It's just fascinating. But the bottom line, Bob, is that it's not just young people, right? It's going to be people that just didn't pay attention when they were growing up.
Well, let me add, because other experiences. Well, I lived through the JFK Jr. assassination. We can get into more. Well, I know, but my point is that the people who lived through it were also subjugated to, the media, like brainwashing them. When the people who were in charge and the people, like, when it comes from the top, and you said there was only 3 television stations, and of course Project Mockingbird and all that kind of stuff, once it just was forced down those people who lived through it, it was forced down their throat that not the truth, what they thought was the truth, and they didn't think the government was going to lie to them, just like, anyway, that I think that plays into a big part of this, is when people see that they're being lied to, they want to know the truth, but if they don't know.
I think what you're saying is that people were more credulous when I was growing up, in that they got the official word and that okay, I trust the government, and they went on with their lives. And it was only until recently that something happened. It just, to me, having gone through Vietnam and Watergate and Iran-Contra, it just is astounding to me that people would still be credulous through all the things that we lived through. But it is what it is. I'm just saying I've been surprised at the number. I expected lots of young people to be the ones that are newbies. But even the other night,
it really varies, Larry. I was trying to make it that simple by just stratifying my audience by, like, say, the era, X Geners, Z, Y, whatever the term du jour is.
Right.
And I found that I was never able to predict it. And one case I had is I spoke for 10 years, every year in the spring at a local high school, to all of the advanced placement history students at that school. And it worked out well. In fact, I think David even alluded to this early on, where the way that they were able to spend the day with me on this topic was they made it a field trip. And they actually sent slips home to parents approving their son or daughter participating in a field trip where we never left the school. And so that's how we got them in the room. And one year I would have these students in the room who just amazed me. In fact, my takeaway is I learned way more from them than they learned from me. And these are 15 to 17-year-olds. And then there are other times when I was at the same school a year or two later, where I think they all were like just looking for a way to get out of class or sleepwalk. And I see David smile. So no doubt he's had that experience in his vast time that he's spent with young people. And it happens, and I only say this once again as a learning point. I hope that I'm not coming across as self-serving here, but I did a presentation just before COVID for an entire day at a local university that I happened to have graduated from. And we opened it up without admission price, because I would never charge admission for this. And it was from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. And I remember this couple standing next to me getting coffee while I was getting tea before the presentation. And the gentleman turned to me and said, "Are you the presenter?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, I just want to let you know beforehand that I don't believe a single item of the BS you're about to share with us." And I said, "That's fine. I'd be interested in hearing your point of view. I've got things to learn as well. And, just hear me out, whatever." At 5 o'clock, when he ended, his wife and he were still sitting there. So there are interesting opportunities that come about, that not only the people you talk to, but what contacts and what people do they have in their lives as resources that could all of a sudden take this research, this points of view that all of you seem to share, to another level.
So I want to ask Lana a question, since she said she was a Black American. So in 1964, if you're before the Warren Commission and the first question they ask you is, have you ever been in trouble with law enforcement? Do you think that would have resonated in a certain way?
So both of my parents grew up in the segregated South, and were, teenagers during the Kennedy assassination. I can absolutely tell you that, especially somebody like Ray Truly, who was busy using the N-word still in the 1970s in his HSCA, testimonies and stuff like that, and using it freely, like that's a totally normal word to be using in the late 1970s. If they're marched around with him and, being asked those questions, and just the first time he had been on a plane, I think, for what's his name, Jarman, I think is what he said, that, so first time he'd ever been on a plane, or, really out of the state and all that kind of stuff, to be, like you said, taken to the Warren Commission, taken to DC, marched around and kind of babysat the whole time. I'm sure that, intimidation, in the most positive way possible is what was happening. And I think, goodness, there was a fourth Black guy. I forgot what his name was. He wasn't with the three guys on the fifth floor, but
Amos Eunice, or I think.
Yeah, right. And he had, I think, went to lunch or walked out of the building or something like that as well too. Yeah, I absolutely. Very intimidating, especially in a place like Texas, and then to go to DC, which is still the South, and to be, know that you have to say certain things. Absolutely.
He says, I didn't think it was a surprise that the Black witnesses were asked that question and the white witnesses were not. I think that's a message that they sense, it's a subtle message that you gotta tell us what we want to know.
Well, I think if we go back and look at how different government agencies treated African Americans at that time, and even after that time, hell, look how they treat them today. I think we go back and look. You want to find out for a fact. Go back and look at the movie Mississippi Burning. Look at how things were going on in that town, and a lot of the Black population didn't want to speak up and say anything because they were too afraid of reprisals, of especially the Klan at that time, and also the government. I mean, they finally, some of them finally actually came forward and said, this is what took place, or this is what's been happening. But when we look at the aspect of, how they were treated, if I was questioned, if I was questioned today and said, hey, do you have any criminal background activity? If I'm only here to give you an eyewitness account of what I saw, why would that even become a reason to ask me that before I give you my testimony?
Right.
Well, that whole movie, Mississippi Burning, was about 3 deaths of people who were trying to get Black. The whole point was they were trying to get Black people the right to vote. That was the whole point of that movie, of the murder investigation. They were going from town to town trying to get people registered to vote so they could have a voice, and that's the reason they were killed.
And I want to throw this. Go ahead, Larry. I'm sorry.
The other thing is Captain Fritz had a reputation of getting confessions. I think he had like 75 to 90% rate. They never had to go to trial.
90%. It was a 90% conviction rate. Exactly.
Right. And so that might explain some of the sloppiness. I'm going to make a gracious comment here, give them the benefit of the doubt, that perhaps some of the sloppiness of Dallas police in handling the crime scenes was they never really had to do that, because Fritz they never had to go to court to actually prove their cases, because Fritz ended up with confessions most of the time.
Well, what they did the same thing to Wesley Buell. They had him in a room and made him sign a confession. I don't, that
right.
Yeah, that's a whole. And again, like,
or
basically saying,
19-year-old Wesley
Frazier.
Yeah, 19-year-old.
Oh, yeah, I got mixed up. Yeah. So basically saying, oh, you want to go to jail? You want to be arrested, or you're going to do what you're going to say what we want you to say?
It's amazing that a 19-year-old man, a boy, his upbringing, that he had the courage to say no. I mean, that was amazing. Maybe someone with a different background would have caved in. But that's amazing that someone that young would have stood up to the police in that situation.
Yeah, and they kept him sequestered for a while. They said he went to go see someone in the hospital, but that's turned out to be not true. And they went to another guy who worked in the book depository, the they went to his house and ransacked his house at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm sure Molina, and I'm sure they did some other stuff to other people. So no one dared speak out about Oswald or what he did or didn't do. They were just going to say whatever they wanted him to say. There's a lot of stuff out there that supports that.
So, Lena, when did you get involved in interested in the assassination?
I'll try to do. I know we've gone really long. I'll try to do the 2-minute version. I was born in '81, which means that I was about sixth grade when Clinton Bush was going off in terms of the election. And it was one of those moments that I remember sitting in front of the television, watching the debates, and that question came up of where were you on November 22nd, 1963, and Bush couldn't remember where he was. And I was having to do homework about the election, and I thought, what a weird, I always hate that on crime shows where they say, where were you on the night of the 25th? I don't remember what I had for dinner yesterday. And I said that out loud to my parents, and I turned to my parents who are normally, again, they went through the 60s, they went through all of that, so they're very stoic people. And all of a sudden, my dad, who has no reaction to anything, got up, stared at the television, didn't blink. My mom stopped what she was doing, washing the dishes, and she got still. And I thought, oh, is that like the Kennedy assassination or something? I probably ought to ask my parents about this or whatever. And my dad said, everybody remembers where they were on November 22nd, 1963. And I said, yeah, but I mean, you forget. And he said, no, everyone. Next question goes on. Next debate happens a couple weeks later. Question gets asked again, and all of a sudden, Bush remembers that he was in Haiti. Of course, he was in Haiti. Who could forget that you're in the Caribbean on the day of the 22nd? Obviously, of course, we don't know that's not true. I'm not going into the whole Bush thing. I'm just saying that obviously he lied about where he was that day. Fast forward real quick. So that was number one in the 90s. Second thing happened was that in the early 2000s, I finally got around to sitting down and watching All the President's Men, and just love the film or whatever. And one of the things that hits you obviously is all the Cubans that are breaking into the Watergate and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's like, okay, that's interesting, and I kind of remembered that. Right around that same time, maybe that same summer or something, I just so happened to be just randomly thinking about stuff, and it struck me, you know what? Just random question. Internet's around. I can look up things. I don't know who killed Che. I'm just curious as to who killed Che Guevara, whatever happened, who was his assassin and all that kind of stuff. So when I figured out, okay, here's his assassin, these just so happen to be the same people who happened to be breaking into the Watergate Hotel. And then I look up his name on the internet, looking up, Felix Rodriguez and, Frank Sturgis and people like that. And the first results on the internet in 5-year-old Google is Kennedy assassination stuff and George Bush. And I'm like, wait a second, I was looking up Che Guevara. Why am I getting, this stuff? And I'm like, something's going on here. So I didn't even see the JFK movie until probably, I don't think I watched it until COVID. I didn't sit down and watch the film. It was just all these other things were coming together that got me interested in it. And I can tell you that a lot of other millennials like me, we are very interested in the whole Zapata oil stuff. I had looked into that back when I used to work in the oil and gas industry, and all that kind of stuff, because for us, our November 22nd, 1963 was 9/11, 2001. And so for us, the George, Walker Bush and then the George Herbert Walker Bush angle is just this whole true crime thing that's just like, these people have been around our history for the past 100 years doing weird things since World War II. What's up with this family that just always seems to be at these weird places in history? What's going on with the Iran-Contra? What's going on with, the Mena, Arkansas, plane crash? What's going on with, obviously him being the CIA director for that random year, kind of thing. It's just, there are all these weird things about this family. The Reagan assassination, that John Lennon just so happens to be killed right after Reagan gets elected, just all these weird things that happen over the course of our history. And that's been an angle that I think I can speak for a lot of people of my generation, that's what kind of intrigued us into this, because we all love the whole hagiography that you guys typically, I don't say you guys, but oftentimes people who are a little bit older than us tend to do with Kennedy. We're kind of like, yeah, all politicians are liars. But what's interesting about this is, like you said, it is still going on. Like you mentioned before, Larry, it is still impacting us today, not just in terms of policy, but the actual people. So,
hey, Lana, offline some other time, I'll share with you a nexus between the Kennedy assassination and Watergate that you probably are unaware of. That's sort of fascinating.
I love that stuff, Bob.
Yeah.
It sounds like you really eat that stuff up.
The grand unifying theory of American history.
Yeah.
I think one of the big things when I go out and speak to kids, young adults, students, I think one of the number one things I point out to them, I said, I bring up the whole thing. Yeah, the world lost its innocence on November 22nd, 63.
Well, the Europeans thought there was a conspiracy. Remember, Lugosi wrote in his book around page 988, roughly, that if the conspiracy theorists are correct, what would it say about the American institutions? It would mean that we're no better than the Europeans, that we were the same as the Europeans, and we're no better than a third world country. This was about protecting America's exceptionalism. And the Europeans immediately believed there was a right-wing conspiracy. So the Europeans are much more realistic about human behavior. It was the America that lost its innocence.
Yeah, a good point. Well, I start with that. I forget exactly what my worded speech is. It's written. I start out with America and then I go into the world. But getting them to understand the fact that yes, November 22nd, 1963 was 6 decades ago. But what they have to understand is the things that have taken place since that time and what has been linked to JFK. I just have a lecture I gave not more than probably about a month ago, and it was on civil rights. And of course, civil rights got into talking about obviously Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, MLK. And then, of course, here comes JFK, here comes LBJ. And I had to explain to him, I said, you have to understand, I said, it's not strictly just about the John F. Kennedy assassination. I said, JFK is I want to call the hub, but all these other events are connecting the dots to the JFK assassination. If you go back and look at Watergate, like what Lana was talking about there, you look at the players throughout history, through historical events. You look at how the government is making, different, they're setting up different plays. It's almost like a football coach. I mean, you got a playbook. Which player are we going to go with? And who are we going to send out there to, accomplish this play? So, that's how you've got to make this relevant. And the key to it is relevance. If you can't make this topic relevant to the audience that you have, especially when it comes to middle school, high school, college, you've got a gambit of, 18 to 80. I think the oldest student we have at our college, I think, is 82 years old. Don't ask me why I know that, because I wound up asking the administration. I said, I just want to make sure I'm not the oldest son of a bitch in the room. They said, oh, no, you don't have to worry about that. We have an 82-year-old that's, taking classes. I said, that's good, because, I already feel old enough going back to college at 49. But, it's what can you give them the relevance to a middle school or a high school student and why they need to pay attention. Once you get that point across.
So funny, David, it's so funny. When I was in 11th grade, so this is 1969, I think it was, we rejected our English teacher's reading list because it wasn't relevant. And then he just threw out the reading list and said, okay, you guys can read any books you want. But this is again, you can go back to the ancient Greeks and Romans. The reason the Bible is such a wonderful book is it talks about human behavior, and human behavior has never changed. And it's just different sets of facts, right? But so my generation, we were protesting in the colleges, and then the Big Chill happened, right? The movie The Big Chill, and we became worse capitalists than our own. But we were once young, and we were the ones. I can now understand how our grandparents must have not understood what was going on with these young kids, which when I was a kid, right? And it's amazing how things just circle around. But relevance has always been an issue for young people. What I want to talk about old white guys. right? That are dead hundreds of years.
And I would offer that there's a fundamental premise of sharing information in a formal setting that almost all of you probably do. You just don't think about it. But it's just simple 3 rules. Tell them what you're going to tell them, and tell them what you told them. So you open it up, David. I think what you're saying, like in my thing, the first 3 hours is setting the table as to why it's relevant. And then the afternoon is JFK 101, 6 seconds of Dalits, bullet theories, so on and so forth. And then you sum up by saying, do you see the connection? And you don't even have to convince them that they should. In fact, I don't do that. I don't put any pressure on anybody there to adopt any point of view or even believe it. I'm saying, here's evidence. You calculate it yourself and tell me whether you think your government did an adequate job of the, if you want to call it, accessories after the fact. This is after the fact, right? It's those of you who think that there were a conspiracy accessories after that event and then accessories in this 60-year cover-up. That's the one I'm talking about. And it's that third accessories after the fact that Sylvia Meyer so brilliantly identified back in the 60s. That is the killer for me. It's what I just don't think. I get upset when I think of what my children and grandchildren are inheriting going forward in the world. And this event in 1963 was the root of that evil in my mind, in my lifetime.
Well, I think Bob, here's the recipe to my secret sauce. When I go out and I give a presentation, whether I'm giving it to students or whether I'm giving it to, a group of researchers such as, down in Dallas, you got to start off with a great attention getting device, whether it's a statement, a quote, a photograph, a video. You have to follow that up with your thesis, what you're going to talk about. You go into your relevant statement, why you think it's relevant to your audience. Especially how can you come out and say what's relevant to these group of students? And then you start off with your body should be broke down to a minimum of 3 parts. And that can go longer than that. But every time that you get done, always come up with a transition statement. Okay, I've spoke about this, and now we're going in this direction. Every time you make a statement as a transition, you need to make sure that in that statement you go, okay, we've talked about point A, we talked about point B, now we're going to point C. And when you're finally done and you've given everything to them and you're basically just exhausted, restate your thesis, come up with another more in-depth reason of why it's relevant and why they need to do what they need to do, what you're asking your audience to do, and then end on a note that is memorable. They may not remember the middle of what you're talking about. They're going to remember the very first, usually, to find out how you got them to pay attention. They're going to remember a lot of what you said in the middle, not everything, but they're going to remember that last line. They're going to remember that last statement that you make. And the last statement.
Spoken like a professional educator. I mean, honestly, really, these are definitely useful guidance and words of wisdom, which I appreciate your sharing.
I think it helps too, because I just finished my public speaking class with a 98% in college. I remember, getting up. I mean, I'm thinking, okay, I'm only talking to a group of 24 people in the classroom. Of course, I'm older than the professor because she's 40, I'm 49. I'm thinking, okay, I'm the only son bitch in here. How am I gonna only talk for 5 minutes for a speech when I'm used to giving 50 minutes to an hour? We've been online today for 5 hours and 17 minutes so far. But how can I have their attention? Because, and I'll tell you, that's another key thing to it. The longer you go, the less that you're going to get them. I mean, the eyes are going to glaze over and they're going to, oh shit, I'm done. Are we finished yet? No, we're not finished. But in their aspect, you have to keep it in chunks. It's kind of like my son. You have to chunk things for him to understand and not overwhelm. But I know that when I gave a JFK speech in public speaking class, the very first thing I did, I threw it up on the screen and I said, this is not a home movie. Or I'm sorry, this is not a Hollywood movie. This is a home movie filmed by Abraham Zapruder. I showed the Zapruder film, and these are, average of 19 to, well, I was the oldest at 49, but, they saw it for the very first time. And how I made it relevant to them is to make them to understand this is not something archaic. This is not something that you should just go, you know what, it happened in the past, tough shit, the guy's dead, I don't give a shit.
David,
you have to give a shit.
David, when I did my, when I took public speaking in college, it was right before Good Morning, right before the Zapruder film was shown.
Mm-hmm.
All I could do at that point was to take an overhead projector and take pages and project pages out of Tink Thompson's book.
Well, thank God we have MP4s, we have PowerPoint.
But that's
I remember
what those days,
well, yeah.
But let me give you.
I think technology is the way that we're going to reach. The kids today. I mean, they are so audio-visual, creatures. Okay, they really are. I mean, if you can show them a video, a photograph, no more than 3 sentences on a PowerPoint slide, that's how you reach them. If you throw up a PowerPoint slide and all it is 4 paragraphs, they're going to look at you like, or they're going to be paying more attention to the PowerPoint slide than paying attention to what you're saying. They read your body language.
This is only anecdotal, David, and you probably heard this before, but just all of you sort of think about this. I started giving the presentations that you and many others have been giving. I started in May of 1970. So put that in perspective of technology.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you all know that the first personal computers were not available until around 80, 81. So I have 2,000 35 millimeter slides and about a mile of 16 millimeter film. And that was the way I gave my presentation. And in college auditoriums were set up for that. So in fact, it was much more theatrical back in that day than it is now, because now to get a large image on a screen in a large auditorium takes pretty expensive equipment. So having said that, when I went back on the road with this thing, the first comment was made, just like you're suggesting, that you need to leverage technology. You need to convert everything. So I looked at the formula to convert what I just described, and it would have taken about a year and cost about $25,000. And I said, I'm just not doing it. So that day that I mentioned to you earlier, the first part of it, which is tell them what they're going to tell, put it in context of what the world is like. And my life experience doing it is all PowerPoint. But after they come back, they see nothing but 35 millimeter slides and 16 millimeter film. And as you might imagine, when young people do a question and answer after the fact, the high schools, they had to write them and submit them to the teacher, and they got back to me. 60% of the questions were, what was that stuff he was using? I've never seen film before. I've never seen a projector. And my answer to them was, and they hear the story of what I was able to accomplish in the 70s using film and slides. And that becomes another learning moment, which is, leverage the technology, but don't let the technology or if you don't have PowerPoint, that shouldn't be a reason to hold one back. And so they all went through this, and they had a real appreciation for the environment of the 70s, being able to accomplish so much independent of the fact that there were no computers, no beautiful graphics displayed on the screen. I don't know if I explained that well, but initially I thought this would be an albatross that would be the death knell of what I was doing. And now even young people appreciate it, because there's a whole story about, my experience having done this, back in.
I tell you what, Bob, you made an excellent point. And it just reminded me, I went and spoke at it was a assisted, non-assisted living, facility. There was probably, I think, 125 residents. There was 60, 70 people in the audience. And I purposely knew I was going to be speaking to people that were, in their, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s even. I specifically knew, I was like, okay, they're not used to seeing PowerPoint presentations. So what I did is I wound up going online and I found the sound of a slide projector. It's almost like listening to vinyl on record. Certain sounds are soothing. And for the older generation, at first I didn't do it. And a couple of them, pointed out, they're like, well, we don't know when you're going to the next slide. And I said, okay, hold on just a second. So I unmuted, and after I went from slide to slide, you could hear it sounded like a projector flipping the next slide on the screen.
What a clever idea. That's great.
Several of the residents started laughing, pretty damn loud. And then I got a round of applause. I said, is that better for you guys? So that way, when I'm going to the next slide. And they said, yeah, because we're so concentrating on you as a speaker that we don't know when the slides are changing. So I said, okay, well, this will be your audio cue for you guys to know that I'm going to the next slide without me just going, okay, next. It was one of those things when I got done, I was like, again, it's know your audience. Now, did I do this prior to going and speaking to them? No, but I knew I was going to an older generation, and here I am, a youngster coming in to, talk to them about the history they'd lived through. But they, again, like Larry said, maybe they didn't pay attention to it, or it wasn't something that they were keyed into of, it mattered to them. But now all of a sudden it mattered to them. Maybe it's because, bingo wasn't going on and I was the next best thing. And I'm okay with that. But I gave a good presentation. The audience was, very receptive. And I got more comments about, hey man, that slide projector sound it was like music to my ears, because I remember that's what it was like when I was in school. So I thought about that first thing when you said that, Bob, and I had to throw my 2 cents in.
I may have to look for that sound and see how it works. I put in PowerPoint, there are all these, myriad of slide transitions, and some of them are just really obnoxious. They really detract. But I think if you have a reasonable slide transition versus just going from slide to slide, it may go a little way to doing what your sound change is. But again, that fascinating. The other thing I also learned when I did this, there was a nervousness factor. In fact, the only time I was ever suspended from school was when I skipped speech class the day that I had to give a 60-second speech, 60 seconds. And I was so terrified that I skipped school and got caught. So having said that, somebody advised me back in my college days that the thing to do when you're giving a presentation, and I'm sure you've mostly heard this, is when you stand up in front of the audience, imagine them all naked.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about it is now if you decide that you stare too long to see if they're naked, you might get expelled for that.
Oh, indeed. I'm not suggesting that as a way to do it. I'm just saying that people are always looking for hooks to overcome the vehicle for delivering important information. And if you are that vehicle and you have hangups, and I think it's intrinsic to do it. Some people are born with the ability to stand on a soapbox and do what they do without worrying about it. But, there are ways to get around this stuff, which I learned. And I have a whole bunch of them, and I won't bore people with them now. But, they have worked for me over the years. But you've hit on the primary ones, David, which is number one, know your audience. And it could be an audience of 3 or an audience of 3,000. At the end of the day, it's in my opinion, it's the courteous thing to do, because the people who are listening to you are giving to you the most valuable asset they have, which is their time and attention.
Absolutely.
And so absolutely. I feel an obligation on the other end of that formula to do everything that I can to respect the fact that they've chosen to spend whatever time with me listening to a topic. And I also don't have a problem with people getting up and leaving. I don't like to tolerate. I think it's discourteous to make a scene. But if people want to leave and they do it in a non-disruptive way, that's fine. I actually have it on my slides, I'm not trying to run for office here.
Well, I never have a problem if they want to get up and leave, but I will usually say something to the ones that show up late. It kind of reminds me of I took it off of Lawrence Fishburne. He had done a one-man show at the Kennedy Center on Justice. Oh God, Thurgood Marshall, and they had showed up late, and he had made comments to the attendees that were walking in late. I'll sometimes do that. You know, you gotta figure out good ways to break the ice with the audience, keep them I mean, one of the biggest things is entertainment. Can you entertain the audience for X amount of time that you have?
I cannot emphasize that more. And again, just another anecdote that probably, I mean, what we're doing here is sort of building up a little confidence in things that work and dismissing things that don't, as we all think about how to move this forward, particularly generationally, which is the underlying objective of this conversation. It's not about, individual experiences. But I stopped giving this presentation, I mean, my objective was to get the congressional investigation going, and there was a whole bunch of stuff. And some people here, are new, but my closest colleague was and still is Robert Groden, and there's a whole story behind that. So in any event, it led to the release of the film, and I ended up hooking up with some people here and there, and then the congressman, Gonzalez got involved, and you all know that story that led to the House resolution and the House Select Committee. So after 1979, I thought it was done. And people said they were still interested. And I said, who cares about this? And so on and so forth. So I was very fortunate to have some classmates at college. I graduated from Union College in Schenectady, New York. And they became very, very prominent in the entertainment business. And this was about 15 years ago. And they tried to convince me to do this again, basically talk about this topic. And I kept saying to people, people come up to me and people in my age group say, who cares? I mean, it's old news. We don't want to know. And this one person who advised me, he's a famous film producer, director. He said, you have something now that you didn't have 40 years ago. And he baited me on this, and I never did pick up on it. And finally he said, you are so dense. He said, what you have is a life story. And people tune into your life story. And I said, I'm not there to talk about my biography. And he said to me, you're missing the point. This is entertainment, to your point, David. And I said, I'm not going to make the assassination of President Kennedy entertainment. And he said, you've been doing it unconsciously now for 30 years. And so as soon as I adopted that principle, I would never be disrespectful. I'd never make it a joke. I would never, come in with a clown outfit on. But once I understood his comment, I revamped it and told my story, and starting with Groden and the Zapruder film in high school, all this other stuff.
Bob, did you guys really believe that a congressional hearing or investigation would actually be done in a way that would lead to the truth?
I never actually let myself believe that. My objective was very singular. It was focused. My only audience, and this is a little contrived, but nobody has really pushed back hard on it. My audience was only undergraduate college students. And my rationale, and I think somebody, it might have been Mike, made a reference to Jim Garrison's comment. He warned me on the phone about this thing about, you can convince anybody of anything, like an elephant can hang off the side of a mountain by its tail from a daisy. I think that comment actually originated from Jim Garrison, but in any event, Garrison shared it with me. And I basically said, if I just go to this group of individuals, 16 to 20, where they go from college is out into the world. So I've got all these people in a room, whatever the number is. I have their undivided attention, and during the Vietnam, everything about the government is wrong era, I give them this message, and then I'm hoping that 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, they go out and spread it around. And that's exactly what happened. And so and to this day, people come up to me and say, I remember, when I was at XYZ college and you were given this thing. And some of those people started to do some grassroots stuff, and all of this came together, and so forth. And Stone did his thing, but that was after the fact. And that effort, at least by some measure, I don't have data where I can take credit for it or anybody who I work with, but that effort of educating young people from 1970 to 1975 or so, I think had the outcome.
But the people that you were working with, I just want to, they really thought, given what happened with the Warren Commission, did they really think that a government investigation was going to be done properly?
That was the hope. That's the best I can say. And of course, I mean, I've talked with you offline about this, Larry, so I don't want to make it sound like we got a private thing going on, but I don't want to go around my experiences. I was invited to serve on the House Select Committee, and unfortunately they had some rules, and my employer had some rules that were not going to work together, because I had a family to support, and so I had no choice but not to serve. But as things unfolded, it was just a repeat of the Warren Commission's shenanigans with respect to the scope of their investigation, the people who would be involved, and again, most of you know that story. The outcome, the way they did it was better than the Warren Commission. It wasn't as blatant.
Yep.
But the outcome was like kissing your sister. It was just of no significant value other than today I can ask 1,000 people on the street, are you aware that there was a second investigation into Kennedy's assassination along with Dr. King? They don't know that. And then the second thing is, okay, there was one. Do you know what the outcome was? Which was cleverly announced. I don't know if you remember this, on New Year's Eve of 1979, when nobody was reading the paper or could read the paper the next morning. And I said, do you know that they concluded that there was a conspiracy, if you define conspiracy as more than one shooter, in the death of President Kennedy? And they don't know that either. But beyond that, you can't say much more. They didn't exclude Oswald as a shooter. They didn't include anybody. They basically built the whole thing around the audio evidence, as you know. And then if you've read the report of the House Select Committee, it's deflating in so many ways, because it was a lot of what could have been that didn't happen. So well, I'm ready to take that as a win, because it was certainly better than what happened in 1964, right? So now where would it be investigated? I think, David, we talked about this, and everybody remembers that John F. Kennedy was murdered on Elm Street in Dallas, Texas. At that time, there was no federal statute about killing a president. So it was not a federal crime. So the only place that could really investigate it was the city of Dallas. And you think they had any interest in investigating, that? So even with this House Select Committee's results, giving it to the Justice Department is of no value. So it really, and the fact that Kennedy's body was removed from Dallas before the Dallas police could even do that part of the investigation, it was a loss. The House Select Committee was a lost leader a little bit. It just, and so even when we get done, David, there are people who get discouraged because they said, hey, we could do all of what you're talking about here. And there were a lot of people on your call today, and there are a lot of people on Jeff Morley's call. Some people in the quiet moments of their life say, even if we figured it all out, who's going to do anything about it? That's a really interesting question.
Well, absolutely. And I know that, I'm not the one that coined the phrase, but, it's never too late for the answers. It's never too late for the truth. We have to keep seeking we have to keep, I screwed that one up. We have to keep demanding answers, asking the questions, because it's never too late for the truth in the JFK assassination. And there couldn't be anything more right than that. Because, okay, are we going to be able to hold those accountable for what took place, 60 years ago? No, we can't hold them accountable. But I think as a as a nation, as a world, I think that we're, able enough to handle the truth of what actually took place.
And there's some
And
people who would
hiding-
there's some people who would argue that even though you can't hold the individuals accountable, if there were tentacles from institutional
Yes.
representation in this event, then at least those institutions might be found culpable in some even remote way, let alone a direct way. And those are important to the survival health of our country and the world.
I think you're right. Obviously, whoever pulled this off is long dead. So one thing is, for the people that lived through the event, they want to know what really happened. Okay, that's that one generation. For the rest of the people, the rest of the generations, it's to make sure that we hold the government accountable going forward. I mean, I just read an article today about this Canadian doctor this Canadian man who was a doctor on a Canadian boat off the coast of Korea during the Korean War. Turned out that he had a whole bunch of aliases. He wasn't actually a doctor. And when the Canadian Navy discovered that this guy he had been performing surgery on people, when they discovered that he was not a doctor, they quietly let him leave the service so that they wouldn't be embarrassed. So one of the things is the government is always going to try to prevent itself from being embarrassed. At the lowest levels, any bureaucrat in government never wants to see their name in the paper on a controversial thing. So what we can do is at least recognize what happened and put in controls to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Well, I think it always comes down to, COYA, cover your own ass. And nobody wants to be called up on their, shortcomings.
Right.
Criminal or non-criminal for that matter. But I think that, if we can get to the, let's face it. I mean, if we took a poll today, how many people trust the government or certain government entities? I guarantee you the reply that we would probably get, and of course it depends on, generational demographics. I would say that there's a lot of, I think it would be a high percentage, and this is just a guess on my part, but I think it'd be a high percentage that most people don't trust government and government institutions here in the U.S. I think that's I'm just gonna say that's fucking sad, but we also have to look at the fact of why do they not trust, why do they not go with the status quo, and why do they not trust the stories that are being relayed to them as fact? Because some of these, let's face it, they're fairy tales. Unfortunately, we don't get, in a land far, far away when it comes to the JFK assassination. It wasn't that far away. But we have to look at the fact of going, okay, you know what? We need to know what actually happened and who was responsible.
It's not me trying to light any kind of fire here other than to draw the then to the now. So I beg everybody who's listening to not think that I'm taking any position on anything political. You'll understand in a second. So if one of the prevailing theories is that the death of John F. Kennedy was, in fact, a military coup driven by a lot of the things you've maybe read about or thought about with respect to the generals and the hawkish military and so forth, and that whole story. So just put that as the premise. Does that event, which might have generated, if it was proven to be true, and that generated ire among our, the older generation, current generations, for people to not be concerned about it in the context of what happened in January of 1920 or 2020, which was a form in some people's mind of the same kind of thing, but done in a little bit of a different way, a more subtle way.
Well, you can also apply it to now that is the whole Ukraine business about the military and the generals wanting to have a proxy war with Russia, right? And as opposed to, is it really about Ukraine? And is the president simply caving in to, I mean, we have to be willing to question all decisions. And there's a lack of willingness in this country because it goes against the idea of American exceptionalism, that somehow we're not as good as we think we are.
Indeed. And there are documents that have come out, I think, associated with the research on Kennedy assassination documents back in the Cuban Missile Crisis era, where there were a number of generals at a high level within the government of the United States who were just all out for a global thermonuclear war. It was that idea that no matter what happened, we were entitled to probably survive it more than anybody else. So whether that kind of reckless military thinking goes on now, I don't know. I have very little knowledge of how military works.
Well, there's no reason to believe that human thinking has changed in 60 years when it hasn't changed in 2,000 years.
So if people, all I'm saying is if people get worked up about why, you know, the course of the world changed with a 168 grain piece of lead, picking just one bullet. Okay, I had to pick one, you know. So the whole world changes during that time before the bullet. Then it doesn't really go much farther to think about how change can be implemented in other devious ways. And so you know, you have a man right now who's running for president, and this is why I'm asking you to indulge me, because I am not taking a political position or demeaning anybody, but he's already quoted as saying, you know, I will be a tyrant at least on day one. And so is that a form of what happened before? The thing that's curious now, David, is are the people in the world or in the United States in the 2020s now, 2023, 24, are they of a really different mindset of being spun up by what people were in 1963 with John F. Kennedy? You could be an arch conservative right-wing person, and I think people were just really sad that the president was killed, and they were outraged and so forth by, you know, they might have hated what he did and what he stood for. But
going back to the question, why, and I get this asked by my own colleagues, what's the point of spending all this time on something that happened 60 years ago? And the point is that we want our government to be better. I mean, why were all the lessons from 1918, the Spanish flu epidemic, why were they forgotten? We had anti-mask brigades in 1918. Why should people be surprised there are going to be resistance to wearing masks now? Right? I mean, it's like it takes 3 generations to forget. And unless we continue to, as you said, David, history doesn't happen the same way, but it rhymes.
Yeah, it doesn't repeat, but it echoes.
It rhymes, yeah. And so the point here is to find out what happened and to make sure that we have sufficient controls in place and we continue to be diligent and vigilant about our government and not fall for, I mean, it's very frustrating now in this government. Our Congress is frozen, and people feel like they don't have any ability to control the way the government operates. And in fact, I have to give Burt Griffin some credit. I disagree with him on all his conclusions that he draws in his book, but what he's trying to say is that when there are troubled times, there's going to be a Jack Ruby and a Lee Oswald, just like there was a John Wilkes Booth. You know, there's going to be someone that steps up to do something, and we have to be vigilant.
Very, very good point, Larry. You know,
I have a question for you, David. If
Go ahead, Bob.
by some miracle tomorrow morning, the world, the case was solved, there was just this substantial amount of information that led to inescapable conclusions about what happened, and it was a conspiracy and X, Y, or Z was involved in it. What in your mind do you think would be the level of caring among the constituency and it influencing things going forward? I mean, even to your point, Larry, you said we have to learn from these echoes of history to not to do better. That's a great phrase, doing better, not to use the trite phrase like we can't repeat it. We just have to do better. Do you think that we would do better if we knew the answer to these questions? I'm not throwing cold water on this, but there are moments when I go, is this really worth it, kind of thing.
Larry, you go ahead and answer, and then I'll follow up.
Well, we have to start with the proposition that humans are never going to change. And so we have to be careful, we can put controls into place, but here's what happens. Look what our grandfathers did after the Great Depression. They put all kinds of controls in place. And then suddenly in the 1990s, we decide we're going to take the controls off the banks. Why? Because there's this phenomena that people think this time is different. Right? This time is different. We have weapons of mass destruction in with the war in Iraq, and yet they're still ginning up excuses for going to war now. So it really does take a lot of you got to put controls into place. And Bob, the thing that the church committee put into place after those things have held up pretty good, although we need to kind of massage them now because of all the new technologies. But at least those controls have stayed in place. There's a lot of other stuff that hasn't. But I think we can never forget that we have to be vigilant because humans are always going to be the same.
I think my reply to Bob's question would be this. I'm Missouri born, so I'm from the show me state. You got to show me. Number two, I want to know if I can trust the source of, what source is telling me that the case is solved and now you may, proceed on with life. If it came out and we actually, could trust the source, the information was correct, would I question it? I question why the hell it took 60 years to get there. I would want to know that. I'd want to know that. Would I give up researching? Well, no, I want to research what, has been released, so that I can thoroughly investigate it myself.
You know what's going to happen? Let's say that something is released the next 10 years. And the argument's going to be, well, we deserve a mulligan. We weren't sure in 1963 if this was going to lead to a war with Cuba. Our allies were worried there was going to be it was taken down by right-wing conspiracy. This was the political truth that preserved the world, and therefore at the time it was the right thing to do.
If it was a mulligan, I'd want to beat them over the goddamn head with a golf club. I'm sorry, but I mean I could say that it's I would say this. I mean,
well, the old phrase, Dave, the way to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, there you go. I would say that are we gonna is the likelihood that could possibly happen, Bob, if we woke up one day and the answer was there? The only answer that we're gonna get is what we as researchers go in and investigate ourselves, because the government's not doing it for us every time. And I think Larry can back this up. I think he already has backed this up, even with what he spoke about early this afternoon, goddamn 6 hours ago. But if it was supposed to be easy, it would be easy. They take every opportunity to throw up a roadblock, pass the blame on to somebody else, and go, guess what? It's not our problem. I have nothing to do with it, or our organization, our institution has nothing to do with it. So go talk to, jackass down the street. Maybe they can give you an answer. I think the problem with it is the checks and balances, the accountability. Who do we hold accountable? We're supposed to hold accountable our government and the institutions of our government. The bad part about it is, they're already gone. The ones that were alive in 63, they're not gone from the ones that was there in, 2001. They're not gone from what happened, just yesterday.
Well, I will say that one of the problems that we're encountering, and it's very frustrating, is the amount of deference that courts give to the president. And the president the Article 1 is Congress of the Constitution. Article 2 is the president. So what does that mean? That means that the founders of the Constitution thought that Congress would be the most powerful body, right? And
Right.
judiciary is just the president's power has grown enormously since World War I, as is the federal government. And there is this reluctance to second guess the president. And they just throw national security around for all kinds of things, and the courts don't want to look at it. And it's very frustrating.
Larry, do you think Bush and Cheney had a lot to do with that when they were in office?
Well, I don't want to go into the weeds, but there is a notion of the unified executive branch.
Yep.
But while I don't know quite how to say this. The judges being appointed to the Supreme Court, people look at them largely through the lens of cultural issues. But what's the real danger is their views about the presidency. And for example, Kavanaugh was the judge who put the kibosh on Jeff Morley's long-running lawsuit. Kavanaugh sitting on the Supreme Court. He views the presidency in a very special way, right? Very, you don't second guess the president. So we have jurists now that are getting, look, the president got thrown out of the case very quickly. The judge just wasn't going to second guess him. So it's very frustrating. And without the courts being willing to do that, or having a body, whether it's a congressional body, to look hard at actions being taken. No president wants to say, I'm going to say no to this request when he's being told this is going to peril national security, because he doesn't want to be the guy that has the 9/11 on his hands or Pearl Harbor, right? So he's always going to defer to national security, and that's a problem.
The beauty and sustainability of the U.S. Constitution is undeniable, but I don't think that our founding fathers who drafted this document could ever even conceive of what has happened within these independent branches that have become so politicized, so that now it's no longer vertical, but it's horizontal, and it's so party driven. So if you have a party in power in the White House and a party in power just by numbers in Congress, and you have a politicized Supreme Court, government simply cannot function. And that's what we're going through right now. And
that's what I said earlier, that
people call it weaponizing, but it's subtle if it's weaponizing.
The branches of government are not protecting their prerogatives. That the founding fathers we're really going off the deep end. Maybe that's because of 6 hours. But the founding fathers were very afraid of political parties, and they did not want political parties, but they evolved them nevertheless. But the thought was that each of the branches would jealously guard their prerogatives, their powers. And instead, what's happened is the parties are what are dominating. And so Congress will cave into the president because the president wants something to be done, as opposed to saying, no, I'm going to keep Nixon. We have this, look, we had this authorization, this war authorization from 9/11, and they just kept, they never pulled it back when everything was obviously the original reason for that authorization was gone. Same thing with Vietnam. There was an authorization, but then the war was completely expanded. Congress has failed to exercise its powers that it has under the Constitution.
And people like me and Larry who live in New York, we really try to improve that problem by electing George Santos to Congress.
Well, I think it's like this. Once you give the power, it's hard to pull that power back.
Right. Once you give it away, it's hard to pull it back.
It's kind of like, okay, I'll throw this out there as an echo of that. Once you give the ability to, say, you know what, I don't care anymore, and do whatever the hell is going to have happen, and you're not going to research, you're not going to ask questions, once you give that power away, yeah, you can come back, but have you lost some of your footing?
Yeah, that's
And
a
I
good
think
point.
I think in this case, once, and that's why I want to definitely send this out there for the first, second, third generation researchers and so forth. Just because we've hit the 60th anniversary on the JFK assassination does not mean that you should give up. You know, don't give up to this. You know, don't cave in, and don't stop asking questions, and, you know, keep researching, because if you give up now, they win, and they got away with it. You have to continue to care about this case, about all the other cases we've talked about. I mean, when I gave a presentation, it was an RFK 101 down in Dallas last year, looking out into that crowd and seeing people that lived through that, seeing the tears in their eyes and the look on their face, you know, seeing the photographs that I was showing on the presentation on the PowerPoint. It wasn't just to, you know, hit home, here's, you know, a 101 class, and, you know, I kind of ran it like a college class. I had a syllabus and everything. They weren't expecting that. But what I wasn't expecting is how much, even today, how much this affects people. You know, this is built into your psyches. This is built into your memory banks. And just because it happened 60 years ago, or less than 60 for Bobby, it's still important, and it still hits home.
Well, look what happened with Lana's parents. Lana's parents had seen a lot, and they just knew by gut something, this guy is lying, right?
Yeah.
And I think that, so in the first generation, there was real fears of retribution. If someone stepped up, they could be killed.
Well, and by rights, I mean, look at all look at the eyewitnesses that died mysteriously after this happened. They put the fear of, you know, death.
But I think most
put the fear of death into them.
Most people struggle just to get by their lives. Their lives are consumed by raising their kids, having a job, paying their bills, and they don't have time to think about these things. And for most people, you know, what happens in Washington doesn't seem very relevant to them. So they just don't listen and pay attention. Something happens, you know, Mike sees, you know, Oliver Stone's movie. Lana hears George Bush saying, you know, and sees her father react, the parents react that way. Something happens that then redirects you to this. But unless we have more, we're going into like political science here, but people need to be more involved. And I think a lot of people did, after 2016, realize how important it was to be engaged in government, engaged as being an engaged citizen, because they count on most people just doing nothing.
Well, I think the government is, I think they make, I'm not saying all of the government, I'm saying our government, though, seems to do like what a magician does. They have one hand showing you what you need to be paying attention to, such as your family, job, school, you know, what's the next thing coming out on social media, while the other hand behind them is actually running the show and taking and pulling the strings. I think the fact that if more people paid attention, especially the younger generation, because I hear it all the time in my mass media communications class I just finished, what I heard through the discussions was, I don't pay attention to the news because, you know, I watch everything on social media. And sometimes on social media, we get information that's not true. So what the hell's the point in paying attention to it?
It's not just, again, I don't want to sound like the get off my lawn old man. This has been going on throughout many generations. There's always been a minimal amount of people involved in this country's business. I mean, the founding fathers, we didn't have direct elections to the Senate until I think around 1900 or maybe the 1880s. The founding fathers did not trust the populace, the general populace, to make wise decisions. That's why we have a representative government and not a direct democracy. So, but there's nothing about this generation. Maybe the means that they use to communicate is different, but this generation, Lana's generation, the boomers generation. I think Mike and Len are probably the same generation. I'm not sure. No, I guess Mike's a different generation, but all
just 10 years older.
Okay, all the every generation has a majority of people that are just not interested. There's nothing unique about this young generation.
No,
Well,
I think it's how it's presented.
Yes,
and
we have to be
think
very careful about, again, my generation, the long hair, and the we were burning up our draft cards. I wasn't, but women were burning their bras. They said, what's wrong with this generation, right? And we become capitalists. So every generation, always it's part of being a teenager. You rebel.
Well, I think it's not being able to see the forest through the trees. It's I think it took 30 years for people to be able to handle a movie about the JFK assassination. The books and things that happened right after, I think it was too close to home. It was too much of a like when you're a kid, you can't process things. You're told, you believe what you're told. And once you get to a certain age, or you're able to even get older and see how much your parents or adults were full of crap, teaching you the wrong stuff. I think that's the same thing. And the reason I bring this up is because I've had two films that are been working on that deal with the very beginning of World War World War II, in the end. And for me, studying what happened in Germany in the early 30s leading up to World War II is scary, in so much as what happened here is the taking away of in Germany, taking away of the radio stations and the newspapers, and getting a hold.
Have you read the book It Couldn't Happen Here?
No, I heard of it, but I haven't gotten to that one yet.
It's another whole digression we can go into about when historical events are never predestined, and when you look backwards, it looks like they should have happened the way they did. But when you're in that moment, it could have gone many different directions. We had Nazis marching up Third Avenue in Manhattan in the 1930s. There was a Madison Square Garden had a Nazi rally.
Well, it was I'm sure. You could talk more about this than me, but just a point that from when Hitler was on the cover of Time magazine, and I think as late as 1941. Before
my mother, who's Italian, told me that her grandfather had said Mussolini had made the trains run on time. In the beginning,
Hitler built the not the what's it called, the freeways in
right,
whatever it's called.
But anyway, this is all, again, history is rhymes. The specific facts aren't the same, but given the right circumstances, the same thing can happen. David, I think we're down to 7.
I was just wondering, do I have well, first of all, I was going to ask, is 6 hours plus your all-time record?
I want to tell everybody that's still in our room and what's watching this on YouTube replay tomorrow, we have made Project JFK CSI Dallas history. We have never had a 6 hour plus long journey meeting.
You may have to break it up into two recordings.
I must say that, having the format and the platform that we have, it's kind of like, not to quote, Jordan Belfort, but we're not going fucking anywhere. We're going to be right here until we're done talking. So I want to definitely throw that out, that, it's nice because getting together like this gives us a platform to share ideas, bounce ideas back and forth, getting an opportunity to talk about not only the JFK assassination. I mean, I never know when we are going to, I obviously I set up the meeting and I know what we're going to really talk about, but sometimes the meetings do take a life of their own.
Every time.
Hey, most every time. The first hour is pretty well. I won't. My shows are never scripted.
Right.
I come up with an idea. It depends on depends on who shows up and who doesn't show up or who's running
Man
late.
plans and God laughs, but Tyler Nixon has his hand up.
Yes. Tyler, go ahead, buddy.
Well, I
went out.
This is totally. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
Oh, that's a great marathon session. I'm glad to be in the first 6+ hour session. And the conversation's great. And I would just chime in by saying, as someone, I'm 52, and been studying this since I was probably, maybe literally 8 years old. As I'm sure most of us, and this was from my mother's. She was a student at Trinity College in DC who started there in 1960 in the fall. So she went to Kennedy's his inaugural ball and his funeral.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Inaugural
She
ball?
witnessed history. Oh yeah. Yep. And so it's just, I came across the subject going through the attic, as a kid. I was just a big reader and was always curious, and found the Life magazine, the Look magazine, the beautiful, there's nothing like the color photos from that era. I don't know what it is, that film, the softness, the depth of it. But I just couldn't believe that this fairy tale of a president and the whole administration, his family, was just cut down in the most horrifying, brutal way. And then, of course, as I looked more into it, obviously, it became clear to me that this was just, it's kind of one of those things where I guess if you have a certain intuition when you look at something, you know something's off. You don't know what it is. And something was not right about it. I felt that way on 9/11. Actually, I was like, something's not right about this. What we're being told, or anyway. But what I think, the thing about it is, what matters today is not as much figuring out who did it, as the fact that we know the government was involved in it. We know there were elements of the government involved in it. And whether or not they were involved, or whether we can trace it to a particular agency that still, can be held accountable. The fact is they've covered it up since then, and they continue to do so, which means they either are completely ignorant, so ignorant that they don't even want to, it's like, they don't want to open the black box because they don't even know what's in it at this point, but that's not acceptable. And the other alternative is that they know that the government was complicit, or agencies or elements of it, and they refuse to let that out for whatever reason, and that's not acceptable either. And the fact is, I think that they're still engaging in this type of stuff. I think President Nixon was politically assassinated. The CIA ran that operation. He was trying to have détente with the Soviets. He was trying to work with communist Chinese, obviously, and the same people, who were chomping cigars over Kennedy's corpse weren't having it with Nixon either. They were, in fact, Frank Sturgis said in an interview in 1975 that Nixon was in physical danger, that if he had not been, they would have killed him physically like they did Kennedy if it came down to it, because the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the National Security Complex, what he was doing was alarming the hell out of them, because first of all, he took the power out of the National Security Council and ran it directly with Kissinger. Yep. And basically, Len Kolodny has been, I don't know if Len was a good friend, and, may he rest in peace. He wrote Silent Coup. Very interesting, but he also was involved with a book called The 40 Years' War. And, I've said before, when Dick Cheney was appointed Ford's chief of staff and Rumsfeld was made the Secretary of Defense under Ford, the neocons had won. That was really where, this was the struggle.
And
it
when
wasn't an
Ford
accident.
became vice president, that's when Nixon became expendable.
That's right. Exactly. And of course, he did what he needed to do on the Warren Commission as well. He was Hoover's ears and moving the wound and all this. And who did he appoint to the head of the CIA? George H.W. Bush. So it's just like the cabal was complete. But what I'm saying is, I guess the point I'm getting to is, it's not a matter of, everybody's dead that did this. The same ilk, I guess you could say, the same strain, the same thread of power madness and ruthless, just fascist, frankly, counter Republican, counter Democratic, in the best sense, is counter constitutional. These people are, if anything, they're worse than they've ever been. I mean, honestly, there's no accountability whatsoever. They don't even have to pretend to be accountable. And now, I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars, for example, to Ukraine, which has actual Nazis in that are part of that government or supporting it, working on their behest. And I think that the Trump situation, I mean, you can think what you want of Donald Trump, but the entire national security apparatus was arrayed against him in many ways. And I mean, the Russian collusion stuff, that was bullshit. We all know it was bullshit, and everybody did, but they got away with this, and they're still getting away with it. And that's why I think that
once Nixon started threatening the CIA,
yes,
when he had the famous, who shot John, and then also
that's right,
telling was it Haldeman or was it Ehrlichman? He sent over to see Helms and tell him that this would rip open the Bay of Pigs thing.
Yeah, the Bay of Pigs
thing. That was the moment when I think they felt threatened.
That's right. Well, they had him by the short hairs anyway. It was definitely Bob Haldeman, though, who he said in his biography, autobiography, excuse me, that when Nixon referred to the Bay of Pigs thing, he knew that he was really referring to the Kennedy assassination.
Right.
And here's the thing: is Nixon. Go ahead.
Just to let you know, I brought that line. John Dean, of all people, came to my law firm, 10 years ago to give continuing legal education speech credits on ethics. But when I brought that up, good Lord, right? When I
did
brought
you get negative
up,
credits? Did they deduct credits after you heard him speak?
So when I brought that up, he said, "Well, that was Haldeman's ghostwriter who put that line in there." And when I told that to Jeff Morley says, "There is no way in hell that Bob Haldeman, of all people, will let anything be in a book with his name on it unless he approved it."
It was in his diaries, I believe, or his personal notes as well. So that's nonsense. Let me tell you something about John Dean, and I mentioned Len Kolodny. He had this long-running war with John Dean and, frankly, Bob Woodward. And he would call me up and he'd be all excited. He secured Watergate.com, the website. But he just had these guys' number. I mean, he was just a liquor salesman from Montgomery County, who, Woodward, I guess, had written some. They had tried to they screwed him over in some way. I forget what it was, but then he took it upon himself basically to expose Woodward, and Dean sued him, and frankly, I think Kolodny countersued him, and Dean lost big time. I mean, there was and frankly, Woodward. And here's another. I mean, the whole thing about Watergate, which is almost as bad as the Kennedy assassination in terms of the bullshit that the public's been fed about it, and the story, this whole fairy tale about Woodward and Bernstein. Bob Woodward was a naval intelligence officer who was in the White House basement in 1970 briefing Al Haig. I mean, who became Nixon's chief of staff. I mean, Woodward was up to his eyeballs in intelligence, and he's been that ever since. And it's a joke that he's portray him as some roving Washington Post reporter. I mean, they brought Bernstein in just because Woodward, wasn't that great of a journalist, and it was just to give him credibility. But
Tyler, have you read any
Woodward
of
was absolutely the.
Tyler, have you read any of Jeff Shepard's books?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are you referring to? Let's see. Gosh, I'm trying to think. What was it?
Well, Jeffrey Shepard.
The name escapes me.
Yeah, Jeffrey Shepard was a attorney.
Oh, Jeff Shepard, you said.
Yeah, Jeff Shepard.
Oh, I'm right in the middle of reading the secret plot to make Ted. Shepard stuff is great.
Jeff Shepard was an attorney in the Office of Legal Counsel, and he has written some very interesting books about all the abuses that were done against Nixon's defense by Congress and the court. And, had it been reversed, had it been a Democratic president that was being pursued, there would have been howls about the machinations of Congress and and Judge Sirica and what they were doing.
Absolutely.
But
The
it
ex parte
was Nixon.
meeting.
But it's definitely worth reading. He's written 2 books on Watergate, plus he's got the book that you're reading about Ted Kennedy. But Jeff Shepard has written, and he's got a couple of he's been on C-SPAN, so he's probably on the internet on YouTube. But he's someone that if people are interested in Watergate, he has an alternative view of what happened and how the process went and how Nixon was really, it was really the process
It was set up and
yeah,
railroaded.
yeah.
And it was basically a confluence of the intelligence community, the Joint Chiefs, the war hawks, again, who I mean, there was a spy operation run on his administration from within the National Security Council, the Moore-Radford affair, it was called. It was Admiral Moore, who, by the way, was Bob Woodward's. It was the commander of his last naval ship assignment, and this Yeoman Radford, I guess his name was. He was basically pilfering documents like out of Kissinger's suitcase or briefcase and this kind of thing, and from burn bags within the White House, and bringing it back to the National Security Council. And Nixon, Nixon just they give him. I mean, they act like he was some power mad, self-consumed. It's ridiculous. First of all, in 1960. He had the election stolen from him. And there's no question the amount of corruption that went on in Texas and Illinois. And Nixon was counseled by Eisenhower. You need to challenge this. This is BS. He said, no, for the better of the country, it would be too disruptive. I'm going to take it on the chin.
Same thing in 74, for the better of the country, he resigned.
That's right. That's right. And he did the same in 1970 when they found out they were spying on him. When his own National Security Council or chief, the Joint Chiefs, were spying on him, he could have literally had all their heads on a platter. It could have been a big scandal. He could have totally cleaned house. But he said, you know what? No, it's going to be too disruptive to the institutions. I'm pursuing peace. I can't have these so he let it go. And unfortunately, I think that was a mistake because, it's like, you can't just let cancer sit there. And that's, but yeah, I think that's where we are today. And it was his undoing, and it gave us, 40 years of the neocons, which is the name of the book Kolodny was part of, called the 40 Years War. The Shepard books are great, though. They're really, they really pull the mask off of the fact that you see these people on TV, and look, I'll admit I'm partisan in the sense that when I see someone as a Watergate prosecutor, it's like, give me a break. These people were Ted Kennedy partisans, and they have this in their mind that their partisan pursuit of their opponents is somehow like consistent with an objective pursuit of justice or the law, when it's not. They were definitely, the ex parte meetings that Sirica had with the special counsel or special prosecutor. People should be disbarred and removed from the bench for that kind of thing.
Yes.
Because
it was Nixon. It was Nixon, so that nothing happened.
That's right. And it's kind of a joke. It was the old in law school. I remember constitutional law. It's like, oh, what's the number one rule of constitutional law? Nixon loses. I'm like, okay, well, that's and unfortunately that is the case. And it's a miscarriage of and look, they've maintained this facade, and they've gotten rich from it, frankly. Many of them, Woodward, Bernstein, Dean, frankly. Dean was the most crooked. He was fired by his law firm because he was such a crooked attorney. I don't know how he managed to salvage himself to get into the White House, but this guy was a sleaze from he really just is a detestable hypocrite, unbelievable hypocrite.
Yeah, he turned around. He was the president's counsel, and he turns around and takes what would probably be considered attorney-client privilege information and testifies.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's like a Michael Cohen type, just like as soon as the heat's on. And frankly, he suckered Nixon into the cover-up because and he was the one running the operations he was the one who had Liddy, and frankly Hunt. And I think, they had their own agenda because when you look at what 7 out of 8 of the burglars were all CIA, and the only other one was Liddy, who was an FBI whack job, who I, by the way, met at Pentagon City, sort of shuffling around in a Kenneth Cole. Actually, he looked like I don't know. He wasn't demented at the time, but I think he just tried to blend in. And I thought that looks like Gordon Liddy, you know, it sure was. And he was like, anyway, short man, ironically, but yeah, I mean, they basically and there was a lot of murk going on. Like, for example, what were they in the DNC? I mean, Nixon did not need to do this to win. I mean, he was running against a deeply unpopular in terms of the policies McGovern candidate. It was Dean, and part of it was that there was a call girl ring out of being run. There's a book called White House Call Girl, and Mo Dean, frankly, was a friend of hers. Or I don't know if
that theory, yes, that was all about.
Yeah, maybe her sister. Well, there's no question that was going on. Now the question is, what was it? Did Dean believe that there were compromising photos in Larry O'Brien's safe? There's never been a clear, I believe. Gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of the Cuban burglar, one of the plumber, not the plumbers, but one of the burglars caught of. Gosh,
Martinez.
Yes, and he was pressed by, frankly, Nick Ackerman, who is one of these Watergate prosecutors that I'm talking about. Or he wasn't pressed. They pressed the CIA for information about him, and they refused to release anything. They refused to give anything to the special prosecutor about him. And apparently, he was caught with a key. He had a key to the one of the secretary's desk drawers, and they could not figure out how he got it or how it came into his possession. One of those kind of deals. So there was so much going on behind the scenes in terms of, I mean, ulterior agendas at play. And Dean basically just essentially walked Nixon right into it because he knew Nixon would want to protect. And, you know, they say Nixon was trying to cover up for his crimes and all this. He was in the middle of trying to broker peace with and a reduction of tensions with the Soviets. And I mean, he had high level stuff. When he was trying to protect the presidency, his presidency, not his own power or anything like that. I mean, this idea, he used the IRS, he had enemies list. Give me a break. First of all, that never got off the ground because the IRS was run by the same very people who hated Nixon. If anybody, the Kennedys used the IRS. JFK used it quite effectively against his opponents, as did FDR. Nixon really never did. It's sad to see, whatever you think of Nixon, he might not have been, a warm, cuddly guy, but he certainly doesn't deserve to be the villain of that era when Lyndon Johnson is the most reprehensible thug criminal to ever walk the face of the earth.
Hey, David,
for
can this
Nixon to be the villain is a joke.
Kennedys
He couldn't even keep up with him.
David, I was going to ask whether this can serve as the January meeting as well.
I do want to interject. I mean, we have been going for 6.5 hours.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I enjoy marathons, but I do want to bring the meeting to a close. Yes. Because we are going to have one in January. So let's not expel everything at once. You guys are getting me for payback for not being in during the summertime.
That's right. By the way,
I'll just say real quick that this is my first drop in, and it was wonderful. Larry, excellent. Bob, I guess I see Andrew, my good mutual friends, my dear late friend Brian Lloyd, and and of course David excellent. This is excellent. I can't wait for the next one. Appreciate
Tyler,
it.
Are you practicing now?
Yeah, well, on and off. I'm actually representing Abraham Bolden.
Really?
Yes. We're trying to go for he deserves civil relief, let's just say, for what happened to him after he got a pardon finally. I mean, thank God for that. And now we're trying to get him some.
So are you based in Illinois?
Say it again.
Where do you practice?
No, I'm a bard in California.
Oh.
But he contacted me because I don't need to be. If we bring any lawsuit, it's going to be in Washington. Okay. Most likely. But we are looking. I mean, I'm hoping that they'll not want. I mean, because the Secret Service has, they have quite a few scandals under their belt, and I don't know that they're going to want to. I mean, his story is so compelling. I would hope that they would see reason and just give, because what we're going to go for initially, at least an opening settlement offer, would be asking to restore him as an agent and restore his pension and maybe some damages.
Oh, he didn't get. So with the pardon, he doesn't get his pension.
No, he doesn't. I mean, the pardon just,
oh, wow.
Basically just it clears him. It gives him, well, here's the thing. It's very interesting. Pardons usually are considered clemency, meaning,
Yes.
okay, you served your time. It's an act of mercy. Whereas Mr. Bolden petitioned on the basis of innocence, and that was the basis